720. Sorry, the update is late. A 20,000-word chapter. Nothing major happened on Luopa Mountain. Just like what Zhou Xian and Pei Xiang said, it was a beautiful day. The wind blew the mountain and the rain hit the water. It was just a pleasing sight. The stability of Luopa Mountain was, of course, not because Luopa Mountain stood aloof from worldly affairs, but because a grown-up adult and elder in different positions far and near sheltered Luopa Mountain from the wind and rain. For example, Sword Immortal Miyu, who had already gone through the battlefield of Old Dragon City, and nascent soul sword cultivator Cui Wei, who was rushing to the battlefield. On Luopa Mountain, even Pei Qian, who was only slightly taller than Zhou Mili, was now in the middle of the battlefield of Xianxia continent. The person Pei Qian was chasing was the 10th realm martial artist Zhou Xian, who she regarded as her master's martial arts rival. Pei Qian chased not only the level of the fist technique, but also the number of enemies killed on the battlefield. Even if she could not catch up, the gap between her and Zhou Xian was still very big. But to Pei Qian, after learning the fist technique, she had to do something. So now half of Xianxia continent, which was in imminent danger, knew that beside Zhou Xian, besides the famous genius martial artist Yu Zhuanfu, there was also a young female martial artist called Pei Qian. She was even more talented and her fist was even more domineering. She was best at exchanging injuries for death. On the battlefield, she preferred to take the initiative to pursue the strong enemies of the demon clan. Unfortunately, the enemy she encountered was a demon clan Earth Immortal cultivator. As the place where half of the Li dynasty rose, the northern peak had not come into contact with the army of the demon clan for the time being. However, the 3 consecutive golden downpours were actually enough to make all the cultivators feel a lingering fear. Among them, the flood dragon under the pond was originally a big event. But under the current situation of a continent, it was not so eye-catching. In addition, Wei Ba and Cui Dongshan, the 2 officials of the Li dynasty, covered up the flood dragon on their respective lines. As a result, the immortal masters of archives and the cultivators of the mountains and lakes who stayed in the northern peak to cultivate still did not know whether the flood dragon that appeared out of nowhere was the guardian of the mountain secretly cultivated by the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Pei Xiang's Fox Kingdom moved to Luopa Mountain because of the location of the Lotus Root Blessed Land, and Su Han of Qingfeng City had to use the old Dragon City's military merit to repay Dali's ascension platform. So even if the Su woman in Qingfeng City had some guesses, she could not do anything but tremble in fear and wait for the punishment. Su Han of Qingfeng City gave the outsiders the impression that he was focused on cultivation and did not know about the affairs of the public. So the power fell into the hands of the woman. But of course, Pei Xiang and shopkeeper Yan knew that the real backbone and the person in charge of Qingfeng City had always been Su Han, who made the final decision in every major event. Another example was the old master Zhongqiu, who wanted to go to the Wind Snow Temple to take a look. Even Sui Yu had died once. Wei Xian and Liu Baixiang both had the status of Dali's border army and official. In the Dali dynasty, if an outsider wanted to become an official, other than military merit, there was only greater military merit. Even Guan Yiran and Lu Xuanmei, who were born in the Yinqi Alley and Miaoer Street, who were born in the noble families, killed their way out of a pile of corpses. Even the supervisor Chao Gingxin and Yuan Jingding's descendants with the surname of Shang Zhuguo also first obtained the imperial examinations, and then were thrown into the local officialdom by their families to climb up. As the first choice of officialdom, the family may be able to do something, but whether or not they could be promoted and whether or not they could have a meteoric rise, all depended on the rules of Dali. Before Cui Dongshan went down the mountain, he gave some pointers to Chao Qinglong's cultivation. Chao Qinglong's breakthrough was neither slow nor fast. It was not slow, but compared to the ordinary immortal masters with the title, Zong, in the ancestral hall, it was not fast, but compared to the likes of Lin Shi, this was very good. For mountaineering cultivation, as long as one's aptitude was enough, there was no need to be too frightening. Many geniuses died early, so they were always the first. Back then, when she switched to learning swordsmanship, she was able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat because she was too steady in her studies. Now, every time Sister Tsun, who even Xiaomi thought was silly and cute, came home, the family would urge her to marry. In particular, Sun Yuanji's mother had privately said some intimate words to her daughter several times. The woman's eyes couldn't help but redden. She was really her daughter. She was obviously born so beautiful and her family background was quite solid. She also didn't have to worry about marriage, so how did she become a big girl? Now there were fewer and fewer people coming to propose marriage. Many of the scholars that she liked could only become the son-in-law of other families one by one. Cui Dongshan sat on a bench at the entrance of the mountain, listening to Chao Qinglang talk about her youth. Cui Dongshan sighed. Teacher had not returned from this long journey and had missed out on many interesting things. Chao Qinglang was diligent in her studies in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. She also had Master Zhong's wholehearted nurturing and Lu Chai's assistance. Later she followed Zhong Qiu and traveled the world for many years. She was successful in her studies, and her speech was appropriate, gentle and refined. Chao Qinglang's only regret was that her teacher was not present when she came of age. Before Cui Dongshan left, he was both happy and worried. He was happy because of Chao Qinglang, but worried because it was more difficult to talk about. Alright, it was the second. He was happy because Chao Qinglang rarely spoke about his own Luopa mountain. After all, this trend could not be allowed to continue. Otherwise, in the past when teacher was slightly guilty, he would at most insist that Luopa mountain was like this. As the mountain chieftain, he did not dare to take all the credit. The others, such as Cui Dongshan, Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng, had also contributed greatly. Now that teacher had traveled for many years, if the younger generation of Luopa mountain, under Cui Dongshan's watch, treated people more and more like teacher, then as a student he would really be unable to wash away the injustice even if he jumped into the jade liquor, embroidery and Chongdan rivers. Junior apprentice brother, who do you think is prettier, Sun Yuanji or that Miss Yuan Bao? Tell me we are not talking behind other people's backs. I, your little senior apprentice brother, am not someone who likes to gossip. The two of us are just having a heart-to-heart chat. If you don't tell me, then it means that I have a guilty conscience. Then I will have to openly be suspicious. Miss Tsin's looks are better. When it comes to practicing martial arts, she has no distractions. It is the same whether or not there is anyone else around. It is not easy. On the other hand, Miss Yuan Bao has a tenacious temperament. Once she has decided on something, she is extremely persistent. They are both good girls. However, senior apprentice brother, let me say this first. I am just speaking from the bottom of my heart. You must not think too much. I think that Miss Tsin seems to be diligent in learning martial arts, but she is slightly lacking in dexterity. Perhaps she needs to have a greater ambition in her heart. It would be better to practice martial arts. For example, so what if she is a female martial artist? So what if she is at a disadvantage compared to cultivators? She wants to make all the male masters bow down and admit defeat after she punches. As for Miss Yuan, she is quick-witted and intelligent. It would be better if Teacher Lu taught her to be magnanimous and have more empathy. Senior apprentice brother, these are my shallow insights. It is fine if you have heard them. Is that all? Otherwise, do you know who Miss Yuan Bao likes? How can I know about this kind of thing? Besides, it is not good to make wild guesses. Cui Dongshan did not say much. Yuan Bao liked Chao Qinglang, just like how Yuan Lai liked Sun Yuanji. Her elder sister was full of Jianghu aura and showed off her abilities. However, she secretly admired a scholar who she did not often meet. This made other girls not dare to like him too much. In fact, Yuan Bao did many seemingly unruly things and pretended to be childish. Why was that? Since she was too embarrassed to talk to him face to face, she could only let him listen in on her many conversations. Her younger brother liked to flip through the books of sages and liked to be a scholar even more. He even secretly hid a few books on imperial examinations. However, he liked Sun Yuanji, who was infatuated with martial arts. He liked her so much that it was as if there were two bright moons on Luopa Mountain, one on the mountain and one in his heart. Cui Dongshan believed that he was too smart and too ruthless. He was good at dealing with many bad things and solving accidents. Therefore, he did not dare to touch these beautiful things. He was afraid that if he was too strong, it would shatter and be difficult to recover. After all, the human heart was not the moon in the water. The moon would always come and the water would always be there. It was easy for people to grow old and their hearts change. It was difficult for the human heart to remain young. It's okay. I'll leave it to you. As long as he returned home this time, it would not be easy for him to go out and return. Luopa Mountain would have hundreds and thousands of years of good time. The direct disciples would be passed down, and there would be more and more chairs in the ancestral hall. Luopa Mountain and its vassal mountains would be full of people coming and going everywhere. There would be more and more disciples. The mountain and river pedigree of Luopa Mountain would become thicker and thicker. Then it would pile up into a box. Even the teacher who liked to remember everyone and everything would not be able to take care of it. He would definitely see some young faces that he could not recognize when he went out one day. In the early years, Qin Lingjun, who only focused on cultivation for 2 punches, would become one of the mountain guardians in the eyes of the future young people of Luopa Mountain. It was unimaginable that the ancestral master Qin Lingjun would wander around the gate at the foot of Puyun Mountain just for a friend's loyalty and Jianghu friendship. In the end, he would be rejected and returned to Luopa Mountain dejectedly. In the early years, Shui Jiao Hongxia, who did not even dare to come to Luopa Mountain, would become an unattainable yellow-robed female immortal, in the eyes of the future disciples of Luopa Mountain. They would feel that their ancestral master Hongxia was really good at water techniques. Even that warm tree might not have the chance to be busy with those trivial matters every day. Maybe even a handful of melon seeds in Xiaomi's pocket would become more valuable than Guyu money in the eyes of the cultivators of Luopa Mountain. There would definitely be a day in the future when every disciple of Luopa Mountain would talk about their ancestral master's invincible fist technique and the #1 swordsmanship. They would admire their old mountain master Qin and make friends all over the world. They would be close friends with some ancestral masters and brothers with some sect masters. When the young people in the future travel down the mountain or walk the Jianghu, most of them would like to talk to their own friends about when and where their ancestral master had done something magnificent. Then, the rules and principles set by the young mountain master of Luopa Mountain would become more and more important. And Cui Dongshan wanted to ensure that these things in the future would become a vein that was nailed to the board. The mountains stretched and the rivers spread, the roads of the mountains and rivers were already there. The future disciples of Luopa Mountain only needed to walk on the road, and it would be better if there was someone who could open up a new path. It was just that in this process, there would definitely be all kinds of mistakes, all kinds of people's hearts would scatter and many big and small unhappiness. There would need to be someone to preach, someone to protect, someone to correct mistakes and someone to correct mistakes. It was definitely not something that Mr. could do alone. So the reason that Cui Dong gave to Cui Dongshan, the reason why he persuaded Cui Dongshan not to let his emotions affect his decisions, had nothing to do with outsiders. It was just a matter between Cui Dong and Cui Dongshan. You feel that you are Cui Dongshan and no longer Cui Dong, that's fine. I Cui Dong have already made the Dali dynasty and the Aquarius continent become a big one. Then you Cui Dongshan will make Luopa Mountain the next big one in the human world. Let's have a competition between ourselves. Let's assume that Cui Shi has lived 100 years longer than Cui Dongshan. I'll give you at least another 100 years to wrestle with me. Let's see whose one is bigger and more indestructible. Every time Cui Dongshan thought of this, he wanted to curse out loud, but every time he could only curse an old bastard and could not curse anymore. That me sword deity is vexed my ass. How can he compare to me, Dongshan? You still want me to bring you to the Jade Liquid River God residence to relieve your boredom, me sword deity, dream on. I will envy you to death. After all, there was a difference between being close and distant. Cui Dongshan believed that he was still very protective of me sword deity. After all, he was the future leader of the illusionary flower, water and moon. However, Cui Dongshan was not too polite to some newcomers and he did not think highly of them. He pinched his nose and recognized them as half of his family, so being too polite would only make them estranged. For example, the lord of the Fox Kingdom, Pei Xiang, who had added inscriptions to Zhou Xian, had secretly become Cui Dongshan's possession. Cui Dongshan liked the phrase, true love, for a few years, very much, so he gave Pei Xiang an item that he did not like for a long time. It was not only a fair transaction, but also a small gift in return for Luopa Mountain. Receiving an item that even cultivators of the upper 5 realms might not have, the lord of the Fox Kingdom, who was used to seeing immortal money, felt like he was dreaming. One day when old chef was cooking in the kitchen, Cui Dongshan leaned against the door and took out the inkstone with a smile, gently blowing on it, and showed it to Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian glanced at it and asked with a smile, "How much is true love?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It can be a lot, but it has to be exchanged with an item that is close to you. Of course, it is not a matter of money. Sister Pei Xiang has a high status, so of course she has to consider the Fox Kingdom. Old chef, don't be sad or else you will hurt Sister Pei Xiang even more." Zhou Lian smiled and said that it was already very unexpected. His expression was calm and he was very sincere. Cui Dongshan asked again what would happen if Pei Xiang took the initiative to apologize to him. Zhou Lian said that he had his ways to help her relax, or else what else could he do? Cui Dongshan admired old chef more and more. He was really a stubborn old chef. It was not enough to describe his cultivation of the heart, but rather his cultivation of the heart was mature. At the mountain gate, Cui Dongshan asked Mr. Lu about some trivial things that happened in the lotus flower-blessed land in the past. The more trivial the better. Firstly, it would not arouse the suspicion of the meticulous Chao Qinglang. Secondly, one or two trivial matters and a few casual words would of course not reveal one's true nature. However, as long as there were enough, it would reveal one's true nature more than any major feat. Moreover, Lu Chue was more sincere on Chao Qinglang's side. Therefore Cui Dongshan could get closer to the real Lu Chue. Once Zhou Zi felt that the time was right, he would really make a move. Lu Kai, the sword cultivator, was one of the top 10 young people in the world, and the innate restraint of the two blade-strengthening gourds and the two natal flying swords were not only a means to suppress Mr. but also a smokescreen. Q-sword was not only about the sword. Sir had already figured this out long ago. In the future he would even use Xingyang Mountain to practice and ask this person's heart. Then how could he not know about Tan Tianzhou, who was above the entire Shuo Di Lu clan? When the time came, Zhou Zi would definitely make Lu Tai suffer in the past. He would then become the sword immortal Lu Kai in Zhou Zi's heart. In the end it would make Sir's state of mind even more unbearable. All the sincere thoughts, past grudges and beautiful things of the past would be another intrinsic flying sword that Zhou Zi forged for Lu Kai. It would be Lu Kai's true most powerful sword. The most troublesome part was that Zhou Zi's intention to kill Lu Kai was not necessarily to force Lu Kai to kill Sir. Perhaps it was because of his Dao heart. The so-called death of one's body and Dao on the mountain seemed to be a matter of one's family. In fact, it was often a matter of two neighboring families. All he needed to do was to separate the family physically and mentally. Cui Dongshan was rarely so wary of a person. A person who dared to use Shi Rou as a training ground and compete with Lu Qin in mental arithmetic such as, Lu Qin, you're bored, and I'll relieve my boredom, was definitely a million times stronger than a woman who only knew how to use a few red threads and move the sword fate of an entire continent to sharpen her Dao. However, there was no need to mention such an important matter to junior apprentice brother Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang was still too young and lacked a few real trials. However, even if it was just a chat with Chao Qinglang, Cui Dongshan's mood improved. Within the same literary lineage, there was a successor who could take on great responsibilities. This was more worthy of Cui Dongshan's expectations than someone who was 1 or 2 levels higher on Luopa Mountain, or someone who could ascend to the next peak level in the future. The junior apprentice brother beside him who seemed to make the bamboo chair smaller with each passing year, the slightly thin green-robed youth in his hometown back then, was now a young Confucian with a jade-like complexion. Other than Zhou Xian, the literary sage's lineage, including Sir, was actually not bad with women. It should be quite good. When it came to Chao Qinglang, even Cui Dongshan did not dare to be sure. After all, no matter how good one's luck with women was, one had to be enlightened, right? Otherwise they would learn from the blockheads around them. Even if Yu Lao paid them a visit and hammered the red string of red string every time, or dragged the red string of 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 Cui Dongshan and Chao Qinglang's chat was actually a temporary farewell to Luopa Mountain. When a white cloud flew away with the wind, he could not help but look back at the beautiful mountains and clear waters. Let's go, let's go. If I take a few more looks, I really can't help but go back and eat more melon seeds. Old Chef and the head of justice were on the mountain, so he could rest assured. There was also Brother Xianying outside the mountain, so he could also rest assured. What Lu Xianying really could make Cui Dongshan feel at ease was not the golden coresword cultivator realm that he cultivated in his dream, but the sentence, "Can I take a look at Lu Kai from afar?" What would happen after seeing it? Of course, Lu Xianying would go to the dream to kill someone. Lu Xianying did not ask about the cause and effect at all, nor did he ask about the price he had to pay. Lu Xianying even had to put aside his identity as a Confucian scholar who had read a lot of sages. There were some life and death matters that were at the gates of hell. After experiencing it once and tasting the bitterness once, one would learn to be smarter. Back in his hometown, Lu Xianyang had already done it for a friend once. Now that he encountered other things for the same friend, he was still so stupid. Cui Dongshan was sure that his Sir Qin Pingon still felt that Lu Xianyang was much smarter than him. Perhaps he would think so for his entire life. That was why Cui Dongshan seemed to have borrowed the courage of the left protector of the dragon riding alley. Risking being scolded by his sir, he secretly arranged for Lu Xianyang to follow the mellow Madame Qin and walk the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As a small immortal who hid and snuck around, Cui Dongshan could of course do many things, but he might never be able to be as righteous as Lu Xianyang. Especially not like Lu Xianyang, who was true to himself and felt that what he did, Qin Pingon's words were useful. He just needed to listen. If my words don't work on Qin Pingon's side, I won't be Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingon won't be Qin Pingon. Even Cui Dongshan had to admit that these words, which Lu Xianyang didn't say, were very arrogant. That kind of Lu Xianyang was worthy of any good girl in the world. Cui Dongshan didn't go to Dali's capital or Old Dragon City. Instead, he went to a place that wasn't under Wei Pai's jurisdiction. There were still some things to deal with at Martial Mountain that had something to do with Old Yang, so he had to be careful. Flipping through the old almanac, those ancient gods that were once high and mighty were actually mountains in great numbers. If they were like a piece of iron plate, there wouldn't have been humans climbing mountains in the future. However, the biggest similarity was that the heavenly Tao was heartless. The great changes in Ruanxiu and Li Lu in this life were deliberately caused by Old Yang. Otherwise, why would Li Lu, who had reincarnated so many times, still have the same heart of the great Tao? Cui Dongshan yawned. At the border between the two mountains, he suddenly reversed his posture of swimming with his face facing the sky and back facing the ground. He glanced at the human world. The big and small night-wandering gods of the northern mountains city god temple were probably the existences that were most grateful to Lord Wei Shan. On empty padding cloud, Wei Pai, who was temporarily free, was in a small bamboo forest. The few remaining bamboos not only came from the bamboo sea grotto heaven, but also from the azure Immortal mountain where the mountain god temple was located. They were extremely precious. Back then he had been harmed by Alliance, so he had to endure it. In fact, every time Wei Pai went to Luopa Mountain's bamboo house, he had mixed feelings. If he took an extra look, his heart would ache, but if he didn't, he couldn't help it. Now the bamboo forest was shabby and there was a shortage of green and yellow. Wei Pai sighed. The night-wandering banquet could be held again, but the bamboos had to be protected. Previously he had found Cui Dongshan and asked if the white-clothed youth had any relationship with the bamboo sea grotto heaven, and if he could buy a few more bamboos of similar quality. Here at MT Padding Cloud he could buy them at a high price. At that time Cui Dongshan had a strange expression, saying that he was willing to bite the bullet and risk half his life to open his mouth for the Mountain Lord. But he was afraid that he would be beaten half to death by the Lady of the Azure Immortal Mountain and implicate MT Padding Cloud to become a first-class guest on the Green Mountain God Temple's list. Wei Pai could only give up. However, he placed his hopes on Qin Pingon. In any case, this young lord of MT Luopa was really good at dealing with women or with seniors. The little person from the Zhou City God Temple who came to MT Luopo on time to offer incense was privately given a temporary low-level position by Zhou Mili. He was the right Dharma protector of the Riding Dragon Alley, the one that Zhou Mili had resigned from. Moreover, she told him frankly that whether he succeeded in the end would still be up to Pei Qian. Right now he was only temporarily in charge. The little guy was so happy that he almost went home to beat drums and gongs. When the little person returned to MT Luopo's pavilion of the province, probably because he was wearing an official's hat, he had a tough back. The little guy spoke like he was quite arrogant. He stood on the edge of the incense burner with his hands on his hips, raising his head towards the golden statue and saying, "Show some respect when you speak in the future. Why don't you fucking put more incense ash in the burner? If you make me hungry, I'll report you to Emiluopa. I have someone protecting me on the mountain right now, so if you don't want me here, they'll be somewhere else." The Lord Emiluopa that ranked first across the entire dragon province chuckled and said, "What a great official's might." The little guy's courage diminished slightly. He crossed his arms over his chest like the right Dharma protector and was just about to say a few heroic words when Lord MT Luopa slapped him out of the MT Luopa mountain. He felt humiliated, so he just ran away from home and joined MT Luopa for half a day. When the right Dharma protector of the Dragon Rider Alley ran into the right Dharma protector of MT Luopa mountain, He only resented himself for being too small, unable to carry Sir Zhou's pole and bamboo cane. Instead, Qin Wanchu heard the little guy grumble about many of the faults of Lord Mt. Luopa Mountain, so he tried to persuade him. He basically said, "You've gone through so many trials and tribulations with the old Mt. Luopa Mountain in the past. Now that your master has finally been promoted to an official after so much difficulty, you can be considered as half a face of the Mt. Luopa Mountain. You can't squabble with Lord Mt. Luopa Mountain so often, just in case the other Mt. Luo temples of various sizes and civil and military temples see you as a joke." In the end, Nuanshu smiled and said, "Of course the right Dharma protector of our Dragon Rider alley isn't insensible. He's always been very thorough in his work and he's even polite." Xiaomi Li nodded vigorously on the side, placing her hand on the little person's head gently. "We've been and are still the right Dharma protector of the Dragon Rider alley, so we're all very clever." The little person was stunned at first, then he thought about it. In the end he was overjoyed. Now that he had a way out, the little guy jumped off the stone table and happily went down the mountain to go home. Tonight, Lu Xianyang walked alone along the Dragon Whisker River until he reached the Tiefu River. On the other side was the water god temple of the river god Yanghua. Lu Xianyang then turned around. Before leaving the South Sa continent, the old master said goodbye to him on the stone cliff. He told Lu Xianyang about this matter and then let him choose for himself. Lu Xianyang raised his wrist and smiled bitterly. Without any hesitation, Lu Xianyang bowed and asked the old master to help him cut the red string. Qin Chunan smiled and broke the red string with 2 fingers. He reminded Lu Xianyang, "When you return to your hometown, be more careful. The person behind this is definitely not simple." Lu Xianyang sighed and rubbed his cheeks hard. The strange existence of that sword cultivator Lu Kai was indeed worrisome. However, when he thought of that Miss Jianyu, he felt a little happy again. He immediately ran to the water's edge and squatted down to look in the mirror. Damn it, even Qin Pingon couldn't compare to those handsome lads. "Miss Jianyu, you're really lucky." North Continent. The head of the Fish Mallard Academy, Zhou Fei, was waiting for the 2 replies. For the time being, he couldn't go to the Aquarius continent to relax, so he could only go to the nearby Lion Peak to relax. He drank with 2 old friends, old and new. His good friend was the head of the peak and the martial artist Li Er. In fact, Zhou Fei had visited the Lion Peak not long ago. At that time, there was a young Confucian scholar who claimed to be from the Cliff Academy. When he met Zhou Fei, the young man was reading on the mountain. At first glance, it was obvious that he wouldn't mistreat himself. The young man named Li Huai thought Zhou Fei was a cultivator from the Lion Peak. He wasn't afraid at all and was very enthusiastic. He dragged Zhou Fei to drink with him. He gave the remaining half of the wine on the table to great Immortal Zhou, who claimed to be surnamed Zhou. He said that in his hometown, regardless of whether it was salted water or peanuts, using chopsticks was a sign of friendship. As long as great Immortal Zhou didn't mind, there was no need to be picky. He also said that he had a sister who was cultivating on the mountain and wanted to trouble great Immortal Zhou to take care of her in the future. The young man raised his wine bowl and said that he would take one first. Zhou Fei smiled and asked, "Has your son returned to the Aquarius continent?" Li Er smiled and nodded. He said that he can't always travel far away. "My son is a scholar." Until now, Li Er and his wife still felt that their son Li Huai's identity as a scholar was the most important thing in their family. As for their daughter Li Lu, she had always been an extremely sensible daughter to Li Er. Even now she was still the same. The peak master smiled awkwardly. It wasn't that Li Huai was insensible but that he was too sensible. For the sake of his sister's immortal fate on the mountain, he could say any kind of mushy words. Firstly, there wasn't such an atmosphere on the Lion Peak. Secondly, the old Yuanying was used to flattery outside the mountain. Therefore, it wasn't that the old cultivator couldn't stand the flattery. It was that kid who said, "My sister is clumsy but not bad. How lucky must she be to be able to cultivate on the Lion Peak? And then, if my sister accidentally does something bad out of good intentions, Peak Master is obviously an old immortal who is well read. Please forgive her." However, a few words of punishment and scolding are also necessary. The old Yuanying could only smile and didn't dare to say anything. Did he dare to say anything? Of course not. The founder of the Lion Peak wasn't the maid of the earth immortal gold core Wei Taishan in Li Huai's eyes. Instead, she treated an ascendant realm demon from the Lushui pit as her maid. After drinking with Li Er and the others, Zhou went to the pavilion with a wide view and sighed softly. Teacher, there are things in the world that we can or can't do. Let's do it first. If you think it's too far away, I'll take care of the formal appointment ceremony for you. However, don't forget to send me the Green Confucian Temple Edict. Since he had the same name as a sovereign realm demon, the scholarly sage who thought he had a good temper, sent the letter to the Confucian Temple Edict. However, the end of the letter to his teacher was almost disrespectful. If you can't even do this, I'll have to return the sage's teachings to you. Not only that, I'll also resign from my position as the peak master. I, Zhou, will go and meet the desolate lands when Hai Zhou. Anyway, only one of them can be left. At the Thunder God residence on the Infant Mountain, the two foreigners finally left. The guy named Qin Lingjun didn't lower his head and apologize in the end. He still maintained the attitude of, you should admit your mistakes first and I'll apologize later. The Thunder God residence let him go because the Marquis of Longting Li Yuan sent him a second secret letter. The letter only had one sentence: don't be so shameless. If my good brother eats one more prison meal in your residence, I'll turn your Thunder God residence into a water prison. However, Qin Lingjun was still in the dark. He just thought that he had made a wish in his heart and prayed for his master's protection. His wish finally came true. His reputation was ruined in the Thunder God residence. However, he didn't have to eat prison meal every day in fear. Otherwise, if there was a slight taste of meat in the food, Qin Lingjun would feel like he was going to die. Then he would turn around and watch his good friend wolfing down the food. He would feel sad thinking that he had implicated his good friend. Now the sky was high and the earth was wide. Not only did the old immortals of the Thunder God residence on the Infant Mountain not haggle over the loss of the word God residence, they even sent him down the mountain in a friendly manner. Qin Lingjun secretly left all the immortal money on him in the prison. He only left some gold leaves and silver ingots to ensure that he and his good brother didn't have to worry about food and drink. The Thunder God residents didn't pay attention to the things they did, but he, Qin Lingjun, was a particular person. After going down the mountain, Qin Lingjun couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. The young coachman said, the old immortal of the Thunder God residence didn't admit his mistake, but we didn't admit our mistake either. Let's call it even. Qin Lingjun looked back at the Infant Mountain from afar. We're already immortals. Is it so difficult to admit our mistakes and correct them? The young coachman smiled and said, immortals have more face, or ordinary people have more face. Brother, you're really an idiot. You can't even understand this. Qin Lingjun laughed and said in a low voice, *CK his face. The young coachman said, go drink good wine. Who cares? Remember to pick the expensive ones. Live frugally and be stingy. It's not our style. In a seaside city, Qin Lingjun found a restaurant and ordered a large table of wine and dishes. Qin Lingjun and his good brother, who had gone through thick and thin together, drank together and got drunk together. The two brothers had to use the smell of alcohol to wash away their bad luck. The young coachman's name was Bai Heng. His name was a little strange. Once when Qin Lingjun was drunk in a wine shop, he said that this name wasn't very festive. He patted his chest and promised his good friend that when they returned to their hometown together, he would ask his master to give him a name. Qin Lingjun stood on the bench at that time and gave him a thumbs up. He said that his master would give him a name. Although he was a young coachman, he was a real martial artist of the third realm and was used to walking the jianghu. When Qin Lingjun made friends, he didn't look at the realm. Moreover, in his hometown, the thing about realms was really not to be taken seriously. It was the most boring thing. The world was big, but getting along was the most important thing. Today he drank with his good brother Bai Heng in the restaurant and ordered a table of signature dishes. Bai Heng said a few words in a genteel way, saying that it was rare that he had nothing to do today, so it was best to drink good wine. What good wine? It was expensive wine. Qin Lingjun liked it very much. Bai Heng was the best. He was never pretentious. Bai Heng's true feelings of, brother, freeloading with you every day, am I taking advantage of you? Impossible, I'm treating you as my long-lost brother. Qin Lingjun liked it the most from the bottom of his heart. Damn it, that brotherly Yuan. The only flaw in this otherwise perfect thing was that he lacked this heroic spirit. Today Qin Lingjun was drunk again, but it was rare that he didn't pull Bai Heng along to brag. Instead he was a little sad and his voice became softer and softer. In the past I always liked to listen to good words and couldn't listen to anything bad. Later when I met Master he told me that I would listen to good and bad words and not take them too seriously. Moreover, out of 10 good words, one bad one would often be beaten to death. So every time I listen to a good word from someone I have 90% of it left. When I have enough good words I can wait for that bad one to come to visit. I won't be sad at all. The young coachman shook his head and said, Brother Lingjun, there are very few people in the world who are so shrewd and know how to fix their own hearts. They all like to listen to good things. Otherwise they are so rich that they have nothing better to do and only pick ugly things to listen to. Qin Lingjun smiled and said, You're talking about me. The young coachman smiled and said, I'm also talking about myself. Let's encourage each other. In any case we know the rules. Whether we can do it or not we'll talk about it after drinking. Why are you in a daze? Are you afraid that I'll drink until you're poor? I'll pick one first, you follow. Qin Lingjun hurriedly drank a bowl with Bai. Qin Lingjun couldn't help but sigh. His mood was a little strange today. Qin Lingjun thought of that old brother of his from Mount Huanghushan for no reason and said, Bai, come visit my house in the future. I want to introduce you to a friend. He's an old Daoist with the surname Jia. He's witty and has a good tolerance for alcohol. Bai laughed and said, Fake? Is it real or fake? It's fake, right? Qin Lingjun chuckled and said, You're ignorant. But as a member of the Jianghu, it's not shameful that you don't know much about fighting. But you have to mention one. Bai hurriedly drank a bowl of wine and continued to fill it to the brim. The bowl wasn't big and couldn't hold much wine. He had to rely on the number of bowls to make up for it. In any case, a good brother wasn't a petty person. In the Jianghu this was called face. The two of them walked out of the restaurant in a drunken stupor. Qin Lingjun weighed the money pouch and said bitterly, Bai, I don't think we can drink more than a few meals of this kind of wine. Bai nodded with a smile. That's right. There's no banquet in this world that doesn't end. Qin Lingjun burped. He was still in the attire of carrying a bamboo chest and holding a mountain walking staff. He originally wanted to follow his good brother's words and scold Bai for not knowing how to speak properly. But when he thought about how he was going to really walk on the river he took it that this sentence was sad and couldn't refute it. After all, walking on the river was not only destined to be difficult, but there were also too many accidents. Elder brother Bai was only a martial artist of the third realm. Firstly, he might not be able to keep up with his speed of walking on the river. Secondly, it was even more unstable. What if a thunder god residence blocked the way? Bai hurriedly turned his head to look at Qin Lingjun, who had his head lowered and didn't say anything. He smiled and slapped the back of Qin Lingjun's head, causing the latter to stagger. Qin Lingjun scratched his head. What the heck? Bai hurriedly patted his stomach and said with a smile, Wine can fill one's stomach. Qin Lingjun hesitated for a long time before saying, Brother, we might really have to part ways. I have something to do that can't be delayed. If it succeeds I will look for you to play later. We will drink good wine, drink the most expensive immortal wine. Qin Lingjun saw that Bai hurriedly smiled at him and was startled. What, after being locked up for so long, you can treat me like a girl? Bai hurriedly, don't be like this, I will give you all the gold leaves but I will keep the silver ingots. After that I won't care where you go. Bai hurriedly laughed out loud. No need, following a good brother I don't have to worry about food and drink. This is the business of the martial world. Qin Lingjun had already taken down his bookcase and walked to a secluded place. He opened the bamboo case and took out the remaining gold leaves and gave it to Bai hurriedly. Seeing that his good brother did not move, Qin Lingjun grumbled, Hurry up, if you don't do things well how can you be my good brother? Bai hurriedly hesitated. Qin Lingjun directly tossed it to him. After Bai hurriedly caught it, Qin Lingjun hugged the mountain walking stick and cupped his fists. Bai hurriedly, let's part ways here. If you are willing, go to the water dragon sect and wait for me. As long as I can return, I will definitely look for you and bring you to the Aquarius continent to play. I am not bragging but I am very familiar with the place. Wherever I go I will drink and not spend money. When we are there we will continue to eat and drink well. Bai hurriedly laughed. Then I will go to the spring dew garden and wait for you. Qin Lingjun thought for a while. He did not know who was waiting for whom, but it was not convenient to say more. So he agreed to meet at the spring dew garden. Qin Lingjun left in big strides. Bai hurriedly kept the bag of gold leaves in his sleeves. He leaned against the wall and watched the figure gradually disappear. Indeed, he did not know who was waiting for whom. Bai hurriedly waited for it to happen. Just like that old Daoist, Jiaqing, he would return this body. However, he was slightly different from Jiaqing. Back then, the muddle-headed Jiaqing was him taking a nap, but he was not Jiaqing occasionally. From time to time he would still take a few glances at the Pearl Grotto heaven of the past. As for the body he was wearing now, he was just a passerby. When he left as a guest, the owner would not remember that there was a guest. When the guest came uninvited and came without permission, of course he would have to give him a gift. Of course, it was not difficult to have a physique of the far-traversing state or a cultivation level of the land immortal. However, when an ordinary person suddenly became rich, only his state of mind was still shallow. In the long run it might not be a good thing. Giving some secular gold and silver, he could get a physique of the third realm that could prolong his life for a few years. It was enough for the coachman to return to his hometown as if he was sleepwalking. Then he would get an inexplicable small fortune and be at ease. That would be enough. Looking for flowers in the fog was not a mistake. Looking for flowers in the fog was really difficult. Could it be that he really had to pick flowers and smile in the end? Bai hurriedly laughed and raised his hand to form a seal. The sword technique was the Dao technique. The sword of the flying sword, the Dao of the Dao technique. When the sword was unsheathed, the Dao revolved. The long river of time seemed to flow in reverse. Just as Bai hurriedly took the bag of golden leaves, Qin Lingjun had just turned around. Bai hurriedly smiled and said, "Qin Lingjun, I did come for on long. When I arrived at the ruins of Pearl Grotto Heaven, I killed 2 birds with 1 stone and saved myself the trouble. First I killed the remnant of the true dragon. Then I ran a few steps further and beheaded you, Qin Lingjun, at the estuary of Jilu Estuary. It's just nice as a small return gift to Lu Qin for messing with me." That Qin Lingjun turned around and gave Bai hurriedly a thumbs up. As expected of a good brother, even the way they spoke was the same. "If I don't drink, I am the most miserable person on Luopa Mountain. If I drink, not to mention Luopa Mountain, I am the most important person in the entire northern peak." Then Qin Lingjun jumped up and slapped the young man's head. He scolded jokingly, "You didn't eat any melon seeds, did you? Look at how drunk you are. Is the head of a good brother for you to behead? Behead your grandpa. You can't even afford a sword. If I gave you a sword, you would be able to slay the heavens." Bai hurriedly laughed and formed another seal in his sleeve. He was still standing in the same place, but that Qin Lingjun had already disappeared around the corner of the street. A head suddenly popped out and shouted, "Bai hurriedly, I'll help you change your name in the future. It's a waste of effort, it's not festive enough." Bai hurriedly, or perhaps Jiaqing, or perhaps the master of the White Emperor City's city lord, the person who once ruled over the world, smiled and waved at that Qin Lingjun. In the tall building of the feudal residence. Today Song Mu left the meeting hall where the generals and immortal masters gathered. He personally brought Mr. Fan, an esteemed guest, from afar, and together they ascended to a high place to observe the battlefield. The words of his royal uncle Song Zhengqiang made him truly change from Song Jisun of Clay Bottle Alley to Song Mu, the vassal of Dolly. If you spend your whole life studying hard, you may not necessarily become a sage of the Confucian temple. If you cultivate Taoism, you may not necessarily become an immortal. However, you are the vassal of Dolly. You don't have to care about whether you are Song He or Song Mu in the genealogy of the Song family. As long as you know how to use people, you will be the Song Jisun in your hands, who is far more powerful than the headmaster of the academy and the immortals on the mountain. The mountains and rivers of a continent, half of the country, are in the hands of Song Jisun, waiting for you to devise a strategy. The sages of the academy speak reason, but others just listen. The gods are in charge of the mountains and rivers? Just take a look for yourself. As for the thoughts of some women around you, do you need to deliberately understand? Do you need to feel sorry for yourself? You need to let her take the initiative to guess the thoughts of Song Jisun beside you. Song Mu gently exhaled. Outside Old Dragon City. In a small Aquarius continent, many cultivators who left the mountains displayed their spells and divine powers. Even Mr. Fan, the old cultivator who hunted down Alliance, was secretly shocked. GQ first revealed her true dragon form in the sea, and wantonly strangled the demon army of the wilderness. She also controlled a huge wave out of thin air, and crashed into the water waves that were activated by the royal demon Imperial Concubine Fae. Imperial Concubine Fae's attack caused the entire South Sea outside Old Dragon City to seem to be divided into 2, one high and one low. After GQ revealed her true form, a pearl as big as the bright moon in the sea shone over 100 miles, and instantly rose to the surface of the sea near Old Dragon City. The two high walls of the sea that seemed to be separated by a thin line, the north was higher than the south by a large margin. After all, Imperial Concubine Faye's move of the sea was originally this royal demon's full effort, and there were also hundreds of demons who were proficient in water techniques helping to add fuel to the fire. GQ allowed half of the sea to collapse, and directly rushed behind her, flooding Old Dragon City. She just fiercely smashed the wall on the way forward, and went straight to the south to find Imperial Concubine Faye. Of course, the Aquarius Continent's cultivators on the battlefield of Old Dragon City would not allow the sea to destroy Old Dragon City's mountain river formation. The sword boats suspended in the sky and thousands of flying swords shot out. The group of sword immortals and sword cultivators from the North Continent, as well as the native sword cultivators of the Aquarius Continent, including the Fu family's consecrator Chu Yang, shot out all kinds of sword lights and shattered the water. There was also the Dao attainment master from the White Frost dynasty, who allowed the calligraphy that had lost its words to completely disappear from the world. He then turned the seals on the calligraphy into golden puppets that were hundreds of feet tall. Each of them held a magic weapon and they lined up in a line outside Old Dragon City. There was also the eminent monk who represented the Aquarius Continent's temple to return the gift from the Dali dynasty. He did not hesitate to give up his two natal items, a monk's staff and a kasaya, and used his staff to transform into a dragon. It was like a green mountain that spanned between the sea and the land, and then used his kasaya to cover half of Old Dragon City. He had to stop the water from crushing the city, and not cause damage to Old Dragon City's formation that even the immortal money could not repair. The Tai Hui Sword Sect's patriarch of discipline Huang Tong did not retreat. He stood alone on the shore and took out a natal flying sword. He did not care about the huge waves and seawater, and just took the opportunity to kill those demon clan cultivators who could do whatever they wanted. He used this opportunity to tear away all his disguises, saving him the trouble of looking for her. He thrust out his sword and it first turned into 81 sword lights. There were sword lights swimming in all directions like dragons. As long as a bright sword light touched a demon clan cultivator's body, it would instantly explode into a large cluster of scattered sword lights, and burst out again with a loud bang. In the past, when he fought with the sect master at the Great Wall of Sword Qi to seek death, this was where Huang Tong's confidence came from at that time. Unfortunately, he was still suppressed by the sect master Han Huizi's, "I am the sect master." The Old Dragon City's Great Wall formation was temporarily unharmed. However, before that Mr. Fan left, he still smiled and said a few polite words to vassal King Song Mu. It was fine if he could not see this kind of loss, but if he could see it and did not do anything, he could only pay. Therefore, Old Dragon City received a sum of money to maintain the spiritual chi of Old Dragon City on the ground and the sword boat in the sky. After Mr. Fan and the attendant left, Song Mu just stared into the distance, looking at the pair of mortal enemies that occasionally revealed their true bodies on the surface of the sea. GQ Fei Fei. They had both revealed their true bodies. The rich water in the north was like a torrential river, continuously surging from the central region to GQ in the sea. Fei Fei also borrowed a part of the water in the north of Tongye continent, but the momentum was not as exaggerated as GQ's. The battle between dragons and snakes. It was just that the true dragon whose rank was higher was still young and its realm was lower. Fortunately, both sides did not dare to steal the sea's water for the time being, and were more inclined to be close to the true dragon, whose body was snow white and only had golden eyes. Song Mu's expression was calm, but his one hand holding the railing turned into 5 fingers like a hook. Song Mu suddenly retracted his hand without turning his head, he just gently raised his hand. The Dali army cultivators immediately let the two go, allowing the latter to go to the vassal king's side. They were 2 old acquaintances, young city lord Fu Nanhua and Xianxia Mountain's Kai Qian. There was no need to be polite with Fu Nanhua, it was not common now, but after so many years, one lived in the Old Dragon City's vassal mansion in the inner city, and the other moved to the outer city. There were many opportunities for them to look at each other and reminisce. Therefore Song Mu turned around, only smiled and nodded to Fu Nanhua, then looked at the Xianxia Mountain's Immortal, clasped his fist and said, "Congratulations to Jin Jian for ascending to Yuanying." Kai Qian was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, It's just a joke, Fu Nanhua just made fun of me, you're not the only one. After Song Mu laughed, he said, I'm not young city lord Fu. Kai Qinqian sighed. He stood beside Song Mu and looked at the battlefield from afar. The layer of light of the old dragon city's great formation was crushed by the remaining huge waves that came ashore. Fortunately, after the impact, it dimmed a little and quickly recovered its original aura. The Song clan was really rich now. After Kai Qinqian got the opportunity of the ascension platform, because of her sex Xianxia mountain, she did not need to go to the battlefield to fight. Her financial and material resources could be exchanged for military achievements. After Xianxia Mountain knew that Kai Qinqian had ascended to Yuanying, the Grand Master of Law even specially looked for Kai Qinqian and asked her to promise one thing, that she would not stop him from going out to fight, but she must protect the foundation of the Great Tao. Song Mu continued to look at the battlefield in the distance. His cultivation realm was not worth mentioning, but it was a good thing he did not need to look at the bloody scene, it was too real. That was the only true dragon in the world. It was 3,000 feet long. Once the wound on its huge body was torn, it would be even bigger and more shocking. Kai Qinqian glanced at the king of vassal state, who was not too young, and sighed in his heart. Finally, he was no longer the young man who could not hide his noble aura in the mud bottle alley. In the center of the Aquarius continent, at the imitation Beko Kekyung building, the 12 flying swords were released together for the first time. They disappeared into thin air above Pidu and Great Blasphemy, and appeared in the sea outside the old dragon city. The flying swords nailed Fei Fei's true body from head to toe. The true dragon, whose white bones were exposed and its body was covered in golden blood, was able to withdraw from the battlefield. But even with the help of the 12 flying swords, the true dragon still could not successfully leave the battlefield. A long-armed old man who was hovering outside the battlefield changed from a posture of holding a long stick on his shoulder to smashing the true dragon's head with the stick, hitting the true dragon's head to the bottom of the sea. Blood instantly covered the sea surface. The scene could be said to be very close to the old dragon city. Song Mu clenched his fists in his sleeves, but his face was expressionless. Several sword immortals from the northern continent helped the true dragon to hold the line. Seeing that the chances of killing the true dragon were slim, the great demon Yuanshu chuckled. He tapped the tip of his foot and left the long sword under his feet. Suddenly he transformed into his gigantic true form and stomped to death a dozen cultivators who dared to kill his own men on the shore. Then he smashed his staff onto the old dragon city's mountain landscape grand formation. With just one strike, the grand formation lost its luster. The great city protecting grand formation, which was created by countless fine and majestic spiritual energy, shattered on the spot. Under the illumination of the sunlight, it was as if a gorgeous rain had fallen on old dragon city. Not only did the long stick break the great array, the momentum was still huge and quickly smashed the tall building. Almost at the same time, Huang Tong and Li Kai took out their flying swords to slash at Yuanshu's head, but the great demon slapped away one of their swords, and then grabbed the other sword and threw it far away. Fortunately, when the stick was about to land on the old dragon city, a continuous thin line appeared in the sky, and it was this small mountain range that was moved by an unknown person, that blocked the remaining half of Yuanshu's stick's power. When the thin line broke, a mountain range in the middle of the Aquarius continent collapsed. Yuanshu did not dare to stay on the battlefield for long and took a few more hits from the sword immortals. He stepped on the long sword again and retreated from the battlefield. These swordsmen from the North Continent are truly despicable. Wait till I destroy 100 ancestral halls in the Aquarius continent. When I reach your hometowns, I will not use my long rod to destroy your ancestral halls, but instead I will have a good fight with your mountaintop. On the Dragon Ascension stage, a white-clothed lady who had kept her true body, curled up her body. A yellow-clothed boy stood by the stairs, trembling in fear. He did not dare to go up the stage and even more so, did not dare to go near his miserable master. GQ's cheek was pressed against the ground as she stared at the trash. She squeezed out 3 words from between her teeth: "Get lost." The boy in yellow, who had followed GQ to successfully escape from Qifeng's fire, the 4-legged snake from Mud Bottle Alley, hurriedly ran down the stairs and squatted at the foot of the dragon platform. He covered his head with his hands and shivered. Just now, when they looked at each other, he realized that his master seemed to be on the verge of eating to heal himself. Imperial concubine Fei had also returned to her human form, but there were 12 holes in her body. Those were not ordinary immortal flying swords, so it was inevitable that her great Dao foundation would be damaged. Especially the sword that pierced through the back of her head. It was the most ruthless. But compared to the little dragon, Imperial Concubine Fei's miserable end was still much better. As for the 12 Baek Okekyung building flying swords, she didn't return all of them to Cui Dong. She broke one of them and kept the other one, intending to give it to her young master as a gift. The battlefield returned to the two armies. King Songmu ordered. Dozens of Dali men of sacrifice quietly moved like a net towards the 3 gates that were broken through by the wasteland. Since it was the gates torn open by the demon race army, it was also the path that Old Dragon City intentionally gave up. Otherwise, the wasteland would really attach to Old Dragon City and flock to the north. Song Mu and all those who were qualified to participate in the meeting never thought that Old Dragon City could be defended. But when Old Dragon City couldn't be defended, it would be a complete ruin and enough of the demon race army would die, especially the demon race cultivators. As for the Aquarius continent's cultivators, how could there be no casualties in this world's war? Just like those men of sacrifice who rushed to the battlefield, other than the cultivators who followed the Dali border army, there were more cultivators who were prisoners in the Ministry of Justice's death row prison. Every one of them was a talisman, and the death of every one of them would be equivalent to the suicide of a Jindan Earth Immortal. Kai Xianxian asked, "Aren't you worried that some of the men of sacrifice are afraid of death and run away, or simply surrender to the demon race?" Song Mu said, "There are definitely some and there will be many. But don't worry. If they are afraid of death, the demon race wouldn't dare to accept them. The men of sacrifice who came from the Dali dynasty army would first surrender and then die. It wasn't just one person but one after the other, a total of 12 people. They would force the demon race army to not accept them. Furthermore, the battlefield was so chaotic, who would have the mood to identify them one by one? Very quickly at the front of the battlefield, near the demon race army, a large ball of light lit up. Fu Nanhua leaned on the railing and turned to look at Song Mu, who was squinting his eyes to observe the situation of the battlefield. The latter raised his hand as though he had some thoughts. He called over a secretary and spoke telepathically, and the latter directly rode the wind to the meeting hall. Fu Nanhua retracted his gaze and was somewhat envious. The identity of the vassal king, the qualifications of a formidable person. Other than the southern peak behind Old Dragon City, the 2 elite cavalry units of Dali were quietly waiting for Old Dragon City to be breached. There were also 2 battle lines in the southeast and southwest of Aquarius continent, where battles had begun. It was just that it was not as tragic as Old Dragon City's battle line, but this not so was only relative to the cultivators on the mountain. The number of deaths in the Dali border army and vassal army was rapidly increasing by the day. Of course, it was the Dali cavalry stationed at the front lines that died first, and more died. But there were also some vassal army soldiers that the Dali dynasty thought were strong enough to fight on the front lines. Even so, these vassal state elites were still looked down upon by the Dali cavalry. The Jiang clan of Yunlin was in charge of a vassal state battlefield. A great battle had ended. Under the setting sun, Dali's civil and military secretaries were in charge of arranging for soldiers to clean up the battlefield. There were fewer Dali cavalry units and more of them were vassal army soldiers. The cultivators on the mountain and the soldiers at the foot of the mountain were all like this. Even after the battle ended, the vassal army elites who did not need to clean up the piles of corpses did not feel that it was unreasonable. After a series of battles, the disparity in strength was even more obvious than when the Dali cavalry went down south to crush the vassal states in the early years. Only then did they know one thing: the vassal army that went down south did not have many opportunities to use their full strength. A dozen Dali elites who had their wounds bandaged sat on a small hill and looked at the battlefield not far away. In fact, most of them were from the vassal state army of Dali, and only 3 of them were vassal Dali cavalry units. However, after a few battles, the relationship between the 2 sides became slightly more harmonious. The so-called harmony was that they could chat more leisurely. A young soldier who came from one of Great Li's vassals said softly, "Lieutenant, according to those immortals, I heard that when a person dies, most of them are gone forever. Some of them will turn into wandering souls and they will die in the first 7 days. Only a small number of them have the chance to turn into ghosts." The general, who was called Lieutenant, had an elegant face. If it were not for his injuries, People would believe him if he was thrown into the vassal state army's hometown. But this lieutenant was of course an old official position in the vassal state army in the past. Now, not to mention lieutenant, he could not even be a senior lieutenant. He could only be a deputy lieutenant in the Dali border army, and he was promoted by one rank not long ago. Before today's battle he was only one of the 3 deputy senior lieutenants, but now he was not one of them. He would probably become one of them again tomorrow. He laughed softly. Our hometown is still here. The sooner we die, the sooner we can go home. If we die too late, our home will be gone. When that time comes, we won't even know where to go when we die. If we were lucky, we could have taken a few more looks, but now we are unlucky. In fact, this military officer named Qing was a true grand scholar. Qing turned to look at the senior lieutenant beside him and joked, "Your Dali is at the northernmost side, have a good trip." Senior Lieutenant Wang Ji was a Dali border army scout. He was about the same age as Qing, but when he joined the army, Qing was still a teenager and was still studying the sage books. Qing once asked a question that he wanted to know the answer to. Why were the Dali Iron Cavalry so strong? The man who had been a Dali border army lieutenant for many years actually looked like a man in his 40s because of his old appearance. The man thought for a long time before giving an answer that was not the answer. He said that when he first joined the border army, the first time the enemy's knife saw his own bone, he carried the old senior sergeant to bandage his wound. In fact, the old senior sergeant did not blame him. At that time he only blamed himself. He felt that he was not a good man, but he had to pretend to be one. As for later on, he got used to it. A young Dali border army soldier said angrily, "What do you mean by your Dali Iron Cavalry? Explain it clearly to me." Wang Ji's old appearance was really old, but the young man's face was really young. He was only 16 years old, but he was a real Dali border army soldier. The young man silently cursed in his heart. Previously he was being sarcastic, so he tolerated it. It was said that this fellow was a person who had read a few books and knew a few words. When he saw the sunset on the horizon, he said that it was like a girl he liked blushed. He even said that the moonlight was also a snob. Otherwise, why would the moonlight look better than cotton and linen clothes on a bright moon night? He spouted such nonsense that others could only half understand. "You are so King knowledgeable, but I don't see you killing more demon beasts than me. Why don't you become the Minister of Rights?" Qing smiled and said, "Okay. Senior Sergeant Ma is right." The young man with the surname Ma always said that his surname was Ma, so when he was reincarnated into our Dali Iron Cavalry, it was all for the Dali Iron Cavalry. Seeing that Qing was like this, the young man did not pursue the matter. After all, Qing was now half a lieutenant. As for why it was half, he was still an outsider. Wang Ji did not stop the young man's words. He only reached out and pressed the young man's head, not allowing this little brat to continue talking nonsense and hurt the harmony. Wang Ji smiled and said, "It's just a habit. It doesn't matter. Besides, we don't even care about life and death anymore. What else is there to care about? Now that we are all fellow soldiers." Hearing this, the young man was about to speak, but the senior sergeant pressed his head harder and he immediately shut up. According to our Dali law, all the soldiers of Dali's vassal states will be demoted by at least 3 ranks. Those who have no rank will be demoted, so they will be obedient pawns. Qing teased, "Corporal Ma, did you see Fairy Song, who looks about the same age as you? Did Fairy Song cry when I bandaged your wounds this time?" The young man's face turned red and he scolded, "You scholars are all frivolous things. How can you make fun of a little girl and call her a hero? Get up, let's spar." Qing waved his hand, I don't dare. I admit defeat." Everyone, whether they were Dali natives or not, roared with laughter. At the rear of the battlefield, the Yao family's cultivators and the Dan Cauldron sect's cultivators were the 2 deities with the highest status in the eyes of the Dali soldiers. The reason was simple. One could save lives, the other could give people a higher chance of survival. Regardless of the level of a woman, regardless of her appearance, they would sincerely call her fairy. Men would even use the word deity in their surnames. It must be known that the Dali border army had always scoffed at the deities of the Aquarius continent. Before this war that had started, no one knew if there would be a tail. Those who cultivated on the mountain did not care who you were. "If you dared to be arrogant with me, do you see this Dali standard war knife? Even if I can't chop you to death, my Dali cavalry can always find someone else with a different knife. Even if you die, you won't dare to fight back. As for the little girl who was called Fairy Song by Qing, she was a Yao family Qi cultivator. She was quite courageous and dared to come here with her elders. However, she liked to cry secretly. The young man did not want these bastards to laugh at the Fairy Song he knew. He immediately changed his attitude and asked, "Senior Sergeant Ma, I heard that you followed our general to the Ministry of War in the capital. How was it? Was the yamen imposing? Minister Ma, is it true that the legend is true? A sneeze is louder than thunder?" The Senior Sergeant Ma, who was serious in speech and manner, twitched the corner of his mouth and took it as a smile. "Back then I was the general's personal guard. That was why I had the chance to walk around the capital. Without official documents, I could not enter the Ministry of War's yamen. Sneaking in would be courting death. I could only obediently wait outside for the general. There were people coming and going in the yamen, so I plucked up my courage and touched the mane of the stone lion. However, before I could touch it to my heart's content, the general came out and said that he was done with his business and wanted to go somewhere else. He has a friend who is working in a yamen under the Ministry of War. He's not doing well. He is also a high-ranking official and wears the same official patch. How can he compare to drinking tea in the yamen and drinking horse piss on the battlefield?" Speaking of this, Senior Sergeant Wang Ji said, "Actually, among the general's friends, there are two who are doing well in the capital. I am familiar with them. In the past, they were beaten and scolded by the general's old barracks. However, the general is more concerned about his reputation and did not have the face to be looked down upon. Every time the general finishes his business in the capital, as long as he is not in a hurry to return to the border, he will make a trip to the capital. In the general's words, these old friends of his are not even as high-ranking officials. In fact, these old friends of his were not that old. It was not that they were not doing well but that they died early." Qing sighed in his heart. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener took it seriously. This casual conversation actually made Qing, who was a scholar, feel that it was very meaningful. Senior Sergeant Wang Ji did not know that Deputy Lieutenant Qing was thinking too much. He only said slowly, "I followed him to the yamen under the Ministry of War's armory. In the end, the general's friend happened to be busy, so I could only sit with the general in the side hall. We drank tea the whole afternoon. There were not many tea leaves, but we had enough water pipes. The general was quite happy and said that the officials of the Ministry of War were poor, really poor, unlike those from the Ministry of Rights who only knew how to pretend to be poor." The general's voice was always loud, and these words were coincidentally heard by the servant outside. He quickly brought in a small jar of tea leaves and said with a smile, "It's different now. In the past, the Ministry of Revenue was so stingy that they had to give out tea leaves and tails. Now they are generous and finally know how to calculate by the weight." Our general was waiting for these words, so he immediately stood up and cupped his fists, saying, "Thank you, thank you. Fortunately, old Lieutenant Liu, who I used to follow, has been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue." That old servant immediately laughed heartily, saying that the two of us can be considered half a family. We asked each other about their experiences in the border army. Great, we are really relatives. It turns out that when Assistant Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue was a lieutenant, our general was a scout senior sergeant. Who would have thought that when Assistant Minister Liu had just joined the army, the old man was already a corporal? The general wanted the old man to sit down and drink tea while he helped to guard the door. The old man smiled and said that he could not. These are two different things. Drinking as a punishment was delicious at the border, but now that he is working in the yamen, drinking as a punishment is not delicious. Hearing this, the young man asked, "Senior Sergeant, you didn't take the initiative to ask to be a guard at the door." Wang Ji was stunned and shook his head. "At the time I was too busy laughing and did not think about this." The young man clicked his tongue and said, "Senior Sergeant, you were really impatient when you were a soldier and killed thieves. I feel that 2 thumbs up for Senior Sergeant is not enough. But Senior Sergeant, you are really not cut out to be an official. If it were me, I would have run to the door to keep a lookout and at least let the old corporal and the general drink a pot of tea." Wang Ji reached out and pushed the young man's head, laughing. "The general said that I am not going to be an official, and I admit it. You are just a small corporal and you have the nerve to talk about Senior Sergeant?" Wang Ji originally wanted to stop the conversation, but he did not expect that his fellow soldiers all seemed to like listening to such old stories. In addition, the young man kept asking about the situation in the capital, so the man continued, I did not enter the Ministry of War's Yamen, but the general took me to Delay Alley and Fanner Street. Those two streets in the capital were famous for being filled with generals. The young man's eyes were full of longing. How was it? Was it heavily guarded? When people walked on the streets, they did not dare to breathe loudly. Did they have to report to the Ministry of War before even letting out a fart? Otherwise, they would have to chop off their heads. At this point, the young corporal laughed to himself. This joke was quite good. It was worth it to go back and talk to his subordinates. So what if you are old? Aren't you still a soldier under my command? Wang Ji shook his head and said, in the beginning I was so nervous that my hands were sweating. I was even more afraid than when I was on the battlefield. As I walked, there was no difference. It was just that the trees on both sides were old. When I walked there in the summer, I walked in the shade of the trees, so I did not feel hot. The corporal was embarrassed to say that when he turned his head, he saw the general's eyes were bright and full of spirit. He was not afraid at all. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, so he was not nervous. As for whether the general was forcing himself to be calm, he did not think much about it before and did not ask. He planned to ask if there was a chance in the future. The young man glanced at Qing and laughed. Delay Alley and Fanner Street, listen. Can you come up with such good names? Qing nodded and said, we can come up with such good names. However, only Dolly has Delay Alley and Fanner Street. These were words from the bottom of his heart. The young corporal said angrily, look at you. Are you looking for a beating? I am barehanded. I will let you use a knife and have a spar with you. Whoever loses is a coward. Wang Ji reached out and pressed the young man's head again to stop him from embarrassing himself. He laughed and scolded. He is saying good things. Be more careful. Read more books in the future. The young man moved his head closer and whispered, can't you tell good from bad? After all, they were brought up by our corporal. I was just annoyed by them and found a reason to vent my anger. The corporal only repeated, read more books in the future. In the corporal's eyes, this young corporal was actually a child. Moreover, he was only 16. Was he old? A young man, as long as he could live in a peaceful world, could read more books. Let those of us who are older and have a higher position die first. The corporal did not tell the young corporal that the old man in the yamen who was holding the tea set and the teapot was very stable. However, the other hand that was deliberately hidden was trembling. The tendons in his hand were cut off on the battlefield. As for the old man's hand that did not tremble, he was missing 2.5 fingers. Scouts from the border army, cultivators who followed the army, and old soldiers from Dali. The Dali dynasty valued these the most. They would easily die first. Those who were immortals did not care about their lives. And those who lived for a long time on the battlefield. Civil officials, immortals, and distinguished scholars. The Dali dynasty recognized them now. However, as long as they met the former, they had to step aside. When the Great Li cavalry and the vassal armies were first established and united, there were many conflicts, big and small, between the two sides. It was not only verbal, both sides often fought. Because of this, he had protected his subordinates quite a few times. At the very least, he wanted to seek justice. He only hoped that the valiant soldiers from Dali's border army would not speak too much. It was enough. He did not dare to expect more. Fortunately, Dali's border army law had always been there. The vassal troops could not break it. Those Dali's border army who spoke without restraint did not dare to make a big deal out of it. Moreover, they would often beat their opponents on the training field. When they returned, they would be dragged back to the training field and beaten on the spot. Dali's border army could see it. The vassal troops could also see it. Or according to some Dali's border army customs, they would be beaten with the back of a sword. Even worse, if they violated the rules, they would be dragged by a war horse. Their entire back would be badly mutilated. Strangely, when they gathered to watch the show, the vassal troops would often be silent. The Dali's border army would be the most rowdy with their own people. They would blow their whistles and say strange things loudly. Oh my, your buttocks are white and white. Let the brothers satisfy their cravings tonight. There was a strange thing about the Dali's border army. The old scouts of the border army or the old Dakarches from the old barracks did not have high positions. In fact, they were very low. However, they all put on airs. This was especially true for the former. Even the Dali generals who received official military ranks would often first salute when they met on the road. Whether the other party would return the salute or not depended on their mood. He even witnessed a scene with his own eyes. A A young general of secondary class rank 5 came here from another military camp on horseback for a meeting. After leaving the military tent, he met an old sergeant on the road and immediately dismounted from his horse and cupped his fists to greet the old sergeant. This person was very young. It was said that he came from the Chong-Er Street general family. Now he was in charge of 5,000 Dali's elite troops. In the vassal states of the Aquarius continent, this person's authority might be greater than any of the country's generals. The old Descartes only stretched out his fist and knocked on the general's bright armor. He even pinched the young general's cheek and scolded jokingly, "Little bastard, you don't have much merit, but you're quite an official. No wonder you wanted to leave our scout team. You have a good father who's a high-ranking official. You're so capable. You can go wherever you want. In my next life I'll find you. You'll be the father and I'll be the son." Then the old Descartes gave him a light slap. "Get lost. Don't be a small soldier who can only die. Be an official in the future. Anyway, it's better to be on the back of a horse." Wang Ji's gaze suddenly swept across everyone. Finally he said, "Everyone, actually we have many grievances and grudges. But no matter what, we are all comrades in the battlefield. We all have Dali's standard blade. I, Wang Ji, do not know how to say beautiful words. I only have one sentence. Our Dali's blade is the most beautiful wife in the world. Everyone has one, don't think it's too little." Vice Captain Ching Ching and the young Descartes as well as the rest of the people laughed. Some laughed out loud, some did not. In the small Aquarius continent's mountains and rivers, the various countries' cavalry went to listen to the sound of the waves. The immortals who did not care about worldly affairs returned to the foot of the mountain. The heroes of the forest and the heroes of the Jianghu joined the battlefield. And in the vast territory of the Tongyi continent, there was one of the 100-sword immortals of the moon-supporting mountain. He was standing on a faraway immortal mountain. His palm was on the hilt of his sword and his sword was pierced into the skull of a corpse. He only felt that it was a pity that he did not have enough fun. He killed a Jindan so easily. Behind this sword cultivator, there was a broken building of the ancestral hall. There was a young cultivator who came from the same tent. He raised his hand. His pale and slender fingers had scarlet fingernails. And in the ancestral hall, there were 5 puppets that were moving around. It was as if they were dancing under the control of the cultivator. There was a great demon sitting in the ruins of the huge capital. His body was huge and covered half of the capital. Occasionally his body would move slightly and it would crush countless old stories. Rays of golden light broke through the sky, crossed the gate and landed on the territory of the Tongyi continent. When one of the huge ancient deities walked through the human world, there was a rainbow-colored light behind him. The Jiazi tent announced to the Tongyi continent that all the local demons of the Tongyi continent, as long as they could find a military tent nearby, would be conferred the title of mountain and water deity according to their cultivation level. After returning to the old land, they destroyed the Confucian temples and only left the martial temple. When Lord Xingwang and the mountain and water deity built their own ancestral temples, they gathered incense. There were also people who said that since they could pass the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was no reason why they could not pass the small old dragon city. Zhou Mi stood at the northernmost crossing of the Tongyi continent. He looked at Cui Dong who was in the center of the Aquarius continent and smiled. Although we have disappointed Xiu Hu, we cannot disappoint him too much. Cui Dong turned his head and looked into the distance. He looked at the Fuyao continent and the Jinjia continent. Zhou Mi nodded. It is too late to plan. On the side of the Fuyao continent, there was a myriad of sword lights that headed towards all the remaining students of the various academies. The Jinjia continent had already given up half of its land, and the demon army was still advancing steadily towards the north. On a battlefield where the situation had already been decided. An ascendant realm great demon and Chao Si's group met on a narrow path. The great demon ordered the army to disperse. He held a red gourd and blew the Samadhi true fire. The surrounding hundreds of miles was scorched earth. But the white-robed man was still punching. On the battlefield, there was still a young woman who did not know whether she was dead or alive. She had already been played by an extremely rare 9th realm peak martial artist under the great demon's command. This battle gathered almost all of the remaining elite soldiers of the Jinjia continent, as well as many upper 5 realms and earth immortals. After fighting with the great demon army for a month, victory and defeat were possible. The Jinjia continent finally lost miserably, because of the betrayal of an old Ascendant Realm cultivator of the Xianxia continent. At the end of the Great Tao he did not have long to live. The old cultivator wanted the old mountains and rivers of the human world to mourn with him for eternity. While the pure martial artists were fighting, an upper 5 realms demon cultivator came behind the female martial artist. He held a long spear in his hand. The two ends of the spear were as sharp as blades. He was about to chop off the woman's head. As for whether or not he would accidentally injure the 9th realm martial artist, he would think about it after obtaining a merit. Just as the young female martial artist leaned forward and tilted her head slightly, a short and thin old man suddenly appeared on the tip of the sharp spear in the hands of the unpolished Jade Realm demon cultivator. He stepped on the tip of the spear. White hair, purple clothes, barefoot. On the back of the old man's purple robe, there was a black and white yin-yang 8 trigrams pattern. A wine gourd hung from his waist. It was crystal clear and the scene inside could be clearly seen. The starry light seemed to gather the entire Milky Way in the wine gourd. The skinny old man had just rushed over from the central divine continent. He had a small grudge with the Ascendant Realm cultivator of the Xianxia continent, but he was a step too late. The upper 5 realms cultivator used unpolished mountain and river again, but the short old man followed him like a shadow. He even asked with a smile, "Do you recognize me?" The unpolished Jade Realm cultivator who retreated after the failed sneak attack actually abandoned his life iron spear this time. He instantly teleported hundreds of miles away. He did not expect that the spear would follow the old man to a new place. The old man smiled and said, "Not particular. Die." The unpolished Jade Realm demon cultivator's body, golden core, nascent soul, yin spirit and yang spirit were all shattered on the spot. He didn't even notice what kind of spell or divine ability that old geezer had used before he died. The iron spear fell to the ground. The old man was still standing in the distance. He patted his head and said apologetically, "I forgot that you can't understand my hometown dialect. If I had known, I would have used the great language of the vast world." The old man glanced at the other 2 battlefields. It seemed that he did not need to participate. At the northern ferry of the Tongyi continent, Zhou Mi stretched out a palm and signaled Cui Dong to respond. Xiao Chua, who seemed to be in a bad situation, was now wearing the robe that Zhou Mi deliberately separated from the Tongyi and Fuyao continents. Then left and right only needed to use all his strength. Anyway, half of it would fall on Wenxing. But if he did not use his full strength, then he would have to try Xiao Chua's full strength. Other than that, he would give him a taste of his own medicine. "Xiu Hu, you let left and right cross the continents in an instant, then I, Zhou Mi, am slightly more generous than you." On the battlefield of the Xianxia continent, the old man suddenly frowned. A figure rose to the sky and looked worriedly at the Fuyao continent in the south. This old man was called Zhou Xian. Or it could be said that he was Talisman Zhou Xian. Just like when the immortal poet was mentioned, it would be that person who was most proud. When the martial god was mentioned, it would be the woman of the great Duan dynasty Pei Wan. When the dog was mentioned, it would be someone. Qin Chunan of the secondary sage lineage monopolized Chunru. Longhu Mountain's grand heavenly master monopolized thunder techniques. This old man monopolized the world's talisman. Good fellow, 6 beasts gathered in one continent? What about Bai? 721. First, the true dragon GQ revealed her true form and took the initiative to leave the dragon platform to fight in the sea. She fought with the king's stage great demon Fei Fei, who had a conflict with her great Dao. Then Cui Dong's 12 flying swords of the Baek Okekyung building rushed to the battlefield to help GQ. Then Yuan Shou smashed the true dragon's head with his staff and smashed Old Dragon City's mountain water formation. Finally, the Mahist Ranger Su Ruo unsheathed his sword and blocked the remaining half of Yuan Shou's staff. On the battlefield of Old Dragon City, the demon race army continued to attack the city. Cultivators from the Aquarius continent continued to die. After the fighting was over, the wildlands was filled with bridges and God Dao steels as well as satin ribbons. The great demon tossed the pocket-sized mountains from the Tongya continent into the sea. Then he used his divine abilities to propel them into the sea, where the tips of the mountains were nailed into the seabed near Old Dragon City. They hung upside down in the water, creating a flat battlefield on the sea. The sea of clouds spread out over the surface of the sea, filling the valleys and valleys. Compared to the young true dragon that could only lie on the dragon platform to recuperate, Fei Fei was in a much better state. After receiving a secret order from the Jiazi camp, she waited for a moment. Then, countless huge icicles appeared out of thin air on the east-west line of the sea surface where she stood. They were slanted towards Old Dragon City that had been blocking the way for a long time. The icicles were lined up in order like tens of thousands of catapults. Among these icicles, there were dozens of demon race cultivators who seemed to be sleeping soundly. They were sealed in an icicle cage. Most of them were gods of plagues and 2 were passers-by. Other than that, there was a large group of demon race cultivators who spared no expense to carve a talisman on the icicles that imprisoned the gods of plagues and passers-by. They did not want to anger the hot-tempered Fei Fei and freeze them to death on the spot and throw them into Old Dragon City. Of the 2 lords of the swaying river in the savage world, Xianxia was the one who was more graceful and graceful. No matter how good-tempered these sovereign stage demons were, how good could their tempers be? Other than Lu Cha, who liked to roam the world as a swordsman, and Mr. Zhou, who rarely showed his face, were the exceptions. Imperial concubine Fei turned her head and smiled sweetly, softly calling out "young master" in her heart. A sword-wielding young man wearing a black robe with a snow-white ribbon tied around his hair was none other than Wuxia, a swordsman from Zhou Xian tent. He hurriedly rushed to the rear of the battlefield and found Fei Fei. Wuxia was still worried about her safety, even if she was a monarch-level great demon. Wuxia asked, "Are you okay?" Fei Fei shook her head. "That little brat is still too tender, relying on the protection of the true dragon's destiny and the vast water fate. All he has is his body's toughness, but he's still lacking in water attribute arts. Even if he succeeded, he wouldn't even be in the ascendant realm. He might not be capable, but his temper was not small. This battle would not give that little fellow too much of a chance. Hurry up and eat her up before that old hag Xianxia. I don't mind accompanying young master to the central divine continent to relax." Only on Yuxi's side, Fei Fei was willing to speak more. The withered bone-thrown great demon Bai Ying had secretly rushed to the Golden Armor continent after the Battle of Tongyi continent ended. Tongyi continent's gentleman Zhong Kuei had previously prevented Bai Ying from fully displaying his strength, and this Zhong Kuei and that Jiang Shangzhen were the 2 most deserving existences who had not died. As for the others, they had already received Mr. Zhou's secret order. She could not leave the battlefield of Old Dragon City, and she was not willing to join in the fun. After all, this time the entire Fuyao continent was used as a hunting ground, and the person they were preparing to kill was Bai Yi, who had killed a monarch-level great demon with 3 swords. Although the situation had been reversed and they had all the advantages, Bai Yi was still Bai Yi. Wuxia sighed softly. Wooden Clog has already received Mr. Zhou's surname, Zhou Qinggao. Fei Fei smiled and comforted him. Even as Mr. Zhou's last disciple, he still can't compare to young master's status. Wuxia shook his head. It was always so difficult to talk to her. Fei Fei knew that her young master was more concerned about the direction of the battlefield, so she considerately used Divine Man Mountain River's view, allowing Wuxia to clearly see the movements of the battle in Old Dragon City. On Old Dragon City's side, the cultivators had launched the first counterattack in the past 10 days. The momentum was huge and there were actually more than 300 Qi cultivators. All of them rushed out of one of the 3 gates towards the sea. Wuxia was stunned. Dolly is very pragmatic, unlike Vassal King Songmu's character. Logically speaking, he would not do such a thing. As long as the cultivators of Aquarius continent left Old Dragon City's mountain river's great formation, especially when they left the land and entered the sea, they would lose the protection of the other 2 great formations. Fei Fei smiled and explained, "It's that vast world's strange technique again. They are all paper dummies anyway. They don't have any killing power. They are just used to scare people." Wuxia nodded. "That's the unique ability of my family's cultivators after all. They can even use a brush to write out the various mountains and rivers of the human world, drawing hundreds of Qi cultivators. It's not strange to pass off as the real thing. I've heard Lu Bai mention it in the Jiaoshan tent before. I'm very curious. I want to personally travel to Paper White Blessed Land one day. However, Old Dragon City's move is not only used to scare people. That Song Mu is really good at managing the household. No wonder Cui Dong dared to put him in Old Dragon City." Just as Wuxia thought, the group of Paper White cultivators that went out of the city to fight was used by Old Dragon City to deceive the monster cultivators of their techniques, as well as to lure some hidden offensive magic weapons. Even if it consumed some of the Earth Immortal cultivators of the monster race, it was still a good thing. Soon there would be Dali cultivators in charge of supervising and patrolling the battlefield, recording all the details in detail on the battlefield. Old Dragon City would not let go of any small gains. This kind of action, big and small, there were new tricks every day. Both sides were like this. Zhou Mi never personally made arrangements. He gave orders to the various army tents on the battlefield. Cui Dong was the same, letting vassal King Song Mu be fully responsible for all matters of Old Dragon City. As for personally entering the battlefield, that was even more unnecessary. If they were not careful, they would really die. Zhou Mi and Cui Dong rarely made a move. It was a kind of great protection for the top forces of their respective camps. We are all in a life and death battle. Why are you two not allowed to die? Those who dared to say such words would probably die. A female great demon who once shook out a painting of rivers and rivers on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi sneered when she saw that the battlefield of Old Dragon City was in a foul mood again. She took out a painting of mountains. The peaks were like clusters of swords. The scroll flashed and disappeared. First, it broke the Old Dragon City's city defense formation. Although a small part of it was pierced by the flying swords of many sword immortals, and a part of it was destroyed by the spells of the other Chi refinement warriors, the remaining half of the scroll was still able to unfold above Old Dragon City. The scroll faced down and the mountains instantly fell together. They were like huge flying swords that smashed into the second formation that Old Dragon City used to protect the residents. Dali has a sword boat. Hundreds of peaks were like huge flying swords, like a torrential rain falling rapidly on the small round lotus. After Song Mu learned about this in the meeting hall, he just nodded and continued to focus on discussing the details of the battlefield with the generals and secretaries stationed in Dali. I am a vassal king of Dali, not a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Protecting Old Dragon City, relying on the defensive formation of Old Dragon City, or according to some private agreement with the help of the Immortal, it has nothing to do with me, Song Mu. The reclusive Zhenren who went by the alias of Chao Rong in the White Frost dynasty sighed. When he saw the female great demon shake out the painting, he took out a treasure that he had kept for most of his life almost at the same time. Heartache, really heartache. It was a landscape, flowers and birds album, 1 for each of the 4 seasons and 4 for flowers and birds. They were all hand-drawn by him. He was quite proud of it. The incomparable rarity of the album was not in the paintings, but in the seal that was printed on each of the pages. The 3 sect masters of the Beko Keikyung building in Qingming Tian all left their seals, giving it to this Daoist Zhenren who was not a native of the upper 5 realms of the Aquarius continent. The great sect master of the Beko Keikyung building, who took in a disciple on behalf of his master, had the seal Daoist scripture master. The second sect master, who was Chao Rong's second martial uncle, the truly invincible Daoist second brother, also took out a private seal that was not easily stamped. There is no second place in literature. The third sect master of the Beko Keikyung building, Lu Qin, who was also the master of the Zhenren, had the seal stone until now. In Dexian Du Temple, the old temple master son had the seal, peach blossoms again. These 4 landscape paintings were all obtained with the help of his master, Lu Qin. Otherwise, with Chao Rong's identity as Lu Chen's direct disciple and the fact that she had not been in the Beko Keikyung building in Qingming Tian for a long time, how could she have such a big reputation? The great sect master was still fine. He might have given it to her after asking. However, the arrogant second martial uncle and the old temple master son, who was at odds with the Beko Keikyung building, could forget about it. The remaining 4 paintings of flowers and birds were personally stamped by the old Zhenren himself. The great celestial master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the Central Plains had the seal Young Phoenix. The talisman Zhou Xian had the seal Amaze the World with a single brilliant feat. These 2 were the top 10 old immortals in the Central Plains. They were highly respected and had extremely high Daoist skills. The seal of the Fire Dragon Zhenren in the North Continent was given by the old immortal. As he did not have a seal with him, he carved one on the spot and had the seal Chirp 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 incessantly. The last one had the seal of the embroidered tiger Cui Dong with the seal Supercilious Eyes. The Zhenren Chao Rong tore the 4 paintings of mountains and rivers in one breath. She pinched one and threw it out, pasting it on the mountain and river formation of the mansion. Finally, the 4 seasons flowed and it was like a small world in the Daoist field. This small world was not considered small. Especially the 4 seals, the smallest of which was no bigger than a thumb and the largest of which was no bigger than a palm, suddenly enlarged. Light flowed and Daoist skills flowed. Among them, the 3 words Daoist scripture master were gentle. The 4 words of the old temple master of the Deshiendu were like peach blossoms blooming in one of the worlds. It was both real and fake. Chao Rong's master's seal stone until now had the aura of a mainstay. Especially the 8 golden words of Chao Rong's martial uncle, the second Daoist, were aggressive and incomparably sharp. They were also the only seal words that actively attacked the flying sword of the Great Demon Mountain. Chao Rong carefully kept the remaining half of the landscape of flowers and birds book in her sleeves. She laughed bitterly. I really don't have the face to see, master. The old monk joked, it looks quite valuable. Chao Rong smiled and said, why would a monk care about money? The old monk replied, what is there is there. What is there 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 is. Chao Rong praised, good Dharma. The old monk was helpless. As expected, this poor monk is not suited to play games with experts. I always lose more than I win. In the painting of the 4 seasons mountains and rivers, concubine Qiong seemed to walk out of the cloud-opening cave. The sky was filled with snow and countless jade fragments. The old monk said, even Dali might not have recorded such a secret treasure. At this point the old monk was speechless. That embroidered tiger was good at calculating the heavens and the earth. It was really hard to say. Of course the old monk did not see the supercilious eye mark on the last painting of the flower and bird scroll. He was only guessing based on common sense. Chao Rong smiled and said, right now half of my senior apprentice brother is catching up with Madame Gui in Old Dragon City. As his junior apprentice brother I can't possibly embarrass him. The old monk suddenly understood. Fan family's old boat from Osmanthus Island often passes by Jiao Long Gully. Chao Rong nodded. The reason why he was half of the senior apprentice brother was because the honored master had never acknowledged him as a direct disciple. However, back then when the honored master was traveling the seas, the old boat was in charge of rowing the boat and traveling with the honored master. Even if there was no merit, there was hard work. Therefore, the direct disciples all recognized the old boat as their senior apprentice brother. The senior apprentice brother had many aliases. One of the most famous was Gu Qingsong. In the central divine continent, there was a famous reputation of pretending to be relaxed on the mountain. He was famous for his stubborn temper. No matter who he fought, no matter the disparity in cultivation level, no matter how great the opponent's background was, Gu Qingsong was never afraid and almost never won. He could even survive until the end. Alliance, the city lord of White Emperor City, Venerable Fire Dragon, and Gu Qingsong had all provoked him. Later on he left the land and returned to the sea to be an old man rowing a boat. It was said that he could not provoke any more people in case the younger generation could not catch up. With Chao Rong's help to protect the array, Old Dragon City and the feudal residents were no longer in danger. Song Mu suddenly thought of something in the meeting hall. He reminded in a deep voice, all the cultivators who died outside Old Dragon City, even if they left the designated battlefield without permission, even if they accidentally violated the rules, they died in battle. Go and remind all the cultivators who are supervising the battle. These Qi cultivators must be recorded in the military and criminal departments of Dali, and their military merits must not be discounted. A secretary said, this is against the rules set by the imperial tutor. Song Mu turned his head and stared at him. In Old Dragon City, I have the final say. Just do as I say. If the imperial tutor wants to question the feudal residents, he can come to Old Dragon City to look for Song Mu. The secretary's eyes were shining. He cupped his fists and said, yes, sir. This agitated young civil official immediately sent a flying sword message to pass on this matter. For the first time, this disciple of Hesitation Alley, who was born in the pillar state of Dali, sincerely recognized Song Mu's identity as the feudal lord. A young gentleman from the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom was guarding behind one of the huge holes in Old Dragon City's array. There were a total of 3 battle lines, which was enough to show the size of this gate. Other than helping the cultivators of Dali to arrange the troops, the gentleman also followed the cultivators of Dali to arrange the troops. Every time he accumulated enough spiritual energy, he would do his best to attack. This time the young gentleman's words were the law. He softly said, "Green cavalry formation, 3 million." The so-called green cavalry was actually willow branches. They were densely packed and very imposing. It was okay to kill those demons who were not cultivators, but they were mainly used to stop the advance of the demon army. Zhou, a sloppy sage from the Lakeview Academy, finally returned to the ranks of gentlemen a few years ago. As a result, he made a lot of contributions on the battlefield of Old Dragon City. However, he lost his title of gentleman in the academy and became a sage again. When will the ups and downs stop? Zhou had already attacked several times before this, more exaggerated than the gentleman of the Cliff Academy. At this moment he was squatting beside the gentleman of the Cliff Academy and gnawing on the immortal money. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A young cultivator from the military school of Wind Snow Temple was responsible for guarding this physically weak gentleman of the academy. In short, if the latter was in a desperate situation, he had to take the lead first. There was nothing strange about it. On the battlefield of Dali's border army, it was common for cultivators to follow the army. Although he was extremely steady on the battlefield, his temperament was extremely lively. He turned his head and laughed with the sage Zhou, who had a similar temper. "Great sage Zhou, 3,030,000? Is there an extra 100 characters?" Zhou said seriously, "The first thing to be exquisite in the art of writing is to first frighten the opponent with the aura of the blade on the page. It is to subdue the enemy without a fight. As the absolute master of the Wind Snow Temple, you don't even know this. Why don't you go to the Lakeview Academy and hang out with me for a few days?" The gentleman of the Cliff Academy just said a few words. After summoning the Willow Green Cavalry army and rushing to the battlefield, he immediately sat cross-legged with a pale face and laughed. "Don't get addicted to it. That's enough." Zhou and the military school of Wind Snow Temple's greatest pleasure when they were free was to tease this gentleman and call him the future Mountain Elder. However, the gentleman knew that the Mountain Elder of the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy had changed from Mao Xiaodong to the imperial tutor Cui Dong. It was impossible to imagine who would be the next Mountain Elder in the future. Who dared to guess the unfathomable thoughts of the embroidered tiger? Zhou suddenly stood up and said seriously to the cultivator following the army, "Protect the gentleman." His figure flashed and disappeared. Near the gate, there was a little girl from the demon clan wearing a large black robe. Her spells and divine abilities were very strange. Her body instantly turned into thousands of birds and killed all the Willow Branch Green Cavalry. Zhou wanted to meet her. He would find a chance to twist her head off and tell her that she was a beauty. On the other battlefield, the situation was even more dangerous. Even with the sword Immortal of the Northern Reed, it was still dangerous. The animals of the desolate land swarmed into the gate like a swarm of locusts. All the cultivators of the Old Dragon City had to admit that these demons were really not afraid of death. The demon cultivators also competed with the Old Dragon City's men of sacrifice. The two sides exchanged politeness. At first, the cultivators on the front line of the Old Dragon City's battlefield suffered heavy losses. However, the secretary of the Fan Mansion did his best to quickly flip through a large number of secret records. Finally, in a relatively new but unrecorded book, he found the identities of the demon cultivators of the Old Dragon City's men of sacrifice. Only then did the Fan Mansion immediately come up with a countermeasure. They sent a message to all the sword cultivators with flying swords, telling them to look for traces of these two strange cultivators. Only then could they turn the situation around. A small thunder pool appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Within a radius of dozens of miles, thunder and lightning were attracted. The electric light was like a white flood dragon, and the 5 thunderbolts were like colorful snakes. They flickered and whipped the ground. A demon cultivator with red and black sleeves was riding a fire dragon and a water flood dragon respectively, rushing toward the gate. On the sea surface far away from the gate, there was a big demon that showed up for the first time. It was a golden armor immortal general who rode a horse and held a spear. He galloped on the waves and headed toward the Old Dragon City. Although it was not a fierce big demon in the peak state, It was very eye-catching on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the past. Its golden armor was very difficult to break, so much so that it was listed as a must-kill existence by the hidden officials of the Summer Palace. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, this horse was already so powerful. What would it be like in the old Dragon City? There was a Daoist talisman sect Immortal. His state was not high and he was at the bottleneck of the Jindan realm. However, he was proficient in writing talisman. Now, with the help of the great gentleman of the academy, he was able to communicate with the heavenly law. On the South Sea, every stroke created words. It was the writings of the sages. There was a female demon sword cultivator who was one of the 100 sword deities of the moon-bearing mountain. She looked young and her forehead and cheeks had some characteristics of the true body of the demon race. She was actually faster than the golden armor Immortal general. He did not ride on the sword. Every time she jumped, a white jade staircase would automatically appear under her feet. The treasure light behind her was like a halo. It was shattered by the flying swords or spells of the old Dragon City. It turned into a broken mirror and it closed up again in an instant. She had cultivated in the Great Wall of Sword Qi guarded by the Dragon Monarch for several years. She had obtained the sword will burning flower, the flying sword breaking mirror, and the natal technique reunion. Her flying sword and body were all like this. It was hard for her to die. Of course, she would still die on the battlefield. However, as a sword cultivator, how could she be a sword deity if she was always afraid of battles? Moreover, she had been fighting in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for several years. She did not think that she would die in such a small place. In the future, when she went to the door of the Confucian temple in the central region and died after handing over her sword, she could still accept it. An earth deity cultivator of the old Dragon City who was hiding his strength suddenly killed a large number of enemies. In the end, just as he was about to get what he wanted and accumulate enough battle merits to leave the battlefield and return to his sect in the hinterland of the continent to continue being the old patriarch, a person stood up from the pile of corpses behind him. It was the familiar face of the cultivator from the Aquarius continent. The latter clawed out the heart of the cultivator and stuffed it into his mouth along with the golden core. After that, the puppet fell to the ground with its mouth full of blood. An old sword cultivator of the nascent soul realm who was close to the battlefield, the Aquarius continent's sword deity senior, could not find any trace of the sneaky demon's true body. He had no choice but to take a step back. He took out his natal flying sword and shrouded the pile of corpses with a huge circle of sword light. Then the sword light fell and blasted more than half of the corpses into pieces. However, he did not expect that the puppet would suddenly fly away. The old sword cultivator's flying sword went straight after it. He did not expect that the corpse of the cultivator whose chest was cut open would escape in the opposite direction. At the same time, the puppet that appeared first went limp and was about to fall into the sea. In a split second, the old sword cultivator was clearly caught unprepared. He subconsciously restrained his sword intent and cut the puppet into two. Then he immediately withdrew his flying sword and turned to kill the corpse without a heart. The beast's true body must be on the corpse. The sword light shone brightly and its momentum was like a rainbow. Li Kai was speechless. What are you doing with your fancy tricks? Even if this female sword deity who came from outside was indeed exhausted, she still used all her strength to take out her flying sword and completely shattered the puppet that had just been cut in half. She also shattered the soul of the demon's earth deity hidden in the human cultivator's skin. Glancing at the old man, Li Kai was too lazy to speak. She had to go back to the old Dragon City and drink a few jugs of good wine to refresh herself. She was going to have a good sleep first before fighting. As for that sword cultivator, he looked very old. Looking at his nascent soul aura, he could be considered a newcomer. However, his golden core was of ordinary quality and had been polished for many years. Why was his battle experience like a fledgling's? He seemed to be an old sword deity, from Xingyang Mountain? Oh my dear mother. In terms of foresight, depth, and decisiveness of the sword, not to mention my clever disciple Chen Li, even that little girl Gao Yuqing was far inferior. However, that old sword cultivator from Xingyang Mountain had already cupped his fists and thanked the famous female sword deity from the North Continent. As expected of sect Master Li of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Cultivators from both continents knew about this female sword deity. A good sword deity. Her swordsmanship was truly exquisite. Her natal flying sword never missed its target. Every time it would be a great harvest. If he could visit Jingyang Mountain's ancestral hall in the future, he would definitely be half a disciple on the mountain and ask sect Master Li for advice on swordsmanship. Li Kai almost rolled her eyes and returned the greeting to the old sword cultivator. She finally managed to hold it in and could not say anything more. She did not hit a smiling person. If someone else saw this kind of expression in his eyes on the Great Wall of Sword aura, not to mention the hidden official, even that little hidden official would roll on the ground laughing. There were many strange things on the Great Wall of Sword aura. Among them there was an inconspicuous little oddity. It was that the young hidden official seemed to be particularly energetic every time he dealt with those moving mountains demons on the battlefield. Li Kai had once asked him in private, did he have a huge grudge with that Yuan Shou? Was it because his cultivation level was not high enough that he could only vent his anger on Yuan Shou's disciples and grand disciples? At that time Qin Pingon gave Li Kai a reason that she thought was a joke. He said that Ning Yao and he had risked our lives to fight against an enemy for the first time, but we still did not gain any advantage. Li Kai was puzzled. Did Yuan Shou attack Qin Pingon and Ning Yao before? Or perhaps he encountered an Ascendant Realm great demon of the Moving Mountain clan on a narrow path on the battlefield, but the battle was not earth-shattering? Just like how the young hidden official and Fei Ran exchanged pointers and quickly brushed past each other? Li Kai returned to the inner city of Old Dragon City on her sword and drank. Actually, her posture of riding the sword was already swaying. The woman seemed to be drunk. *CK the Immortal Realm. This time it was really hopeless. Even the last chance was ruined by her. Who could she blame but the wine? Wang Zhu was still not on the dragon platform of Old Dragon City's battlefield. She had recovered a bit and was able to sit up. The robe she was wearing was in the style of an ancient dragon robe. It was quite different from the Emperor's dragon robe in the future. It used to be the semi-immortal weapon cloud sea above Old Dragon City. Coupled with the refining of the Desolation Slough, it had become a well-deserved immortal weapon. At the bottom of the stairs, the yellow-clothed boy who was sitting in a daze suddenly stood up and said with a straight face, "Ma Kuxuan, please stop." In addition to Ma Kuxuan, who had a cat on his shoulder, there was also his personal maid, Xu Dian, and a direct disciple that Ma Kuxuan had taken in a few years ago. The name was also given by him, Forgetful Ancestor. The yellow-clothed boy was the most unhappy about this. Forgetful Ancestor? Then wouldn't it have a homonym with one of my master's aliases, Wang Zhu? Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, "Little worm, you only knew how to run around in Mud Bottle Alley. Now that you can finally speak, cherish it. Don't be so eager to die." The yellow-clothed boy said, "When beating a snake, it depends on its master." Ma Kuxuan looked at the four-legged snake with a horn on its forehead in Lizhu Grotto Heaven. The latter took a step back and knocked his heel on the stairs. Wang Zhu, who was sitting at the top of the stairs, waved her sleeve and sent the useless guard flying. She looked down at Ma Kuxuan and said, "What are you doing here?" Ma Kuxuan was about to step forward to the dragon platform when Wang Zhu narrowed her eyes and said, "Think about it first." Ma Kuxuan was not afraid of her, but he only had the physique of an Ascendant Realm cultivator, not the cultivation of an Ascendant Realm cultivator. He, Ma Kuxuan, had always been known as someone who specialized in killing. In truth, he was best at survival. Ma Kuxuan just did not want to make her angry. Wang Zhu was already in a bad mood, and there was no reason for her to be in a worse mood. So Ma Kuxuan looked up at her and said, "I'll try to help you get back some face. I can only say that I'll try." Wang Zhu sneered. A young substitute of one of the 10, and his tone was even more arrogant than one of the 10 from the Central Plains. Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, "I didn't say that I would kill Fei Fei. I'm not the type to dream." One of the 10 from the Central Plains, the old sword cultivator Zhou Xian, had been beaten to death by a sovereign great demon. Of course, this was related to Zhou Xian's battle in the mountain cave. However, in a battle between Ascendant Realm cultivators, the difference between winning and killing was too great. Fei Fei was also one of the 14 sovereigns of the Wildlands. Ma Kuxuan was not stupid. If she wanted to die on the battlefield, he could find an opportunity to call her from afar. In the current battlefield, there were some people who were careful and meticulous. Most of them would die as soon as they made a move. Didn't this Wang Zhu of the Clay Bottle Alley take a hit from Yuan Shou? Translator. Niobo Studio Editor. Niobo Studio. Ma Xian was being criticized in Old Dragon City. Some people thought that since he was one of the 10 young people who could command God's spirits to attack Skyscreen, he should be fighting on the front lines of Old Dragon City. Others felt that Ma Kuxuan, as the #1 cultivator of the Aquarius continent, was too reclusive. He should learn from the Wind Snow Temple's sword Immortal Wei Jin, who dared to ask for a sword expert. Unless Ma Kuxuan heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't care about it. Once when he was outside Old Dragon City, he happened to hear it. He just said, "The title of one of the 10 candidates isn't worth much, so I'll give it to you. Then you can go and die." Wang Zhu did not say anything. He just turned his head and looked to the north. Mountain-moving apes, mountain-driving dogs, talismans, yellow-scarved strongmen, silver-armored strongmen, and puppets created by the Mahist mechanism master were tirelessly building layers of battle lines around the southern peak. As long as the Dali dynasty had money and the North Continent as their support, manpower and material resources were not a problem. Scorched earth? No need. When Old Dragon City fell, nothing would be left behind for the demon clan. It would only be a complete ruin. Even if the demon army pushed all the way to the foot of the southern peak, it would still be the same. Ma Kuxian just calmly looked at the cold and cheerless woman. Very good. She was the most different in the Pearl Grotto heaven back then. Fortunately, she was still the same. She was in the Clay Bottle Alley and he was in the Apricot Blossom Alley. They did not meet often. The most they met was every morning beside the Iron Lock well. He saw her pretending to be struggling to fetch water and felt that she was really cute. Sometimes she would sleep in and go out later to fetch water. Then he would stay here for a while longer. They would meet eventually. Ma Kuxuan suddenly asked telepathically, "Is the 11th hidden official your real contracted person?" Wang Zhu seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and said, "I didn't beat you to death in the past, but maybe in the future." Tongyi Continent. Tongyi sect imprisoned a large group of young cultivators. Without exception, they were all the most talented cultivators of Tongyi sect. The young people who were not so outstanding were all dead. They died at the hands of their own ancestral hall's grandmasters, consecrators and guests. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain themselves in the Jiazi camp. Of course, it was true that they were imprisoned. The Immortals did not lack torture. However, 6 of the best were imprisoned in the ruins of Wutong Grotto Heaven of Jade Gui sect. Li Wanyong, Qin Shuhu, Du Yen Yu Exin Fu Haizhu, and Wang Shizi, an outsider who mysteriously became a direct disciple of Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall. He was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Oris core stage and would soon break through here. These young people were the evil disciples of Jade Gui sect who insisted on keeping Zhuozhua. Even Li Wanyong, whose sword heart had almost collapsed because of Zhuozhua, had made the same choice. As for the sect master of Jade Gui sect, the immortal realm sword cultivator Fu Lingqing, he had already died in battle. If not for this, there would probably not be any incense left in Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall now. It would be completely cut off. What replaced it was a good reputation that would last for who knew how many years. Jade Gui sect's newly appointed ancestral master of discipline opened the mountain and water restriction and arrived at the ruins that were only a few dozen li in radius. Compared to the complete small grotto heaven back then, it was so dilapidated that it made one's hair stand on end. The old man did not continue forward. As for the 6 young people, some of them continued to concentrate on their sword practice. Some of them raised their heads to look at him. Their gazes were filled with hatred, sorrow, and confusion. The old man did not explain anything. Instead, his expression was somewhat unfriendly. It was as if he had come this time only to prevent these sect traitors from having any evil plans. The old man only swept a few glances and quickly turned to leave. A sect was completely divided. On one side were old farts who cherished their lives, and on the other side were young people who did not hesitate to die. Not only were they in a standoff, but they had even reached the point of killing each other. It could be considered a big joke in the eyes of both the vast world and the savage world. However, ever since Jade Gui sect's ancestor of resurgence, Du Mao, had died, it had been treated as a joke. It was fine after getting used to it. The old man was different from many of the old cultivators of Jade Gui sect. He was actually not that afraid of death. The bottleneck of his realm was difficult to break through. His body was rotten and his soul was like a candle in the wind. Since he was not even afraid of death, he had to do something that he was not afraid of. For example, he had to leave behind some incense for Jade Gui sect that was truly worthy of the word legacy. The young people behind him were such. However, if they wanted to live, they had to draw a clear line. In the future, if the savage world won, they would win the entire vast world. Then you children would still have a chance to come out of seclusion and make up for your mistakes. Even if you took 10,000 steps back, you could still concentrate on cultivating in the Tongyi sect and live in the mountains for a long time. The demons of the savage world revered the strong. As long as your realm was high, the world was vast. Perhaps you would be able to cultivate more freely than in the vast world. However, if the savage world lost and retreated to the barbarian land south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, you would still have a choice. I am the oldest person in the Tongyi sect's ancestral hall now. As someone who is about to die, I can only do so much for the ancestral masters. These young people who were willing to die for the honor of the sect must not die. The Jade Gui sect in the southern part of the Tongyi continent had only been the leader of the continent for a few years. The patriarch of the disciplined sect had already died in battle. Even the cute little girl Lu, who later became Hua Mao's elder sister, had died in battle. Even if the ancestral hall still existed in the future, how many people would scold him? In that case, wouldn't he be lonely? Xianxia would definitely die of loneliness. A figure suddenly appeared and took a Dao technique from an ascendant realm demon that was waiting for him. He crashed into the sect's last mountain and river array and shot towards Jui Peak. Since no one was staying there, he could use it to practice. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Raise your sword and welcome the guest. Jui Peak collapsed and cracked. In the end, countless chess pieces, 9 sword arrays and 9 flying swords appeared. Old Man Sun and the other ancestral masters who had eaten even more incense ashes. Don't blame me for being a prodigal. Most of the old ones are dead. My young people really can't take it anymore. Aquarius Continent. Wind Snow Temple Sword Immortal Wei Jin, the #1 sword cultivator in the northern lands of the northern lands, Bai Shang and Cool Breeze sect master He Xiaoyang, were rushing towards Shiyu domain. As for He Xiaoyang's senior brother, Old Boat Zi, he had already bade farewell and went to Old Dragon City alone. Under the arrangement of the Dali dynasty, they were in charge of helping Aquarius Continent defend Shiyu domain. They only needed to defend against the enemy's great demons. The three of them had a subtle relationship. Wei Jin and He Xiaoyang and Bai Shang. Especially Wei Jin, who had not drunk for many years. Now he secretly drank the wine brewed by the Wind Snow Temple. It was as if he had become the Jianghu man who rode a donkey and carried a wine jug. As for He Xiaoyang's Qing sect, because of Zhou Xian, he had a grudge with Zhou Xian's master, Bai Shang. Bai Shang had once said that He Xiaoyang could forget about ascending to the ascendant realm. This caused the relationship between Wei Jin and Bai Shang, 2 sword immortals who were completely unrelated to each other, to become more subtle. Wei Jin could not help but scold Xiao Hu. What were you thinking? Why did you have to group the 3 of us together? After reuniting, He Xiaoyang had always been courteous to Wei Jin and did not deliberately alienate him. But the more so, the more Wei Jin wanted to drink. Bai Shang, who was originally in a bad mood, had a rare smile after discovering this. He was in a good mood. Mountain Lord Jin Qing of Zhongyu's territory. Now, in addition to showing a majestic golden body to protect the Imperial Tutor's Baek Okekyung building, his real body often went to deal with Wan Ting, an old friend. The Zhuang dynasty used to be the place with the most sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent. As the top swordsmith of the continent, Wan Ting was naturally familiar with Jin Qing, who was originally from the Mountain Lord. As the head honorary elder of the Dali dynasty, Wan Ting had already taught all the sword crafting cultivators of the Dali dynasty his specialty, the sword crafting technique, many years ago. But at this moment he still had to personally craft swords for those earthly immortal realm sword cultivators, and he didn't have to pursue the quality of the swords too much. Besides that, he still had to allocate a small portion of his energy to head to the numerous sword furnaces and provide guidance on the flaws in the sword crafting for the other sword craftsmen. These swordsmiths, who were equivalent to nameless disciples, forged long swords for all the sword cultivators in the middle 5 realms. As for the sword cultivators in the lower 5 realms, they did not have the qualifications to enter the battlefield. Not only that, Dali also strictly forbade these sword cultivators to leave their respective sections. Without exception, they were all grounded by their elders. They could not bear to let them die, and with Dali's law, why not? Which of the Aquarius continent's sword cultivators were not the golden nuggets in the grass that the northern continent mocked in the past? They really could not be compared to the lavish spending of the northern continent. But now, the Aquarius continent's cultivators on the mountain were really convinced by the northern continent. In fact, the northern continent's cultivators, especially the sword cultivators, had changed their impression of this small Aquarius continent, which was only slightly better than the white snow continent. They really dared to die, they really could fight, they really could fight. In the past, they really did not realize that this small neighbor in the south was so similar to the northern continent. In the entire vast world, it was the most similar. The Book Lake's True Realm sect leader Wei Ying, head consecrator Lu Laoqing, consecrator Lu Zhimao, and a total of 3 people in the upper 5 realms, went to the seaside Jiang clan of the Cloud Forest. Apart from that, there was also the Daoist heavenly lord Xianxia, who led a large group of sword cultivators, other than the northern continent's Qi cultivators, who were already at the Cloud Forest Jiang clan. Among them there was Yuan Ling Hall, a disciple of Immortal Fire Dragon, the founder of the Black Peak, who could be recognized as the Jade Unpolished Realm with the combat power equivalent to the Immortal Realm, in his hometown continent, which was full of sword cultivators. There was also a sect that was obviously an immortal sect, but had the title of the Invincible Divine Fist sect. The old sect leader met his old friend Lu Laoqing, who used to be the only unpolished Jade Realm cultivator in the Book Lake, and became the current immortal master of the True Realm sect records. The world was unpredictable, but that was all. After meeting his good friend Lu Laoqing, the old sect leader still had the spirit of the Jianghu and drank a few drinks. After drinking for the last time, Lu Laoqing could not help but say, "Old Senior Sun left just like that." The old sect leader took a big gulp of wine. That 1-foot spear was not very capable, but it was bold and had bad luck. What else could it have done? The old man was silent for a long time. He lifted the wine pot and poured the wine to the south, murmuring, "Brother, your 1-foot spear of the Tongyi continent was never tough in front of me, the jade-faced young master. I didn't expect it to die so tough. If I had known, I would have smiled more and said more nice things to you back then." Dali's capital. The Mahis sect of Middle-earth, which had entered the game earlier than the Shang clan, had placed their bets on the Aquarius continent's Mahis sect cultivators. They were still building mountain ferries and sword boats for the Dali dynasty. The Dali dynasty was good at making money, and Sir Fan was even more so. In the past, Dali's Minister of Revenue was known as the soft persimmon that anyone dared to pinch. Now he had become the one with the worst temper in Dali's court. He even dared to scold the Minister of War. Looking at his posture, he saw the Minister of Works as an enemy, not to mention scolding him. He even dared to hit him. Every time he met with the Minister of Works, who had the same rank, to discuss matters, he would be scolded as soon as they met. After the discussion, he would scold him again, but the Minister of Works would often get up and leave quickly. The 6 yamens on the same street in Dali's capital city had long opened up a large piece of land, gathering all the yamens together and linking them together. As long as the officials of each department had official business to attend to, they could visit each other without any hindrance. In the past, Lu Qingfeng and Guan Yiran, who were also great blasphemy supervisors, could often meet again. As Master Guan's great-great-grandson, Guan Yiran was only filling in for the vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue. He didn't get promoted, and according to the rules of Dali's court, he wasn't even considered a promotion. Therefore, there were a lot of civil and military officials who were fighting for justice for the Guan family. Lu Qingfeng, who was just a civil official of a vassal state, had been promoted to the right assistant minister of works. However, Guan Yiran, who was born in Dali's Guan family and was also a military cultivator, was only filling in for the vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue. Not only that, it seemed that when old Minister Guan left, Guan Yiran deliberately distanced himself from all relations with the Ministry of Appointments. These years, during the holidays, he never took the initiative to visit those uncles who held important positions in the Ministry of Appointments. Even his grandfather's generation, Guan Yiran was very arrogant and still didn't greet them. It was said that there was an old minister who had left the Ministry of Appointments for more than 20 years. Before leaving, he had been transferred to another ministry to serve as a minister for 3 years. He had always treated Guan Yiran as his own grandson. He had been idle in his home in the capital for many years, but Guan Yiran, this heartless little bastard, still didn't visit him. On the 2nd day of the 1st lunar month last year, the old man was so angry that he waited at the gate of his home for a long time. In the end, he still didn't see the young man who liked to laugh and joke around. The old man was so angry that he hit the floor with his cane and scolded Guaniran for being a bastard. When the old man turned around, he complained in his heart that Minister Guan was too cruel. How could he bully his own child like this? In Yinchi Alley, an old man who had left his position for many years was busy with his grandchildren. Anyway, there were a few juniors in his family who were a little promising, so they didn't lose face. Walking in Yinchi Alley and Immerse Street, he didn't have to lower his head and shrink his neck. Today the old man took his grandson for a walk in the garden. The child who had just started to learn to read from the tutor suddenly said to the old man in a childish voice, "Grandpa, we have so many immortals on the mountain and so many great demons in the wild world. Can't the two sides just fight in the sky? When the fight in the sky is over, the fight on the ground will start. When the time comes to fight, my strength is too weak. I don't want to help. Isn't the Ministry of Revenue short of money? I'll donate all my New Year's money. Doesn't my father often get scolded by the officials of the Ministry of Revenue? If I give money, they won't scold my father anymore, right? It's 20 taels of silver." There was too much knowledge in this, so the old man could only pick some things that the child could understand. Or wasn't playing house. Not only were the immortals on the mountain not afraid of death, they also couldn't be afraid of those below the mountain. No one could be afraid of death. Otherwise it would be a second Tong Yezhou. At that time the two of us will have to move. Maybe we'll really move, bring some belongings, bring some sage books, or maybe we'll move our heads. But the last sentence, what was there to say to a child? Don't talk about the child being scared. Every time he thought of the worst outcome, he would be scared. Should he drink a few mouthfuls of old wine to calm himself down? Now that Dali allowed the officials to resign, half of their family assets would be confiscated. The remaining half, if it was enough to pay for the cross-continent ferry, they could go north to seek refuge in the North Continent. Dali wouldn't stop them. If they didn't have enough money, they could still borrow. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue and the accompanying cultivators would personally check all the accounts. Those who dared to hide or omit information, as long as it was more than 10% of the family's assets, all their assets would be confiscated. Regardless of age, the entire family would be exiled. Now that Dali was in need of money and manpower, he lacked both money and manpower. For the time being, the various places in the Aquarius continent that had not been affected by the flames of war, Jianghu and the commoners, those who privately caused more than 10 people to fight without asking for the reason of both sides, would be executed. Cultivators who caused trouble would be executed. Those who didn't deal with the disturbances at the foot of the mountain without the involvement of cultivators and demons, would be punished by the local government. Then the Minister of Justice of the vassal state would be directly sent to the nearest 5 sacred mountains or Crown Prince Mountain. For all the fights that involved cultivators and demons, according to the rank of the sects and immortal mansions, all the immortal mountains would be divided into 3 grades. From low to high, they respectively governed a radius of 300 miles, 1,000 miles, and a radius of 3,000 miles. Regardless of whether or not there were disturbances, as long as the culprit couldn't be caught or killed on the spot, they would be punished. Afraid of an unexpected disaster? Then spread out all the immortal masters on the mountain, day and night, to monitor the movements around the entire sect. They already didn't need to go to the battlefield to fight. Could it be that they couldn't even take care of the safety of the area near the entrance of their own mountain? It was better not to be such an immortal on the mountain. All the cultivators of the mountains and swamps in the continent could obtain a patrol token from the 5 sacred mountains, Crown Prince Mountain, and the vassal state's Ministry of Rights. Regardless of their cultivation level, after obtaining this jade token, according to their cultivation level, they could travel freely in their respective territories. They could also help the immortal masters find and fill in the gaps. Once they found something, they could receive immortal money. As long as they accumulated enough shares in the secret archives, they could exchange it for Dali's military merit. At that time, whether they wanted to obtain an official position in the Ministry of Rights of the vassal state or retreat to the North Continent, they would be free. For those cultivators of the mountains and swamps who were unwilling to go to the battlefield, Dali's cavalry and vassal states were not allowed to force them. However, if the gods of the mountains and swamps dared to leave their posts without permission, the vassal state's monarch and the entire Ministry of Rights would be held accountable according to the law. If the immortal masters of the mountain operated privately and removed the names from the records without permission, once Dali and vassal states investigated, the entire mountain's ancestral master hall would be punished, the ancestral master hall would be executed, and the rest of the cultivators would be exiled to the southern sacred mountains. Emperor Dali Songhe. The small court meeting had just ended. He quickly closed his eyes and rested in the imperial study. He would soon receive a group of ministers of the 6 ministries. Each of them had important matters and needed him to make the final decision. Then he would issue a decree to the Dali court. Songhe remembered the words of Cui Dong, who was both a teacher and an imperial tutor. Today all kinds of Dali Cui Dong were unreasonable and mean to vassals. In the future, if His Majesty changed slightly and relaxed his governance, it would be the future Song clan's popular opinion. He could not let His Majesty lose at least half of the continent's mountains and rivers and not get a few good words in the history books of various countries. In and out of the books there were good reputation. Rest assured. Dali's vassal state, colorful clothes country near Yanji County. The haunted house on a rainy night in the past was now a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, an immortal's mansion. She reached out and tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head gently. However, she could not speak of her selfishness and the reasons that she knew were wrong. But she just did not want him to go to Old Dragon City. He comforted her. Was her husband's cultivation enough? It was not even enough to fill the gaps between the big demon's teeth. He was just going to do odd jobs. He would try his best to help out a little to gain peace of mind. How could he bear to go and not come back, leaving you alone? He would come back definitely. Only then did she nod and gently hold his hand. Anyway, she could not stop her husband if she did not nod. A vassal state that was lucky to be located in the central hinterland of the Aquarius continent. An old master who had closed his door and refused to receive guests for many years actually went out to bask in the sun today. However, the usually elegant old man was actually cursing today, saying that the tyrannical government was so harsh. Those who destroyed my homeland's mountains and rivers were not far from defeat. A group of young ruffians passed by. The leader and a dog-headed military advisor who had been in school for a few years asked, "What is old Master Zhang talking about?" It was rare for him to go out and show his face. Why did it seem like his precious son was beaten up? The educated young man softly said that the old master was scolding Dali barbarians for being too nosy and liked to kill people at the slightest provocation. The young man who asked the question was puzzled. Was the scolding reasonable? The young man who had been educated but could not be considered a scholar was not particularly sure. He could only say that our old Master Zhang was very knowledgeable. Thinking of this, the young man looked at old Master Zhang's back. Old Master Zhang was very knowledgeable, but his son was really not a good person. He liked to gamble, and when he owed money he would pretend to be dead. There was one time when the gambling house was really anxious and beat him up and tied him up. It was the young man who went to plead for leniency and paid the debt. This was because one of old Master Zhang's students happened to be his school teacher. He couldn't read it from books, but he still respected the teacher very much. In the past he had scolded and beaten him a lot. When he was young he was quite resentful and thought that he was too nosy. However, as he grew older he felt that he had let down that teacher, so he also respected the teacher more. However, that old Master Zhang's son was really not a good person. He helped out of kindness, but later on he blamed him. In the end, the leader of the ruffians nodded to himself and said that he was right. Now that they were walking on the road, those official dogs who called them brothers when they treated them to drinks usually looked at them as if they were guarding against thieves. Jinjia continent. Zhou Xian was located high in the sky of a continent. The place where he was now was supposed to be the place where a certain Confucian temple worshipped the sages. As for the native Ascendant Realm cultivator Wanyan Laojing, he was already an Ascendant Realm cultivator, but he was like the old man in the marketplace who was dying of old age. He watched as time passed bit by bit until he died of old age. He was even worse than the old man in the marketplace. As the number 1 cultivator in Jinjia continent, Wanyan Laojing had been famous for a long time. However, before he came out of seclusion he had already been in seclusion for 500 years. Almost every 100 years, there was a rumor that the founding ancestor was about to break through the bottleneck and resonate with the heaven and earth. However, after so many times, no one paid much attention to it. After the North Continent's Fire Dragon Venerable, the South Whirlpool Continent's Chen Chunan, and the White Mountain Continent's God of Fortune, Wanyan Laojing, the Jinjia Continent's Ascendant Realm cultivator, was once the most promising Ascendant Realm cultivator in the world. He was regarded as one of the top 10 cultivators in the Central Plains. As for why he didn't go to the battlefield in his hometown where the outcome of the battle was uncertain, he didn't go to the desolate world's ascendant realm demons and perish together with them. He didn't want to destroy the demon army in one go. Why did he choose to kill the cultivators of the upper 5 realms in his hometown? Was it because his Tao was severed and his soul and body were already rotten to the point where he could only wait for death? As a result, his Tao heart collapsed and his inner demons caused trouble, attracting some otherworldly demons to steal his heart lake? Was it because of the huge restriction of the Central Plains Confucian Temple? Was it because he had been holding a grudge for a long time? Or was it because of the various old grudges that had passed for countless years? In any case, it was destined to become an unsolved mystery that would never be solved. Zhou Xian didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. That Wanyan Laojing was a stubborn old thing to begin with. The grudge between the two of them wasn't small. If it wasn't for the annoying old-fashioned rules of the Confucian Temple, Zhou Xian would have already crossed continents to visit the Xianxia continent. Didn't he like to go into seclusion? Then he might as well not come out. Zhou Xian lowered his head and looked towards the north of the central region of the Xianxia continent. He sighed. What a good move by Jiaxing. When a scholar's heart was evil, it was truly terrifying. The Tongyi continent's catoptric deflection could be clearly seen in the north-central region of the Xianxia continent under the old man's feet. What a good move by the Tongyi continent. Zhou Xian descended into the mortal realm and didn't dare to travel far with his own soul. Was he seeking death in the Xianxia continent, where most of the mountains and rivers belonged to the desolate world? Zhou Xian knew some small tricks of the talisman Dao. So what if he was one of the 10 of the Central Plains? That Jiaxing even wanted to kill by. The Central Plains divine continent, which occupied half of the world, had the 10 of the Central Plains' most famous people. The most proud person in the mortal realm was the immortal poet Bai. He was the only one. The other 9 people were roughly divided into 3 groups. They might not be accurate, but they were the most widely spread. Longhu Mountain's Grand Heavenly Master. The cornerstone of all military cultivators. Talisman Zhou Xian. Baidi City's Xing Juzhong. Female martial god Pei Bei. He was a great demon who founded a sect. Mahist's Master. He was known as a special existence who could single-handedly take down a city. It was said that as long as one of the 10 wasn't present, any of the 10 of them could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Old Sword Immortal Zhou Xian. Huaying. This list naturally avoided the Confucian Temple of the Central Plains. There were also the 10 of them. However, the busybodies were noisy and annoying. Even Zhou Xian felt that it was too boring. The Holy Ancestor. Ritual Sage. Secondary Sage. By Eastern Sea Monastery's Daoist Temple Head. Longhu Mountain's Grand Heavenly Master. These people were the ones that the talisman Zhou Xian, who was a great cultivator at the peak of the mountain, recognized. Other than that, there were ups and downs. The 10 of them plus the substitutes had different opinions. Everyone had their own selfish motives and preferences. For example, the secondary sage's swordsman Alliance. His sword intent was at its peak, his sword Tao was supreme, and his sword was the most magnificent. Another example was the literary sage's second disciple. His sword arts were the best in the world. Zhou Xian realized that the Ascendant Realm Great Demon had already run away, and the 2 young martial artists were fine. Zhou Xian was a little worried. What? Did he really have to return to the Central Plains with his tail between his legs? Only by killing or seriously injuring an Ascendant Realm Great Demon that wasn't at the 14 thrones would he feel better. As for the Fuyao continent, Zhou Xian really didn't want to get involved. The water was too deep. Zhou Xian am short. Zhou Xian couldn't decide what to do, so he decided to chat with the 2 young martial artists to ease his mind. He didn't expect Chao Ci to smile. After cupping his fists and thanking him, he took his leave. He looked rather calm and composed. But the tanned and charming young lady was more courteous. Not only did she cup her fists to thank him, she did not immediately leave. Zhou Xian couldn't help but look towards the south. The Fuyao continent was no longer the vast world and had become the territory of the savage world. Bai Yi, maybe you don't mind being in the vast world, but the other party's 6 beasts were stepping on your own territory. The 24 solar terms formation of the Aquarius continent seemed to be illusory and useless. But the most profound part of it, ordinary people might not be able to see it, but how could Bai not know about it? 10% heaven's luck. One side was weak, the other side was strong. The Aquarius continent's cultivators that had no chance of winning suddenly had a 10% chance of winning. Was it important? Evenly matched 50% chance of winning became 60% chance of winning? Was it important? 90% chance of winning became 100% chance of winning? Wouldn't the cultivators of the demon race tremble in fear when facing him? Bai Ye's sword landed in the Fuyao continent. This was no different from choosing to be alone, waiting for the encirclement. But the number of great demons surrounding Bai Yi and their cultivation, even Bai Yi would be surprised. But Bai Yi being surprised was just being surprised. It would not hinder him from using his sword. Huai Clan's old man was someone who liked to take advantage of others, and wanted to gain fame, so he went to the South Whirlpool continent where Qin Chunan was stationed. Zhou Xian, that bad-tempered old man, left the Central Plains Divine Continent and rushed to the Fuyao continent. How was it? Was he a hero? Very heroic. In the Fuyao continent's mountain cave, killing demons was painful, very satisfying. Then what? Gone. One of the 10 of the Central Plains gone just like that. Bai Yi made Huai Abacus go from the bottom 10 to the 9th. When Zhou Xian was alive, what did he say? As long as I am alive, I will always sit at the 9th position. Even if you give me the 8th position, I will not want it. I want that Huai Abacus to be at the bottom forever, to shit and piss on his head. 6 great demons. What if there was a 7th? Bullshit, there definitely was. At the northern ferry of the Tong Yi continent, Zhou silently pinched his fingers. Fuyao continent. Good name. Just right for Bai Yi. Wuxia would be the 7th. Lu Cha was indeed on his way to the Fuyao continent, and he did not deliberately hide his sword qi. In the eyes of the cultivators at the peak of the South Whirlpool continent, he turned into a beam of sword light and flew away. Mr. Zhou had previously given this bearded ranger of the wilderness 2 choices. He could cooperate with the Dragon Monarch and kill a junior at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Or he could go to the Fuyao continent and send Bai Yi off. A swordsman sending off a swordsman. Compared to Bai Yi dying tragically under a spell, he would die a more meaningful death. If he liked to stand out, then he would be killed. Zhou Xian was only the first. The Ascendant Realm Wanyan Old Jing who had lost his mind was on the other extreme. It was indeed as the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain had said, at the ruins of the inverted mountain, he had announced to the world that they would not be free for long. Who told the cultivators at the peak not to be free? Of course, it was the Confucian rules. The most hateful thing was that the higher the realm, the heavier the restrictions. When Ascendant Realm cultivators left their continent, they had to greet the Confucian temple sages who were in charge of the sky screen and obtain permission to travel across continents. Not to mention the savage world, even in the green underworld where Taoism was the dominant sect, would there be such a rule? However, in the vast world where hundreds of schools of thought contended, there were all kinds of rules to restrict immortals and Ascendant Realm cultivators. Lu Cha chose the second option. In the wilderness he did not contribute much because he respected Qin Qingdu and those sword cultivators. After all, he could not go to the vast world and ask Qin Chunan for a sword and not attack a few times. Bai Yi was the same as Alliance. Lu Cha wanted to ask for a sword the most. So what if he could not ask for a sword alone? Lu Cha wanted to do something, but in the end he could not do anything. Mr. Zhou finally said 2 sentences. The first sentence was, "Please remember where your hometown is, Mr. Lu." The second sentence was, "Moon-bearing mountain invites Lu Cha to attack." Apart from this, Mr. Zhou was also scheming against Qin Chunan and the entire South Whirlpool continent. Zhou Xian died, and Fuyao continent and Tongye continent fell into the hands of the wilderness. Only the South Whirlpool continent, which was closest to the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, still had few battles. Once Bai Yi died in the Fuyao continent. Then what about the mellow scholar Qin Chunan? The South Whirlpool continent now had the Huai family's patriarch and one of the top 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lu Ji, who could hold the line. Qin Chunan was very leisurely. What a noble and mellow scholar he was, sitting calmly on the fishing platform. Zhou stopped his mental calculations and lightly shook his sleeves. He smiled at Tuisha and said, "Let's wait for left and right to strike Xiaochua with their swords. As a student, I'll take half of Mister's life before going to the Fuyao continent." Cui Dong remained silent. It was something that Zhuozhuo would do. If Zhuozhuo did not do it, the old scholar would force Zhuozhuo to lower his head and attack. Cui Dong's gaze was on the south of Zhou. Soon a towering tree and a majestic tower would be erected there. The old scholar gave him something and Lu Shilu helped him take it to the Tongye continent. Taoist temple Tongye continent Wutong tree. You calculate your own, I calculate mine. I Cui Dong do not care about your calculations. Not to mention Bai Ye's life or death, I don't even care about the old scholar and Zhu's life or death. Not to mention Qin Chunan who was born of the secondary sage. Which one does Cui Dong need to worry about? However, I, Cui Dong, will return the favor. Let's see if you, Zhou Xian, dare to not care and if you cannot care. People were dying on the three fronts of the continent. Dali Imperial Tutor remained calm. Other than controlling the Beko Keikyung building and killing the great demon with his flying sword, he only explained the subtleties of the 100 schools of thought to the Confucian disciples. Other than mental calculation, he also asked questions and answers with the Confucian scholars. For some reason, a high-spirited Confucian scholar from the Lakeview Academy mentioned that there were no borders in the world. Cui Dong said indifferently, "Fuck no borders." The whole place was silent. The one who said this was not Cui Dong Shan, but the imperial tutor Cui Dong. In the Fuyao continent, Bai Yi wielded his sword and left a remote school far away from the flames of war. He listened to an old master use a strong local accent to teach and dispel the doubts of a young child. Bai Yi looked around and smiled indifferently. He wondered if the plum trees and flowers in his hometown were white. It turned out that after father and mother left, they traveled far away. The scholar Bai Yi had a clear conscience in this life and a clear conscience. Then Bai Yi left. 722. In the ruins of the Jinjia continent battlefield, a short and skinny old man with white hair and purple clothes with a wine flask tied around his waist stood barefoot on the tip of an iron spear that was inserted into the ground. Zhou Xian looked around. Corpses of elite soldiers and qi cultivators were everywhere. There were also piles of corpses that were supposed to be built by the beasts of the demon race for the skeleton throne so that Bai Ying could make use of these skeletal ghosts that had been reduced to puppets to push northward and take over the remaining territories of the Jinjia continent that was no longer capable of fighting a decisive battle. Bai Ying was indeed the most deserving of death among the 14 throne demons. Otherwise there would be no end of trouble. She had already wreaked havoc in the Golden Armor continent. Once this beast reached the central divine continent, how terrible would it be? It was a pity that he was a step too late. He could not stop the crazy Wanyan Laojing and could not take the opportunity to take down Bai Ying. Actually, Zhou Xian's purpose of crossing continents was to put aside his grudges with Wanyan Laojing and help the Golden Armor continent hold on for a few more days. Zhou Xian admitted that his talisman skills were indeed enough to suppress Bai Ying's skeleton army. After all, Zhou Xian did not have much, but he had a decent number of talisman. Winning with numbers. In addition, Bai Ying did not look like someone who was good at fighting. Zhou Xian felt that since his life was not in danger as long as he did not learn from Zhou Shenji, it would not be a big problem to join in the fun. But at this moment Zhou Xian was standing on the tip of the spear. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The old man tugged at his beard and was even more worried. Bai Ying was nowhere to be found. She must have gone to the Fuyao continent to kill Bai Yi. Did he want to be in a favorable position? It was just that he did not know how this throne demon who did not seem to be good at fighting was feeling. Was he as worried as Zhou Xian? After all, to kill Bai Yi he had to pay a price. Zhou Xian looked at the little girl who was slowly walking over and stopped a little further away. The old man smiled and said, "You're called Pei Qian, right? You're famous. You look like Chao Xi. Young people like you can scare us old farts to death. Very good, very good." Pei Qian had been looking left and right. She stopped and cupped her fists. Then she asked, "Old Immortal you, can I clean up the battlefield? Possible at most 5 minutes. Half an incense stick will do." He could kill a pure Jade Realm demon cultivator with a flick of his finger, and this old senior was dressed like this. Pei Qian recognized him with a single glance. He was the talisman of the Central Plains, Zhou Xian. Pei Qian felt that although he had missed out on Sword Immortal Zhou, he had not missed out on Old Immortal Yu. His master had once mentioned Zhou Xian and admired him greatly. For an old immortal that even his master admired to be willing to come alone to the Golden Armor Continent's battlefield, Pei Qian felt that he had missed out on Old Immortal Yu, but he had not missed out on Old Immortal Yu. This battle had not been in vain. Back then, Pei Qian had asked his master whether the yellow paper talisman on his forehead was more valuable than the talisman that old Yu had painstakingly drawn. At that time his master nodded and gave Pei Qian an extra bowl of fish soup. Actually at that time charcoal had already eaten her fill. When she took the bowl with a bitter face, he didn't know if he was right or wrong. Pei Qian couldn't help but think of these things from his childhood. He felt that he had let old Immortal Yu down. It wasn't about which talisman was more valuable, but that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and casually called him Old Yu. Therefore Pei Qian finally had the honor of meeting him in person and was especially respectful. Moreover, this old senior's state of mind was just and honorable. He was like the Milky Way hanging in the sky and the stars shining brightly. Pei Qian had only glanced twice before and didn't look much. After roughly determining the inclination of the people in that scene, Pei Qian didn't dare to look much. Zhou Xian nodded and said, "Are you afraid that Bai Ying is hiding among them? If not, she would have run away long ago. At this time no bastard dares to come and die. Don't worry. Not to mention 5 minutes, even 2 hours won't be a problem. However, little girl, what are you doing here? You're a pure martial artist. Although your realm is high, you can't handle these corpses properly. Let me do it." Pei Qian was a little embarrassed, but he still said honestly, "Old Immortal Yu, I want to take some items from those demon cultivators to exchange for some divine money." Zhou Xian was stunned for a long time. Such a young pure martial artist. He felt like he was only a little bit behind Xianxia. So he was actually asking him if he could pick up money? Was he that bad when he was only a little bit behind Xianxia? Actually, it was very scary. Moreover, he was a little girl much younger than Xianxia. Zhou Xian almost asked shamelessly, "Little girl, do you have a master? If you don't, I know a little about fist techniques. Why don't you take me as your master?" As for whether she knew fist techniques, he would kidnap a disciple first. However, Zhou Xian was very clear that such a young genius must have a good master. Zhou Xian laughed and said, "Don't worry about picking up money. I'll keep an eye on her for a while." After a while he would make a decision. Anyway, Bai was not that easy to kill. Pei Qian received the old immortal's decree. He cupped his fists and smiled brightly. He took out an ancient seal from his sleeve. Then he gently stomped his foot and shook the brightest treasure-light objects on the mountain from the corpses of some demon cultivators. With a wave of his hand he kept them into the object close to him. Pei Qian swept over. Wherever she went she would step on the ground. Within a radius of a few miles, only the items on the demon cultivators would be uprooted from the ground. Then she would accurately guide them with her fists. As if they were guests, they would all be brought into the mansion close to him. She had borrowed an object close to the seal from Sister Zaishi. Later she borrowed an object close to the seal from Sister Zhu Mei. She did not gain much from the previous few battles. After all, the battles on the battlefield were tragic. Survival was the most important thing. Pei Qian did not dare to be distracted. Today was the only exception. However, the ruins of the battlefield could be said to be full of heavenly treasures and immortal items. Pei Qian still planned to leave after the time it took to burn a stick of incense. She could not delay the old immortal any longer. Zhou Xian seemed to be standing on the tip of the spear, looking towards the south towards the Fuyao continent. However, he was actually paying attention to the female martial artist behind him who was picking up scraps. He wanted to see if she kept her promise to only pick up the treasures on the mountain from the demon cultivator's corpse. If she accidentally picked up the wrong one, then don't blame this old man for being careless. Very good. The little girl had a good eye for picking things. She was also very careful in doing things. Since that was the case, no matter how many opportunities there were, they should be taken by her. As long as she could see them and take them away, the little girl could make a fortune. Of course, Zhou Xian did not care for these items that were too ordinary. Moreover, he was at most cleaning up the corpses of the battlefield to prevent them from becoming a problem in future battles. How could he be in the mood to make money? Moreover, Zhou Xian had never worried about money or his natal items in his entire life of cultivation. He had always relied on his own ability to make them come uninvited. What's so good about being a pure martial artist? Why don't you join my sect and learn my Dao techniques as a talisman? You don't even need to use your fists to kill people. One must know that in the central divine continent, there has always been a saying that, killing people with immortal aura, talisman of Xian. Little girl, have you heard of it before? Are you tempted? You can be tempted. It was a pity that the little girl's eyes were only shining. What a greedy person she was. She did not know that the real immortal money was right in front of her eyes. Exactly the time it took for an incense stick to burn. That Pei Qian returned to the place where he had stopped and cupped his fists again. He thanked old Immortal Yu and took his leave. Zhou Xian nodded. The little girl was much more pleasing to the eye than that brat Xianxia. The old man had also made up his mind. He would go and take a look. He would only go to the Fuyao continent to take a few glances and throw a few talisman. If he could not win, then he would run. Pei Qian, who was covered in blood, took a deep breath. Before he left the battlefield, he looked at the corpses that were destined to be unable to be buried. Even if they were buried, it would be meaningless. Pei Qian bit his lips and said in his heart, "Everyone take care." Pei Qian bent his knees slightly and rose from the ground. The earth trembled and rippled, shattering the corpses of many Earth Immortal Realm demon cultivators. After Zhou Xian heard Pei Qian's thoughts, he smiled slightly and stepped lightly on the tip of the spear. The old man landed barefoot. The long bridge flipped and caught up to Pei Qian like an immortal riding the wind. It was neither fast nor slow. It was neck to neck with Pei Qian. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, but still grabbed the long spear with the golden talisman engraved on it. It was the life weapon of the unpolished Jade Realm demon that old Immortal Yu had killed. Pei Qian turned his head and shouted, "Old Immortal Yu's reputation is not in vain. No wonder my master would say that the talisman is unparalleled. The talisman's Tao is mysterious. It is like the gathering of rivers into the sea. It is a myriad of phenomena. It is even more amazing in the central divine continent." Pei Qian felt a little guilty. His master had not said that before. He did not know if his words were too flattering. If only his master was here. He would definitely know his limits. Pei Qian did not dare to look at the mortal world. It turned out that his master was not the only one who was not by his side. Did not matter. She had temporarily taken in an anonymous disciple. He was a little mute who did not like to talk and did not speak much. Thousands of miles away from the battlefield, Pei Qian found the child at the top of a mountain. He was still squatting on the ground habitually. Chao Xi and Sister Zaishi stood side by side. They were both dressed in white and looked like a pair of immortal couples that had walked out of a painting. After Pei Qian landed, she called Aman. The little mute who did not want to say anything just looked up at her and then lowered his head again. Pei Qian looked at Chao Xi and felt a little helpless. Until he saw the confrontation between Chao Xi and an Ascendant Realm demon. Chao Xi was at a disadvantage, but she was not in a difficult situation. Only then did Pei Qian know the truth. It turned out that Chao Xi still did not use her full strength when fighting on the battlefield in the past. Killing demons, saving people, punching, strength, trajectory, pulling back and punching again. Every punch was just right. Chao Xi seemed to be able to predict every punch, so there was no need for her to fight first. After Pei Qian and Yu Feng left, Zhou Xian stroked his beard. No wonder the little girl was so polite. It turned out that she had a good master who taught her carefully. He did not know how old she was, but she actually had such steady knowledge. Zhou Xian restrained his smile and disappeared in a flash. He went all the way south and traveled across continents. He muttered, "If I die, I die." The old man was all alone. He only had the talisman to accompany him. How Ran saved Bai Yi the talisman Zhou Xian. Fuyao continent. Bai Yi was alone with a sword. Dressed in a green robe, he flew to the sky. The mountains and rivers of the continent under his feet had become a big world of formations. From the sky to the land, everything was shrouded in the fate of the wilderness. With the coast of the continent as the border, it became a huge cage to detain, suppress and kill Bai Yi alone. Bai Yi did not care. As long as the battlefield was far away from the human world, Bai Yi was not used to seeing too much. The final battle of his swordsmanship in this life was like a poem. How could it be like this? As for the rest, you can do whatever you want as long as you are happy. Bai Yi hovered with his sword and looked around. He was not at a loss. The only regret was that Bai Yi did not want to owe anyone. It was just that this sword that had accompanied him for many years could not be returned to Daoist son of Deshendu Temple. This celestial sword was called Tai Bai. This was the first time Bai Yi met Daoist's son and the celestial sword Tai Bai. It was also the first time Daoist's son traveled the vast world to relax. Daoist's son gave Bai Yi the sword as a gift at first, but Bai Yi was unwilling to accept it. Daoist's son changed it from a gift to a loan. The reason was that the celestial sword's name clashed with the color of the peach blossoms in his temple. It was difficult for him to get lucky. The celestial sword Tai Bai was a perfect match for Bai Yi. "I'll treat it as marrying off my daughter to Hao Ran and get a son-in-law. It's not a loss at all. From this, it can be seen that I only split the big and small profits. There were only 3 people who could make Bai Yi feel that he owed them. The patriarch of the Dao sect's sword Immortal lineage, Sun Huaizhong. His close friend Zhou Xian. Teacher Wen Sheng. Grand ancestor of moon-supporting mountain. Wen Haizhou. Swordsman Lu Che. Baiying. Yangji. Feifei. Yuan Shou. Yao Jia. Huang Wan. Lotus Nunnery Master. Yu Dao. Qian. Dragon Lord. 5 mountains. There used to be 14 thrones in the wilderness. Now that was a matter of the past. At the end of the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lotus Convent matron who had refined half a moon had already been killed by Dong Senging. Not only that, he had also slain the greater demon and the moon. It was said that the greater demon Yellow Luan, who had refined countless immortal cave abodes and pavilions, had been killed by Alliance and sword immortal Yao Chong Dao. As a result, its cultivation realm dropped continuously and it had no choice but to change its physical body. It was reduced to the nascent soul realm, living a life worse than death. As for the first throne greater demon that had perished in Haoran in the Fuyao continent, it had changed its name to Dazzling Armor. In the words of the old scholar, it liked to flaunt its wealth and hated such trash the most. It was an existence that had killed countless mountain and river deities in the Fuyao continent to make up for the loss of its great Dao at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Bai Yi had delivered 3 strikes and finally killed it at the ruins of the inverted mountain. The first strike was to send the guest away from the Fuyao continent to avoid harming the innocent. The second strike and Dazzling Armor could be considered to be traveling the sea together to return the favor to the wilderness. The third strike by Yi was also the most powerful. It could be considered to be a memorial to the sword cultivators who had died heroically at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Bai Yi should have delivered 1 or 2 more strikes to truly kill Dazzling Armor. However, at that time, someone had made a move and suppressed the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor's heaven and earth transformation mystique. Otherwise, Bai Yi would not have minded traveling with his sword. It was a good opportunity to see the remaining half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi that still belonged to Haoran. At this moment, Bai Yi was hovering in the middle of a sea of clouds above a continent. The sea of clouds beneath his feet was the withered skeleton greater demon Bai Ying's natal technique. It was filled with the surging resentment of vengeful spirits. Countless white bones, skulls and arms wanted to surge towards Bai Yi, but they were all dispersed by Bai Ye's noble spirit without needing to use his sword. Bai Ying no longer sat on his skeleton throne. He stood up. Beside him stood a powerful sword attendant who had the appearance of a dragon monarch array master. Great demon Wu Yu stood on top of an ancient deity's corpse that floated in the air. He extended his hand and grasped a long spear that pierced through the skull. Thunder rumbled. 5 colored lightning surrounded the long spear and great demon Wu Yu's entire arm. Thunder rumbled in the sky above the continent. It made Wu Yu look like the supreme deity of the Thunder sect had returned to the mortal world. There was a 3-headed and 6-armed giant sitting on a cushion that was covered with golden books. The sword scar on his chest was only half wiped away after passing through the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He deliberately left the other half. He wanted to wait until he personally destroyed the Ascension City under the 5th heaven before he could completely wipe away the sword scar. The great demon Yangji, who wore an emperor's crown, wore a black dragon robe. He had a human head and a dragon's body. Around his huge body, there were many Ascension Realm cultivators with pipa in their arms. Coincidentally, his old friend Yuan Shou, who had crossed the continent at the same time, caught them and chewed on them like soybeans to treat his injuries. In the battlefield at Old Dragon City, Yuan Shou had suffered many flying swords from the North Continent's sword cultivators. Although it did not hurt the foundation of his great path, he was still severely injured. Moreover, the great demon true body was tough. Once he was injured, he would not be afraid of Ascension Realm opponents who were not sword cultivators. However, now that he was facing Bai Yi, Yuan Shou and Yangji were not polite. Yangji did not mind this little loss. Both of them had to recover to their peak combat power. Yuan Shou was still hovering on his sword. He carried a long rod on his shoulder and a string of beads that were refined from many mountains in his hand. Now there were many more beads in his hand. They were all from some of the big mountains in the Tongyi continent. In fact, it was not a matter of whether they had a chance of winning or not. It was a sure win situation. Whether it was Lu Cha from his own camp or Alliance who returned from the outland to the Great Wall of Sword Qi or even Bai Yi, they would all end up the same way. The only thing that concerned Yang Ji and Yuan Shou, or rather all the great demons, was whether or not one of the 6 of them would die, and which one of them would die was the most important. Bai Ye's last sword strike in his life was bound to drag one of them down with him. Even if he could not kill anyone, he would end up as a yellow phoenix, which was equivalent to death. A burly great demon dressed in golden armor looked no different from a human, but he was 100 feet tall. The ancient golden armor on his body was both a cage and a shelter. The golden armor was on the verge of shattering. Streaks of golden light that were as thick as water flowed out of the stone stream like a stream. His alias was Niu Dao, which was an extremely vulgar name. He was different from the other sovereign stage great demons who stared at the vast world and took what they needed. His true target of revenge was still in the Qingming Tian, not even the Beko Keikyang building. It was a young old fellow, who liked to stay in the Lotus Grotto heaven to observe Dao. The only great demon who did not like to reveal his true body was the unusually handsome Qie Yun. He had a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Therefore he appeared exceptionally small and was roughly the same size as the scholar Bai Yi. Bai Ying 5 mountains Yang Ji Yuan Shou Niu Dao and Qie Yun. They came from different battlefields and different locations. In the end they were all present in the Fuyao continent. The 6 great demons who surrounded and killed Bai Yi were all sovereign stage great demons. The Lotus Monastery Master Huang Wan and Yao Jiao, the 3 great demons, were already history. However, there was now Shao Chui, who was in a rather high sovereign position, and 2 more ascendant realms who were not so popular. The last 2 new sovereign stage great demons were actually not taken seriously by the previous sovereign stage great demons. They were just there to make up the numbers. For example, in this encirclement that was unprecedented and perhaps would never be repeated in the future, Zhou did not let them show up at all. Bai Yi smiled and said, "Less than half of the new 14 sovereigns came to the Fuyao continent. Are you looking down on me, Bai Yi?" Qie Yun twirled a strand of hair at his temples and said with a smile, "These are words that only the Holy Master can say." Bai Yi shook his head and said, "There are some words that the Holy Master may not be able to say." The meaning behind his words was naturally that there were some words that only he, Bai Yi, could say in the world. The 6 great demons did not speak. They probably had nothing to say. Bai Yi reached out and gently held the hilt of his sword. He said doubtfully, "What are you all standing there for? Just come and kill Bai Yi. You don't dare to kill? Then I'm going to kill a demon." He unsheathed his sword. The immortal sword was too white. The sword light was too white. Suddenly there was only light between heaven and earth. The first mountain river restriction in the Fuyao continent's sky canopy that belonged to the wilderness completely collapsed. A torrential rain of 7 colors, all of which were sword qi formed by Bai Yi, smashed towards Yunhai and the 6 great demons. At the northern ferry of the Tong Yi continent, the teachers and students of the wilderness's Sea of Literature lineage, a total of 4 people, were taking a walk together. Zhou was in a good mood. It was rare for him to talk about some old matters with his 3 direct disciples. After leaving the central divine continent, Jiaxing wanted to become the wilderness's Sea of Literature. Zhou naturally, he had to pass through the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At that time, the scholar who boasted that he would bring peace to the human race was still unwilling to give up on his hometown. Therefore he found Qin Qingdu, the eldest sword celestial, who had nothing to do all day anyway. At this point Zhou smiled knowingly. You can say that it was a fake imperial edict. At that time he claimed that he had a tacit agreement with the vice leader of the Confucian Temple and the chancellor of the Learning Palace. As long as the tens of thousands of sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were willing to help and follow the Qi cultivators of the vast world to attack the moon-bearing mountain of the wilderness and open up a new territory for the vast world, the sword cultivator's identity as a condemned disciple for 10,000 years would become a thing of the past. The Confucian Temple was willing to give out a piece of blessed land for the sword cultivators to rule over. From then on, both sides would not interfere with each other's business. A young blind man with a scholarly aura said, "In terms of sentiment, reason and the general trend, the Confucian Temple should make such a sacrifice. No, they should make such a sacrifice." Zhou's last disciple, Zhou Qinggao, was now the last disciple of Zhou. The teacher said that the world was changing and many good words would turn into bad words. Just like the name Lofty, the original intention was good, but what about the world now? Then, as the last disciple of Zhou, you should strive to turn this name into a good word in everyone's heart. Zhou smiled and said, Of course, I have to promise Qingqingdu that at least half of the sword cultivators will survive when the war ends. Otherwise, the scholars including Jiaxing will easily regret their decision. Zhou Qinggao asked curiously, what did that sword immortal boss say? Qingqingdu likes to walk on the city wall with his hands behind his back. I walked with him for a few miles. Qingqingdu smiled and said that this matter has nothing to do with me. As long as you can convince the Confucian Temple and a few sword immortals other than me, I won't have any problems. I'm the previous penal official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I've been in this position for more than 100 years. Of course, I used an alias. Qingqingdu also helped me to hide my real identity. You won't be able to guess it, right? Zhou smiled. For some reason, although Qingqingdu was surprisingly easy to talk to, it seemed that from the start he did not think that he could succeed. The sword immortal penal official smiled and said, I really can't guess. Lu Bai suddenly asked, Teacher, why is Bai willing to wield a sword and guard the Fuyao continent alone? The teacher only laughed. He did not explain anything to this direct disciple. Zhou Qinggao could only help the teacher and senior to explain patiently, Senior, do you think that Bai died for nothing? Zhou Qinggao shook his head and said slowly, Yes and no. Yes and no. When Zhou Xinji was in the Central Plains, he was the old immortal in the hearts of almost all the Qi refinement warriors, especially the native sword cultivators. He was one of the 10 in the Central Plains. Although his ranking was not high, only 9th, he was still regarded as invincible in the sword. In the end, after he was killed by a sovereign great demon, many people in the Central Plains began to fight for the old fortune teller Huayin, who was at the bottom of the 10. Many people even felt that Zhou Xinji was an old trash who did not live up to his name. What sword immortal? Perhaps even if he went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in that barbarian land, Zhou Xinji might not be able to carve his name. Once Zhou Xinji died, Wanyan Laojing betrayed him. If it were you, who is already in the Ascendant Realm, would you want to get involved in this mess? Isn't Bai's swordsmanship better than Zhou Xinji's? Killing that sovereign with 3 swords to avenge Zhou Xinji? Then what will happen if Bai dies? But the problem is, if Bai does not go to the Fuyao continent, who can go, who dares to go? Whether it is the Fuyao continent or the Tongyi continent, is it the place to decide the fate of the world? Lu Bai was actually not stupid. If not, he would not have become Wooden Clock's right-hand man in planning matters. He nodded and said, In the end, we still have to look at the situation in the Central Plains. As long as the vast world can defend itself, it will be in an invincible position. We will be in trouble, very troublesome. Many of the accumulated first-mover advantages will gradually become hidden dangers, big and small, and will surface one by one. Xichen suddenly said, Bai should quit while he is ahead and return to the Central Plains. He has opened up a brand new world and has already done a lot of good deeds. Killing a sovereign with a sword is enough to have a clear conscience. It's time for someone else to take the stage. Zhou Qinggao shook his head and said, If Bai also thinks like this, then the vast world will be easy to fight. Lu Bai admired this last disciple that Mr. had just bestowed a name to. Now he was her little junior brother. Back then in the Jiaxin tent, Lu Bai had already admired the military camp leader Wooden Clock strategizing. Now that they were in the same sect, Lu Bai felt even more inferior. On Mr.'s side, Zhou Qinggao was never timid, as if he was never afraid of saying or doing wrong things. When talking to his senior brother Xichen, he was not at a disadvantage at all. It was definitely not intentional. In terms of words, his junior brother must win against his senior brother. Zhou smiled and said, You guys are still thinking too lightly. Don't think that just because the Great Wall of Sword Qi has stopped us for many years, that your world is not strong. Yes, it's fine if you think so. As for Mr.'s hometown, this vast world, it's even better if everyone thinks so. That's great. Only a few like Xiu Hu and Bai would dare to be the only one sober when everyone is drunk. Most people are afraid of this. If those idiots at the foot of the mountain are annoyed, then the temper of the immortals at the foot of the mountain is not small. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was too difficult to take down. It was a bad thing but also a good thing. After taking down the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it would be easy to take down the Tongyi continent and Fuyao continent. The morale on the battlefield would not fall but instead rise. Also, the South Swirl continent would be taken down sooner or later. They had to destroy the Gold Armor continent and the Aquarius continent. If not for the fact that Zhou Xinji wanted to die, he would have to die. Otherwise, he would be a hindrance to the Fuyao continent's situation. Furthermore, this guy was stubborn and did not retreat. I was prepared to give him a chance to become famous. But later on, Bai also killed a sovereign with 3 swords? Bai did not even have a chance to use his sword. Because Zhou Xian had severely injured a sovereign with 1 sword even earlier. From this, it can be seen that the sword immortals and sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are all like ants. Look at our Central Plains divine continent's Zhou Xian, who is only 9th. Doesn't he only have a total of 14 sovereigns? Our old sword immortal Zhou only had 1 sword immortal in the Xianxia cavern. His sword immortal took care of 1. Therefore this battle was actually very easy to fight. Those demon beasts used up half of the world's strength, but so what? They were not worth mentioning. Therefore we were only lucky to take down 2 continents. Therefore the Central Plains Confucian Temple was too cautious. The scholarly sages made a big fuss over nothing. They were too unwise and irresponsible. It was laughable, too disappointing, too sad. Lu Bai listened with his mouth agape. Zhou Mi shook his head lightly and looked towards the Central Plains divine continent. He smiled and said, "The world has not changed. It will always make people laugh until their tears dry. The strong do not care about right and wrong. At the same time they must have no worries. As long as the strong are strong enough, they can sit firmly at the top. Words and actions, even if they are silent, everything is reasonable. Even the world will help them reason." Zhou Mi smiled and said, "Bai will die in vain. At that time the world will only see the truth with their own eyes. The most proud Bai Yi of the human world was killed by Lu Cha of the savage world with 1 sword. Previously everyone was not afraid at all. Now I want all of you to be scared to death." From the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, people were used to fighting and killing. They died when they wanted to. How could the world that had enjoyed 10,000 years of peace be compared to the savage world? When it comes to mobilizing the power of the entire world on a large scale, you people are scattered across the vast world. Each of you can play with your own mud in your own homes. Zhou Mi laughed loudly. Then he straightened his clothes and shook his sleeves. He took the initiative to open the heavenly fate restriction of the continent. He bowed to the heaven and earth and said loudly, "The holy teacher, my hometown has made scholar Jiaxing despair for too many years. Now it's time for me, Zhou Mi, to disgust all of you." Above the sea of clouds in the Aquarius continent, Su Ruo asked, "This Jiaxing?" Cui Dong said, "He's just putting on an act. He's hiding something." Zhou Mi turned to look at the Aquarius continent. "Only Xiu who knows me best." Zhou Qinggao only asked one important question. "What about the Confucian temple?" Zhou Mi smiled and said, "Why is it so important? My hometown is not a reasonable place." Zhou Mi was a reasonable person. Therefore he had already spoken for the Confucian temple. He had already pointed out why the Confucian temple in the Central Plains was so restrained. Jiaxing's 12 strategies for peace. Which strategy was not to prevent the Confucian temple from what happened today? Which one of them was not the root cause of the current situation? Even the gentleman and the sage could not be the imperial tutor of the Confucian temple, the ruler behind the scenes. Even the emperor could not be a disciple of the Confucian school. Therefore they deserved to suffer today. The Confucian temple asked for it. When people had to die on the battlefield, how could the sage, the gentleman, and the sage reason with them? Would they bring a few books of the sage to those who were about to die and talk about the sage's principles in the books? Back then the righteous world did not listen to them. They shelved the 12 strategies for peace that I painstakingly wrote. Now let's listen and think more about it. It's a pity that there's only one Cui Dong. It's a pity that Xiu who will die. Not only will he die, but his name will also go down in history. Even if the righteous world wins the war, it will still be the same. The Confucian temple has given the world too many paths to take. It has given the world too much freedom. However, it will only make people feel that they are not free. It's far from enough. Very good. If you want pure and unrestrained freedom, I will give you Yushan. The only principle is that the strong are respected. This is what the savage world has always believed in. It's not what Zhou Mi said. Zhou Mi quickened his pace. The 3 students tactfully let the teacher walk by the beach alone. The official stopped and looked at the battlefield at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent. Imperial concubine Fei had sent the god of plagues and the 2 passers-by to the old dragon city. Seemed to be effective. Zhou Qinggao and Lu Bai turned around and walked slowly. Zhou Qinggao was silent for a moment. Suddenly he said, "Senior sister, do you know which hidden official you like?" Lu Bai was dumbfounded. She laughed and scolded, "What? Wooden clog, are you crazy?" Zhou Qinggao also stopped and laughed. "Who's crazy? No one is crazy." Lu Bai's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Impossible. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense." Zhou Qinggao continued to walk. "Rather than worrying that the hidden official will be my future inner demon, I might as well open up my heart and admit that I like him. Firstly, Qin Pingon will definitely die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if I take a step back and say that Qin Pingon doesn't die, senior sister actually knows that she is destined to never be able to personally take revenge on him in this lifetime. Then the hidden official will always be on the path of cultivation waiting for Lu Bai. The more you deceive yourself, the more opportunities the hidden official will have. Secondly, not only do you have to like her, but you also have to really like her. Then Lu Bai only needs to have a thought in his heart. In the future he will personally ascend to the city to let the culprit who killed Qin Pingon know one thing. Qin Pingon likes Ningyao, but it is not as good as Lu Bai. Lu Bai was sweating profusely. He did not move to catch up with his junior brother. The official and Zhou Mi laughed in their hearts. Teacher has accepted a good disciple. Zhou Mi smiled. It is normal for a senior brother to not be as good as a junior brother, but don't come too early. Zhou Qinggao is different from you senior brothers and senior sisters. He truly admires the Great Wall of Sword energy and he yearns for that young hidden official. Hence, his rejection of the vast world is much heavier than all of you. At the same time, he has a greater chance to become the Qin Pingon of the wilderness. Only when he is like him can he surpass him. As for that Fei Ran, she has her own path to walk. She changed her name to Qin Yin because she was bored after reaching Tong Yi continent. Furthermore, Fei Ran does not need to become someone else. Teacher is in a good mood today, so I will say a few words to you in advance. There are some young people in my heart that I have high hopes for. Other than you, Zhou Qinggao, Fei Ran and you see Tan Tan? There are a few more. There are about 10 of you, less than 20 young people. I'm looking forward to your great Dao accomplishments. Believe me, it will not be low. I will go find Kui Yu and bring her to see that Wutong tree in that Yao suppressing building. The official, you and junior brother will help to keep an eye on the old Dragon City battlefield. The official accepted the order. Teacher is meticulous, thorough and meticulous and conducts himself well. Junior brother is noble and virtuous and conducts himself well. The old elementary scholar staggered as he sat in the sky of South Pasua continent. He was not far away from a sage of rights lineage. One did not want to speak for the time being while the other was waiting to speak. Anyway, the old elementary scholar beside him would definitely speak and no one could stop him. You sages have always been lonely since ancient times. It's been hard on you. As expected, the old elementary scholar coughed a few times. Since he was at the unification of the 3 continents, he could not spit out real blood, so he just treated it as a cough to moisten his throat. He first complained about how hard it was for others, then complained to the sage, "It's not easy for me either. Forget about the Confucian Temple's merit book. It's not that big of a deal. However, you have to give me an extra credit first. In the future, when the Confucian Temple quarrels, you have to stand on my side and speak up for me." The Confucian Temple's sage nodded and said, "Let's talk about it as it is. I have said exactly what I should have said, sage of literature. As for what I shouldn't have said, it's useless even if the sage of literature makes a scene here." The old elementary scholar sat cross-legged and beat his chest, feeling wronged. "I'm not as magnanimous as your teacher. No wonder there's no prefix in front of the word sage. Look at me, you should learn from me." The sage said straightforwardly, "I've seen a lot. I can't learn from you." The lineage of the Sage of Rights in the Confucian Temple had always been the closest to the lineage of the Sage of Literature. Otherwise, the Grand Chancellor of Rights Learning Palace would not have hoped that Mao Xiaodong, who was not a direct descendant but was a registered disciple of the Sage of Literature, could stay in Rights Learning Palace and focus on his studies. The supervisor of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the gentleman Wang Zai, who was from Rights Learning Palace, would not have taken the initiative to speak ill of Qin Pingon, who was not a hidden official at that time. In the end, he even took the initiative to ask Qin Pingon for a seal with the seal script: "The sun shines in the day and the moon shines in the night." He did not even regard Qin Pingon as an outsider and asked Qin Pingon to sign his name. The old elementary scholar sighed. What a boring person. If he was not too lazy to go far, he would have changed to a more sensible and witty person to chat with. The Confucian Temple in the central region had a total of 72 Sage of Rites Learning Palace. These Sage of Rites Learning Palace were responsible for guarding the sky canopy of the 9 continents year after year. They had to watch over the brightest lights in the world day and night. They had to suppress the actions of all the Ascendant Realm cultivators and prevent them from leaving the continent without permission. They also had to monitor the whereabouts of the Immortals and their indiscriminate use of supernatural powers to prevent harm to the people in the world. For example, the Tongye continent and the Fuyao continent had 3 Sage of Rites Learning Palace. The Aquarius continent had only 2 Sage of Rites Learning Palace because it was the smallest continent. As for the South Hassa continent, it had 4 Sage of Rites Learning Palace because it was the closest to the Inverted Mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was 1 Sage of Rites Learning Palace in the Fuyao continent. He had a good temper with the old elementary scholar and was relatively talkative. He joked with the old elementary scholar in private that he saw the lights of praying and making wishes in the world from afar. They rose up one by one and were getting closer and closer to him. He really felt that the beauty of the world had reached its peak. It was because of the sage's words that the old elementary scholar had the humorous comment of sitting on wax. It was the old elementary scholar's unique skill to be able to take bad words seriously and say good words seriously. As for being able to say nice things in such a weird way. Bullshit your mother. I, the old Xianxia, am a scholar with a scholarly reputation. Who would he say anything bad about? The old elementary scholar asked, "Do you have any wine? There is always an endless supply of good wine in the world. You can borrow 2 pots from any rich family. Let's drink. Remember, don't pick the divine wine from the immortal mansion on the mountain. I'm not a picky person." The sage shook his head. The old elementary scholar hit his palm with his fist. "Then I'll go find Xianxia to drink some wine later. I don't even need to borrow it. Lass, look at how things have turned out. It's as if the scholars of the Sage of Rites Learning Palace are not as generous as those of the Sage of Secondary Learning Palace. Blame me, blame me. It's hard to absolve myself from the blame. Fortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, I would definitely punish myself by drinking 3 cups." The sage said, "If the sage of literature says so, then so be it." The old elementary scholar immediately laughed. "If you stand upright, your heart will be full of noble spirit. No wonder you can be a sage above Xianxia. The other Sage of Rites Learning Palace are not as impressive as you. The only imperfection is that you are a little stingy with some small things." The sage said, "If I remember correctly, someone almost put a sack over a registered disciple and threw him into the School of Rites Learning Palace. Before doing so, he even encouraged him that if one day he really became a Sage of Rites Learning Palace, he must go to the South Pasua continent to oversee the sky screen. Must he help his teacher vent his anger?" The old elementary scholar waved his hand vigorously in denial. "Impossible, impossible. Mao Xiaodong respects his teacher the most. He would never betray his teacher." It was unknown whether he was denying it or admitting it. The sage said, "Mao Xiaodong drank too much at the Grand Chancellor's place." He said it as if his teacher was still as elegant as ever. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and nodded. He praised, "That makes sense. That makes sense." The sage suddenly looked into the distance beyond the mountains and rivers of a continent and asked, "Sage of literature, can we win? Can we save people from dying?" The old elementary scholar thought for a while and answered, "Since we can't do more, you should think more positively." There were still some sages in the Confucian temple who, at the cost of their cultivation of the Great Way, searched for broken secret realms in the long river of time. Then they placed them on the map of the vast world, either waiting for the fated person or waiting for the right time. In the end, they would become the newest paradise or blessed land in the vast world. He would never occupy the Confucian temple. There was once a vice-hierarch who joked that there was no need for the sage's principles to compete with the world for benefits. In the past 10,000 years, the biggest gain was, of course, the discovery of the fifth heaven. The discovery of the traces and the stabilization of the path were credited to a certain sage who had quarreled with the old elementary scholar the most and embarrassed the old elementary scholar the most during the battle of the third and fourth heaven. Only when the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi showed up together did the sage feel relieved and passed away. The sage only smiled at the old elementary scholar when they met. The remaining sages who accompanied the sage of literature, some of them all, some of them only half. They were so strange and resolute that they went to a faraway place where they would never return. They accompanied the sage of rites for hundreds, thousands of years. Therefore, the old elementary scholar who loved his youngest disciple the most, never said a word for his last disciple when it came to the faraway journey. However, when he was in the fifth heaven, he met his last disciple who had gone through untold hardships to find his wife. She was a wonderful young lady, Ning Yao. She was an old elementary scholar. He almost burst into tears in front of his good friend Bai Yi and a junior. Indeed, it was hard to talk about such hardships. It was even harder for his last disciple to go through such hardships alone. It was rare for the sage to take the initiative to speak. He even smiled and told the old elementary scholar about an old friend's story. Actually, compared to them, it was not that long ago. But now that he thought about it, it seemed to be a long time ago. My good friend passed by this place in the past. Before he returned to Tongye continent, he scolded the sage of literature a lot. The old elementary scholar scratched his head and then crossed his arms in front of his chest. He sneered and said, "It's not like I'll lose some meat if he scolds me. If I take it seriously, even if I'm not the sage of literature, I would have wasted tens of thousands of sages' books." The sage smiled and said, "My friend's last sentence was, 'The cold pig's head meat in the Confucian temple is delicious. Anyway, the old elementary scholar can't eat it. If he shamelessly goes to the Confucian temple one day, he can steal a few pieces from him." The old elementary scholar slapped his knee and said, "Let's eat it. Who's afraid? Can it be called stealing when a scholar steals cold pig's head meat?" In the past, the old elementary scholar had a rare stern face and ruthlessly scolded a young disciple who never had to worry about his studies. The old elementary scholar told a young boy that it was a matter for the future. "Really? Today I'm angry with you for the first time. Listen carefully, I have to raise my voice. You're not allowed to cry. Okay, the truth is that it's not about your voice. Is cold pig's head meat that easy to eat? Is it that delicious? It's best if you can eat it. If you can't, then don't eat it. You can't be a sage just to eat pig's head meat. What's wrong with being a gentleman and a headmaster of the academy? Why don't you have lofty ambitions?" The old elementary scholar did not come up with the idea of eating cold pig's head meat, but he really carried it forward. Many sages would occasionally mock themselves and be willing to take the initiative to mention this saying. Is it that easy to be a sage? The old elementary scholar once said that in the Confucian orthodoxy, it's easy for a gentleman to die, but difficult for a sage to die. The old elementary scholar only said half of his words. Is it that easy for a sage to die? Why is it that the sage of Confucianism who presides over the sky screen, the dignified sage of Confucianism who accompanies the Confucian temple, is already considered an extremely knowledgeable scholar in the world? Even the sage of Confucianism can use Confucianism's supernatural powers? For example, the headmasters of the 72 academies in Fuyao continent and Tongye continent, the sage of Confucianism, and the scholars who no longer have the chance to flip a page of the sage's books can still kill their enemies before dying. Then why is it that in the face of the large-scale invasion of the wasteland, the sage of Confucianism who presides over the sky screen can only integrate their fate into the world of one continent? This is the most that those pitiful sages can do. Does that old thief Wanyan old Jing know? Of course, does he care? Not at all. Do those who silently criticize or curse the Confucian temple in the Central Plains for not making any contributions know what happened to the sage of Confucianism, the headmasters and the Confucians of the Three Continents Academy? Do they care if they know? Not necessarily. They want people to be heroes, but they also talk about winners and losers. For example, the old friend that the sage beside him mentioned was the sage of Tongye continent who allowed Du Mao to go to Old Dragon City. The old elementary scholar cursed and scolded. If it wasn't for the second sage who stopped him at that time, he would have beaten him up. So what? The Confucian temple in the Central Plains didn't have cold pig meat to eat. Relying on the many years that he presides over the sky screen and still concentrating on his own knowledge, he was able to eat incense from the Confucian temple again. He even wanted to return to Tongye continent. Not only did he want to die, but he also wanted to come early. As for that fellow's true body, he followed the sage of rites to protect the vast world and fought against the remnants of the ancient gods. Should the old elementary scholar give him a thumbs up? Yes, he should. Under the heavens, A Baek-okekyung building was created to suppress the otherworldly demons. Under the Lotus World, a Western Buddhist kingdom suppressed countless of the most stubborn vengeful spirits. Under the Vast World, it seemed to be in charge of targeting the demon race in the wasteland. It was far more than that. As the most important enclave under the Vast World, the Great Wall of Sword energy and tens of thousands of sword cultivators guarded this place for 10,000 years and restrained the demon race in the wasteland. If the Great Wall of Sword energy stood for 10,000 years, wouldn't the Confucian Temple be safe for 10,000 years? Would they just watch from the sidelines? Why didn't the Sage of Rites, who was the second deity of the Confucian Temple, appear in the Confucian Temple? He didn't even say anything about the battle between the third and fourth deities. There were thousands of reasons, but the biggest one was that the external threat was too great. Distant worries were never far away. All the Sage of Rites who presided over the sky screen were in the outer world. They followed the Sage of Rites to fight against the remnants of the ancient gods. Only their Een spirits were left in their hometowns. They were half dead and had to preside over the sky screen as a pitiful god. Otherwise, why would the ancient gods who invaded the sky screen as guests under the Vast World be in a daze for 10,000 years and obediently serve as the door gods for the Vast World? The old scholar said, "Just like what you said just now, tell the truth and judge the matter as it is. Your friend has really benefited the world by virtue of his moral essays. He has done a pretty good job. I don't say this in front of you, I say the same thing to my disciple." The sage nodded and said, "I like the Sage of Literature's principles the most." In fact, other than the sage's principles, the words of the old scholar left a deep impression on the Sage of the sky screen. He was a very old scholar, not a sage of literature. Those who don't get along with me are bad people with rotten hearts? Those who have a conflict with me are enemies with no redeeming qualities? Those who don't have the same literary heritage as me are blind scholars? Who the hell am I? Back then the old scholar was in the Confucian Temple. He seemed to be talking about himself first, but he was talking about everyone else later. The old scholar turned his head and asked sincerely, "Since you admire my knowledge and my character so much, why don't you become my disciple?" The sage said indifferently, "I'm a few hundred years older than the Sage of Literature. Besides, I believe the Sage of Literature knows very well whether the Sage of Rites line is good or not." The old scholar rubbed his hands and said, "Oh, you're too shy. I have a good relationship with your Sage of Rites. It'll be fine if you change your school. I might even praise you for your good taste. Even if the Sage of Rites doesn't praise you, I'll have to praise you in front of him. I've really taken in a good student who doesn't have any prejudice against his school." The sage didn't reply. The old scholar was famous for his love of climbing up a pole. If he didn't have a pole, he would chop bamboo and firewood to make one himself. Even if he was facing the Sage of Rites or even the Sage of Literature. Even if he was facing a country bumpkin or a schoolchild. The old scholar coughed lightly. In the secluded areas of the two continents where people didn't go, in the human world that hadn't been completely stripped of its great fortune, there would be strange phenomena. Clouds would rise and fall, or water would rise and fall. As for the South Saw continent, with the sage beside the old scholar, the fortune of the mountains and rivers would disappear as soon as it appeared. The old scholar smiled and said, "You're tired. My guest isn't a good one." The sage shook his head and said, "Anyway, I don't have any wine to entertain the Sage of Literature." The old scholar asked, "You're not chasing me away, are you?" The sage nodded and smiled. "If the Sage of Literature says so, then so be it." The old scholar sighed and said, "It doesn't feel good to just sit and wait for death, does it?" The sage shook his head and said, "It's better than the Sage of Literature. I don't have to suffer." The Sage of Literature only left the Een spirit to guard the sky and stabilize the fortune of the mountains and rivers. It was a helpless act by the Confucian Temple, but also a fortunate thing for the human world. Since ancient times, the lonely sages didn't have a real body, they were purer and more compatible with the way of heaven. The old scholar stood up and left, cursing. He staggered and quickly disappeared. Anyway, the Qi cultivators in the world were all impassioned and full of righteous indignation. They scolded the sages for being good people who only knew how to give their heads to others. The old scholar's words didn't make much of a difference. The sage sighed. Xiaochua drew his sword and fought with his left and right. The old scholar didn't just need to drink a few mouthfuls of wine. If it was an ordinary Ascendant Realm cultivator, he would have swallowed the mountains and rivers to make up for his lack of great Tao. The sage looked down and saw that the Qin Academy, which was a collection of great achievements in the world's memorial archway, was arguing again. Now there were many Confucian scholars in the various imperial academies of the Central Divine Continent. Even the 72 academies were speaking up for justice. It was as if they were willing to sacrifice their identity as Confucian scholars to scold the sage of literature for not doing anything. They were so muddle-headed that it seemed like they hadn't even touched a single military book. They actually allowed the Tongye and Fuyao continents and half of the Jinjia continent to fall into enemy hands. How does the Central Divine Continent need to build a battle line? The Central Divine Continent can't even defend two small places like the Tongye and Fuyao continents? As long as the Confucian Temple's sages all come out, the 10 people of the Central Divine Continent will assist them. If 10 people aren't enough, they can add on 10 backup people. With the mighty Yu Pu and the Immortal's help, those barbaric beasts of the world, the 14 thrones and whatnot, will all be easily destroyed. There was a young woman wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. She listened quietly at a gathering of Confucian scholars for a long time. Regardless of whether they were right or not, she would listen first. It was just that after hearing so many words, she also wanted to ask a few questions. Thus, she found a Confucian scholar and asked, "Are you going to ask the Ascendant Realm cultivators and the Immortals to come out? The Sage of Literature and the Sage of Rights will take action. What if they are still unwilling to come out? After all, people will die in war. The Ascendant Realm cultivators of the Tongye continent are all dead. They cherish their lives and fear death. I think the cultivators on the mountain are the same as us. After all, the purpose of cultivating on the mountain is to attain Tao and achieve immortality. I don't even need to mention the Sage of Literature. Who dares to disobey the Sage of Literature's rules? Who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Kill a few to establish dominance? Then the rest can only follow unwillingly to the battlefield? In the end, as you said, they all bravely went to their deaths and died in a faraway land? Aren't the words of the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain circulating now, saying that the great cultivators of the world are not free? Will they really be free when the time comes? For example, will they just switch to the wasteland? When the time comes, they will have to fight against the wasteland and prevent their own people from rebelling. Will it be very difficult? The key is the hearts of the people. The higher the position of the people in matters, the higher the view. Similarly, the higher the view, the more the people below the mountain will see the actions of the people below the mountain. In the eyes of the people below the mountain, what about the hearts of the people in the Central Divine Continent? The hearts of the people. In this chaotic world, what does this little bit of hearts count for? Those who do big things don't care about trifles. As long as we win a great battle, the hearts of the people above and below the mountain will naturally change. Of course we have to care. The wasteland, from the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, to Zhou to the entire Jiazi tent, has always been scheming against the hearts of the people. For example, didn't Zhou say that when they reach the Central Divine Continent, the wasteland will only demolish the Confucian Temple and the Academy and leave everything else untouched? The dynasty will remain the same, the Immortals will remain the same, and everything will remain the same. The moon-bearing mountain won't monopolize the additional authority of the Confucian Temple. They are willing to sign a contract with the Immortals of the Central Divine Continent. They plan to share a continent with all the major sects of the Central Divine Continent. The precondition is that the ancestors of the upper 5 realms won't help either side and will only watch from the sidelines. As for the Immortals below the upper 5 realms, even if they go to the battlefields of the various continents to kill demons, the wasteland won't punish them. Look, isn't this the hearts of the people? Why are you talking about this nonsense? How dare you talk about the hearts of the people above the mountain? Do you still care about the righteousness of a scholar? I heard that you're a student of the Cliff Academy. You're really short-sighted. You don't have much benevolence, righteousness, or morals in your heart. Aren't I talking about the facts with you? Shoo shoo shoo, don't be so noisy. What does a woman know? Here he is. The Confucian scholars of the Central Plains who were studying in the academy went to other places and continued to talk loudly with their fellow Daoists. They were high-spirited and full of mettle as they pointed out the world. If it were embroidered Tiger Tuidong, he would have detained all of them and sent them to the battlefield in the north of the Golden Armor continent on a few intercontinental ferries. I don't care if you really want to die or if you're just fishing for fame. Li Baoping, who had traveled to the Qin clan alone from the central divine continent, couldn't help but sigh. He took off his wine gourd and secretly took a sip. So tiring to talk to people. Regardless of whether I'm right or not, you should at least listen to what I've said. It's not like you're all wrong just because I said something right. The old scholar went to the human world. Inadvertently catching a glimpse of that red robe, the old scholar was in a good mood. He planned to chat with Qin Chunan for a while before going to meet with Little Treasure Bottle. On a cliff near the water, the scholar who had changed from carrying the sun and moon on his shoulders to the sun and moon hanging in the sky did not even turn his head. Wuxia went to the Fuyao continent. Xiaochuo is still blocking his way. The old scholar lamented, the little girl with 2 pigtails looks cute, but she's not cute at all when she does things. Qin Chunan smiled and asked, you really don't hate Xiaochuo at all for what she did? The old scholar said, it's all because she's a living person. As for other things, they'll do as they should. If you make a mistake, you have to bear the responsibility first before you can talk about correcting it. Qin Chunan said, left and right are the most difficult. The old scholar nodded and said, it's different inside and outside the book. Scholars are always in a difficult position. Qin Chunan made a sound of surprise and joked for the first time, is the old scholar going to start scolding? If you want to scold, don't just scold the line of the sage of literature. Remember to scold the scholars from the other lines of literature as well. The old scholar said, the first few pages of the old almanac are the ones I borrowed from the old man. Do you want to hear about it? Not to mention you, even your teacher might not know as much as I do. You're someone who only likes to read the books of the sage and doesn't care about what's going on outside. You don't like to ask about those trivial things. That sage of ours is very reserved. Looking at his posture, it's as if he wants to burn a stick of incense for every page he turns. He's not tired, but in my eyes he's really tired. Qin Chunan raised his hand and a jug of wine appeared in his hand. He handed it to the old scholar. The old elementary scholar shook the unusual wine pot. The wine inside was even more miraculous. The old elementary scholar frowned and threw it back to Qin Chunan. You can keep the fate of the mountains and rivers here. I don't lack this little bit. The old scholar said, I don't have enough strength right now. Help me cover it up a little. If there's a mistake and the secrets of heaven are revealed, it's all your fault. Qin Chunan immediately helped to isolate heaven and earth. As long as it was a serious matter, the old scholar would never hesitate. The old scholar looked at the big water outside the stone cliff and told Qin Chunan some of the old almanac. 10,000 years ago the human race climbed the mountain and even reached the sky. They either destroyed the heavenly court or killed or expelled those high and mighty existences. Those existences who regarded the human race as the source of incense and wantonly controlled the life and death of the human race became a thing of the past. In fact, when that moment really came, almost all of the human race couldn't believe that they had really won. From then on, it seemed that the human race was responsible for establishing eternal peace in the whole world. The demon race, which had existed before the human race, had made mistakes and made contributions. In fact, they still had a deep grudge against the human race. In the end, they were still given a quarter of the world, which was later called the wasteland. The mountains and rivers were vast and boundless, but the products were the most barren and the spiritual energy was relatively thin. After that, the sword cultivators who had made great contributions were moved to the area of today's Great Wall of Sword Qi after an earth-shattering civil war to build a high city. The 3 ancestors appeared one after another and in the end, they worked together to build the Great Wall of Sword Qi into a large formation that could ignore the weather of the wasteland and stand tall. Qin Chunan asked, those ancient sword cultivators didn't hesitate to break off relations with all the factions. What was the reason for this? I only know that if the sword cultivators didn't split internally, it's hard to say what the world would be like now. The old scholar sighed and said, what else could it be? Sword cultivators have the greatest killing power in the world and have killed the most deities in the heavens. One group of sword cultivators was arrogant and felt that the ruins of the celestial court that the ancestors of the 3 sects didn't want anyone to touch should be sealed up. That group of sword cultivators felt that of course it should be occupied by them. They promised to kill all the deities that fled far away so that others wouldn't have to worry about them. The other group of sword cultivators led by Qin Qingdou dragon monarch in Guanzhou felt that it shouldn't be like this and that they should move to a bigger human territory to rest and recuperate. In the end, that was the result. They fought fiercely again and the world was almost turned upside down again. Although Qin Qingdou's group of sword cultivators didn't make a move, the founding ancestor of the school of the military had long been on the same side as the sword cultivators. We were so close to winning. Qin Chunan asked again. At that time the human race won a Pyrrhic victory and didn't worry about the remaining sword cultivators? Although Qin Qingdou and the other sword cultivators didn't make a move, there were so many seeds of hatred. Sooner or later they would grow into a towering tree with sword aura. As long as Qin Qingdou, Guanzhou and the others went back on their words, or if the sword cultivators had a conflict with other humans, they would definitely make a move. That's why. The old scholar said helplessly, that's why they became felons. Isn't that pitiful? Of course it's extremely pitiful. But you have to know that in the past, the remaining sword cultivators might not even be felons. Look at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Did the Confucian Temple restrict them at all? Back then, a military school's second founding ancestor who had lost his wife said that these arrogant fellows had the closest temperament to deities and would be a huge problem. Didn't the previous group of sword cultivators refuse to be controlled? They felt that they had made great contributions and wanted to occupy the ruins of the heavenly court. Very well, they weren't deities and wanted to be the new deities. The remaining ones changed their minds and joined the battlefield to make a move. Since that's the case, why don't both sides just fight for a few hundred years and see which side gets wiped out first? That's easy. Only in the next 1,000 or 10,000 years can the world be truly peaceful. Qin Chunan came to a realization. The old scholar waved his sleeves gently. Watch carefully. Some of them were said by the old man himself, while some were from my own imagination. But when you add them together, it's not too far from the truth. Qin Chunan glanced over and saw numerous ancient figures standing by the banks of the great river. On the banks of the river, the figures seemed to be close to each other but also seemed to be very far away. An old scholar stood by the river, seemingly enlightened by the passing of time. A wooden-looking monk stood on the opposite bank of the river and looked over. A young Daoist priest sat by the river and was washing his face with water. A green bowl lay beside him. Then the young Daoist priest looked up and smiled at the old scholar and Qin Chunan 10,000 years in the future. A burly man in armor and holding a saber with both hands frowned and said nothing. But he was murderous and looked at a young man with a sword on his back who was closest to him. This was a discussion on the banks of the river. Only the sword cultivator was present. His name was Qin Qingdou. In addition, there were two demon ancestors who participated in the discussion. One of them was the master of the moon-bearing mountain, the great ancestor of the wasteland. The other was Baizhe. Beside Baizhe stood a middle-aged man in a green robe, who was the sage of rites. Further away there were several majestic figures with boundless ancient intent. But they were relatively blurry. Even Qin Chunan couldn't see their faces clearly. In the farthest place from everyone, there was a tall figure who seemed to be pulling up a head of black hair. The old scholar said, Qin Qingdou's first sentence was so tough that it seemed like he was holding up the world with his backbone. Just one sentence. Qin Qingdou said to fight and he fought. It was as if the young man with a sword on his back really said that on the bank of the largest river of time in the world. The old scholar pointed at the burly man with a saber in both hands. He held the saber in one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. Very good. Further away, Baizhe wanted to speak, but the sage of rites gently pulled on his sleeve and shook his head, indicating that there was no hurry. The tall figure in the farthest place was blurry, but his voice was cold and clear. I'll help Qin Qingdou. The monk on the opposite bank shook his head. The young Daoist priest sighed. Can't you see the true enemy of the great Tao? Even if he was only looking at a time scroll from 10,000 years ago, even if he knew the final result, Qin Chunan couldn't help but feel heavy. The old scholar chuckled. Next, it's time for us old men to take action. Magnanimous, magnanimous, how magnanimous. Do you think my heartfelt words were just flattery? No way. Qin Chunan saw the old scholar, who was also the great sage master of the world, wave his hand and then walk to the side of the young man with a sword on his back. He gently pressed the hilt of the sword and looked up with a smile. I'll take care of the sword cultivators. I'll swear that no matter what the sword cultivators do in the future, no matter who they fight, the Confucians will bear all the consequences and responsibilities. The monk on the opposite bank put his palms together and the Daoist priest on the bank nodded. Then the old scholar withdrew his gaze and smiled at the young man. Qingqingdu, believe me. In the future I'll give the sword cultivators an explanation. I can't say how good it will be, but I guarantee it won't be bad. Qingqingdu, if you don't believe me, then there's no need for trouble. You just have to fight as you please. I'll protect the sword cultivators of the world. I've long been used to this. Qin Chunan suddenly became serious. This mellow scholar's expression became more and more solemn. He bowed to the great sage master from 10,000 years ago. He bowed to the true sage in Qin Chuanan's heart. The tall figure in the farthest place said indifferently, "It's best if you fight. If you don't, I'll go to your territory in the future." The old scholar put away the painting of time. There was no more figure in the water outside the cliff. This was the truth and the truth. Otherwise, who could define the sword cultivators who were best at killing as felons? Because it was everyone other than the sword cultivators. Not only the human race but also the two demon race ancestors. Moreover, it wasn't something that the sword cultivators were completely reasonable. The sword cultivators' scabbards couldn't control their swords. The Daoist cultivators' Daoist hearts couldn't control their Daoist techniques. In the future, no matter how many thousands of years passed, the human race would only be a muddy pond. In the past, the gods were high up in the sky and treated all the humans on the earth as puppets. Would the human race be free of worries in the future? Would they then start killing each other? At that time, the two leaders who represented the demon race in the meeting actually had a huge difference of opinion on the matter of the migrating sword cultivators. One approved, the other didn't. But since it was divided into the wastelands, they didn't say much. However, the leader of the wastelands who approved of turning the sword cultivators into felons definitely didn't expect that the felons would be stationed in between the wastelands and the vast lands. After all, compared to the sword cultivators who were part of the human race, the enmity between the demon race and the human race was more complicated. At that time, the two demon race ancestors who were in the meeting at the riverside were the current master of the moon-supporting mountain and Bai Zhe, who was later suppressed in the majestic town tower in name. Why were there so many remnants of the ancient gods who had been quiet for 10,000 years suddenly appearing all at once? And why were they all coming for the vast lands? Not to attack the Baek-ok-kyung building and not to trample on the moon-supporting mountain in the wastelands? Because the vast lands took in all the sword cultivators, the first two scholars took up the responsibility to preserve the legacy of the sword cultivators in the world. Otherwise, the vast lands and the wastelands would just be two separate worlds at most. Why did they have to go through the extra step of having a great wall of sword chi to kill people for 10,000 years? Why did they have to make the vast lands and the great wall of sword chi hate each other? No matter what, since the Confucians dared to talk about this, they had to pay the price and endure 10,000 years of attacks from beyond the heavens. All the accompanying sages who were in charge of the canopy of heaven had separated themselves from the great path. Their real bodies had gone beyond the sky, following the Sage of Rights in the battle against the evil. Only their Yin spirits were left in Howren's hometown. Wasn't it the end of the Tong Yi continent's gentleman Zhong Kue? It was a long time ago. The remnants of the ancient gods who could escape this calamity, other than those who were once supreme, had their golden bodies completely dissipated, or were forced to reincarnate as humans. As for the rest, there weren't many, but which one was easy to deal with? Why was Qin Qingdu willing to go to the moon-supporting mountain with his sword? It was to return a favor. Why was he willing to defend the city for 10,000 years? It was to win an upright explanation for the sword cultivators from the Holy Master. Otherwise, wouldn't Qin Qingdu be a piece of trash in your eyes? A huge piece of trash? Back then, during the meeting at the riverside, he didn't dare to use his sword. He didn't dare to die just like that. The human world was destroyed. The great wall of sword chi was cut into two, but he didn't even use his sword. Boss, a sword cultivator was inferior to a teenage sword cultivator in the lower 5 realms? The old scholar sat on the stone cliff and glanced at the sky canopy. Then he said softly, "I once asked the old man why the sages did this and made such a huge sacrifice, but he didn't say a word. The Confucian temple seemed to be hiding something on purpose. Only those righteous people who were candidates for the position of sages knew the inside story so that they could make a choice early on whether they wanted to be a ghost or not. I was really anxious at that time, so I asked the old man, 'Let's talk to the world about our hardships and the difficulties of being the head of the family. Let's try to reason with them. Whether or not you can take it in and remember it, let's at least try it out. At the very least, we can let the ingrate know that he is an ingrate. You know how the old man answered me. The old man stretched out 3 fingers, not 3 sentences but 3 words. Why? Qin Chunan asked doubtfully. What do you mean by the words the Holy Master? Was the Holy Master blaming and demanding of all the sages? Or was it inevitable that he would be disappointed after merging with the Way for 10,000 years? Or was there some other deeper meaning? The old scholar said regretfully, you know that I'm good at reading people's expressions, but the old man was expressionless at that time, so I couldn't guess the answer. Qin Chunan said, the sages were willing to give the world more freedom, which was what Zhou Xian hated the most. He wanted to separate the heaven and the earth again. The most outstanding cultivators were in the heaven and the rest were on the earth. Compared to the vast world in the past, the strong had the greatest freedom and the weak had no freedom at all. The strong in Zhou Xian's eyes had nothing to do with one's temperament. The old scholar stood on tiptoe and patted Qin Chunan's shoulder. It's not easy for you to be criticized behind your back, but you're almost catching up to me. Good. I'm your brother and you're my brother. We're good brothers, no wonder we can chat together. The cultivators of the central divine continent who were inextricably linked to the Tongye continent, Fuyao continent and Jinjia continent, as well as the various dynasties, noble clans and immortal sects, were all staring at the battlefield in the South Swirl continent. In the end they were all watching Qin Chunan alone. Those who were reasonable kept it in their stomachs, while others were already pointing fingers. Some even spoke openly. The old scholar said softly, Die. Why don't you come to the South Swirling continent to die? Why don't you go to the Jinjia continent to die? Why don't you go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to die? Why don't you go to the Tongye continent and Fuyao continent to die? Why don't the 10 people of the Central Divine Continent die? Why don't the 10 people of the vast world die? Why don't the Confucian Temple's Vice-Chancellor and Chancellor die? Why don't the sages die? And you Qin Chunan, why don't you die outside the South Swirling Continent? The old scholar said helplessly, many sages have already died. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. You guys should at least give Qin Chunan a chance to die a worthy death. All of you are F***king dogs, 100 times more F***king than Alliance. When the time comes for the South Swirling Continent to be destroyed, oh shut up. In fact, I won't shut up anymore. I'll start by saying that Qin Chunan is a piece of trash and that he will die sooner rather than later. I'll start by saying that Qin Chunan is a sinner of the Confucian lineage and that he deserves to die. It's a good thing he died, or he would have let down the quasi-sage lineage and the Central Plains Confucian Temple. Qin Chunan seemed to have expected this and he wasn't disappointed. He just smiled and said, our quasi-sage lineage has the most sages in the Confucian Temple. Of all the Confucian lineages in the world, the quasi-sage lineage was indeed the most prosperous. The old scholar nodded. That's why you guys die more often and the burden is heavier. That's why I won't bicker with you guys. There was one good thing about the old scholar. He recognized good things. Whether it was good principles or good people, he recognized them all. Right and wrong were separated. The people who couldn't stand being wrong the most were scholars who only chose good things to read, good things to listen to and profitable things to learn. Whether it was Jia Xing of the vast world or Zhou Mi of the savage world, there was one thing they were right about. The Confucian Temple of Confucian Temple did care too little and spoiled them. Nowadays, many Confucian scholars of the quasi-sage lineage were more noble and would scold anyone who made a mistake. Even the mainstay of their own lineage, the mellow scholar Qin Chunan, dared to scold him and was willing to scold him. Qin Chunan didn't mind at all. Instead, he helped many people out. He smiled and said, those who think this way and dare to say this publicly are actually not bad. After all, your heart is for the vast world. Once you read more in the future and broaden your horizons, you'll be different. I've always felt that the more young people read, the wider their horizons are. Generation after generation, the better. I have no doubt of that. Look at Wanyan Laojing. Other than having a higher cultivation level, what else can he compare to? As for Mr. Naylan of the Central Plains, his sect is in an awkward situation because of his background and the fact that there are many demon cultivators. He's not much better off than me, but he's still tolerating it. So what you said about old people being crazy and young people being calm isn't completely correct. The same principle also depends on the person, place and timing. Your reasoning is ridiculous. The old scholar laughed angrily. If it weren't for a large group of gentlemen and sages who worked hard to stop them and explain the reason, there would have been a huge fight between the cultivators on the mountain and the cultivators outside the mountain just because of the death of a demon chess piece. Qin Chunan suddenly said, there are still too few old scholars in the world. Otherwise it would be much better. Only the old scholar could invite Bai Yi to open up the fifth world. He could invite Bai Zhe to not help either side, and even take out a map of the ancestors' search of the mountains and give it to the South Hassa continent. It was rare for Qin Chunan to speak up for the old scholar. Unexpectedly, the old scholar didn't appreciate it. He stomped his feet and said, "Old man, you're right. Why? Why did Zhou Xian have to go to the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent? Why did the talisman Zhou Xian have to take the risk to leave the central divine continent? Why did Jing Juzhong of the White Emperor City go to the Aquarius continent to accept disciples and conveniently pass by the Lushui pit? Why did he have to pinch his nose and bring people to the South Hassa continent to lose money? Why did the only son of the second sage have to lie down at the foot of the moon-supporting mountain? Why did my disciple have to go save Bai Yi when she was about to slash her own teacher? Why did Lu Ji chase after Lu Cha without saying anything? Why didn't Zhan Long go to the Pearl Grotto heaven? Why did the fire dragon Zhenren have to guard the bridge above the sea? Why would the Taoist temple be willing to take out a life iron ring? Why did the old monk in chicken soup take the initiative to enter the game? Why did Bai Yi travel with his sword and finally feel proud for once?" The old scholar sighed. Of course, the common people have a clear conscience. They never know what happens on the mountain or in the sky. We can't be harsh on them. He asked again, then what about the cultivators with enough vision? What about those who see everything but turn a blind eye? Qin Chunan answered, this is the freedom that the Confucian school gives us. If we're willing to do this, then we'll accept it and don't complain. The demons of the desolate world were like a starving person who barged into a rich family's house. They wanted to eat their fill and survive. If they were too slow, they would be killed by the demons behind them. If they were afraid of death on the battlefield, their entire family would die. Would the Confucian temple and the Confucian sage of the Central Earth do this? Would they dare? Would they be willing? Would they be willing? Would it be appropriate? Only the Aquarius continent was the most willing and dared to compete with the desolate world in terms of ruthlessness, meticulousness, and calculation of people's hearts. Some of the sages' teachings were temporarily placed in books. How many peak cultivators in the world heard the words of the moon-supporting mountain grand ancestor? How many of them actually listened? In any case, there was definitely more than one trader of the Golden Armor continent, Wanyan Laojing. The old scholar stomped his feet and said angrily, I want to complain. I can't bear to scold the common people, but there are some peak cultivators who are even more scheming than old man Huai, especially those bastard scholars in the Confucian orthodoxy. Their brains are full of water. I'll spit on their faces one by one. I have to admit that those who cultivate the Tao are already different from the rest. They're good and bad. Qin Chunan was silent for a long time before saying, human nature is evil. The old scholar was not happy at all when he heard this. Instead he said, the nature of the mind is divided into two and the human heart is inclined towards kindness. The young people of today are very different. There's still hope for the future. Qin Chunan finally smiled and said, the current Confucian sage's disciples and students are all very powerful. On the other hand, my quasi-sage branch is being scolded because of me. Are you secretly happy? The old scholar patted Qin Chunan's sleeve. I'm not that kind of person. It's not good to judge a scholar with the heart of a sage. The old scholar couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look, you're secretly happy? There's no such thing. The old scholar's figure flashed as he went to look for little treasure bottle. Qin Chunan was about to ask. The old scholar's hoarse voice resounded in Qin Chunan's lake. Wait and see. The seemingly empty Confucian temple of the Middle Earth rippled slightly. The square of the Confucian temple was already shattered. On the opposite side of the Flood Dragon ravine, a huge whirlpool appeared under the feet of a gray-robed elder. At the peak of Mount Sui in the Middle Earth divine continent, a burly golden-armored mountain god cupped his fists and said, Greetings to the holy teacher. An old scholar smiled and said, Mount Sui is the highest place in the world. I'll be borrowing your territory for now. Sorry for disturbing you. Remember to send all the living beings to the Crown Prince Mountain. There might be a bigger commotion later. The golden-armored deity cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." The old scholar said helplessly, "You learned it from that scholar?" The golden-armored deity smiled and did not disturb the holy teacher and the others. He went directly to the foot of Mount Sui. The old scholar sat cross-legged and took out a book from his sleeve. He spoke telepathically to the Sage of Rites from beyond the heavens. "Unlike you, I haven't fought in a long time. I'm sorry." When the old man took out the book, the golden-armored deity standing at the foot of Mount Sui felt his shoulders sink. Not only that, but the entire Mount Sui had also sunk by several feet. In the outer heavens of the vast world, a middle-aged scholar dressed in green robes was using the law phenomenon technique. He held his hands in the air and protected the entire vast world with his own strength and etiquette. The sages of the Confucian temple who had traveled to this place were fighting against the remnants of the ancient deities. The situation in the outer heavens had never been so dangerous in the past 10,000 years. A deity that was as majestic as the Sage of Rites Dharma idol slashed with his sword again because he was far away. Beside him was a huge deity that had followed him for 10,000 years. He casually grabbed a star beside him and used lightning to refine it into a lightning pool. Then he smashed it toward the golden avatar of a Confucian temple's vice-hierarch. The old scholar who presided over the vast world opened the first page of the book. The entire mountain trembled once again and fell even more. Only the vast world had white. Moreover, he was a scholar. At the peak of Mount Sui, the old scholar glanced at a human world in the Earth-divine continent. Finally, he looked into the distance. "Do you really think I don't know how to fight?" 723. Li Baoping led the horse past the archways and headed towards the river. The mellow scholar Chen clan was known as the Master of the Archway. Shaoguang Academy and Fanlu Academy were both part of the 72 academies of Confucianism. They were also the two closest academies in the world. Fanlu Academy was almost the home school of the mellow scholar Chen clan. Most of the teachers had the surname Chen. The red-clothed girl had a small wine flask around her waist and a narrow knife talisman hanging from it. Li Baoping's reputation in these two academies was not small. This was attributed to her stubbornness and her extraordinary patience when debating with others. She did not annoy people but annoyed quite a few people. Therefore, both Shaoguang and Fanlu academies knew this young girl from Cliff Academy. Although the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Dynasty's Sui Gao family in the Aquarius continent was quite famous, it was mostly attributed to the new mountain head, the traitor who betrayed the Wen lineage and deceived his teacher and ancestors, Tui Shi. It was not because of the many scholars that came out of Cliff Academy, nor the great knowledge of the young generation that shook the Central Plains. Therefore, the Confucians didn't have any objections to the return of the Cliff Academy to the 72 academies. Tui Shi the embroidered tiger was the imperial advisor of the Great Li dynasty. He was able to unite the forces of an entire continent to fight against the army of the demon clan. There was nothing to complain about. However, there was still a lot of criticism about Tui Shi being the headmaster of the college. Li Baoping had previously traveled around the Central Plains alone. He had visited the Deduan Shaoyuan and a few other great dynasties. They were all urgently preparing for war. Each of them had deployed their peak cultivators and elite troops to the few main coastal battlefronts of the Central Plains. The Qi refinement warriors of the 100 schools of philosophers displayed their skills. Mountain fairies rose from the ground and covered the sky. When they crossed the border, they could cause the daytime of a city to suddenly turn dark. It was said that the elders of the various schools had appeared. However, at the Confucian temple, the Sage of Rites, the hierarch of the Confucian temple, and the founding sages of the other Confucian lineages had yet to appear. In the end, only one vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple and 3 grand chancellors were busy traveling around the continents. It was common to see where they appeared and what they talked to each other in the mountain and mountain bulletin. In fact, Li Baoping was not traveling alone. The young Qi trainer named Su Bai still liked to follow Li Baoping from afar. But now this young Qi trainer known as Zhou Xian, who was one of the 10 young candidates, had learned to be smart after being taken thousands of miles away by the Sage of Extermination twice. Except for taking the ferry with Li Baoping occasionally, he would never show up or even approach Li Baoping. After boarding the ferry, he would never look for her. Young people just liked to stand at the bow of the ferry and wait foolishly. It would be great if they could catch a glimpse of the girl in red from afar. Previously, when they came to the South Saw continent on the cross-continent ferry, Li Baoping couldn't help but ask Su Bai if he was the matchmaker. What else do you like about me? What do I have to do to make you not like me? Su Bai blushed at that time. He answered 3 questions in a row and said that he was not the matchmaker. I like everything. Unless I like other girls. Among the cultivators in the world, there were indeed those who were blessed by the heavens. Female Taoist Huang Ting from the Tongya continent and He Xiaoyang from the Aquarius continent were both blessed by the heavens. Among the 10 young candidates there were Qing Mingtian, the young cultivator who had achieved great success in the retention realm, and Lu Kai, the sword cultivator who had 2 Daoist gourds all by himself. Among the 10 young candidates, Su Bai from the central region and Ma Kushuan from the Aquarius continent were blessed by the heavens. They were like fated chances of great Tao that fell from the sky. Most of the 10 young candidates and 10 young candidates had experienced more or less the tempering of the great Tao. Even the youngest girl from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, Chun Qing, was only 16 years old when she entered the rankings. As the only direct disciple of the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain, she had already had several battles. Only Su Bai was different from Ma Kushuan. He had never fought before. He had only had 2 conflicts with others. In the end his luck was too good. Su Bai directly met Li Baoping's elder brother. Fortunately, Su Bai had no desire to win. This was his first time in the Jianghu. He had lost 2 battles in a row, but his state of mind was still unaffected. He only hoped that he would not meet that man in a scholarly robe again. Now that Su Bai was in the Fanlu Academy, the only doubt in the young man's heart was the identity of Li Baoping's so-called little martial uncle. Why did Li Baoping vow that day that when she met little martial uncle in the future she would turn Zhou Xian into Zhou Xian? At that time the woman in red seemed to have turned into a little girl. She was very cute. Su Bai felt that even if he was beaten up by her little martial uncle, it would be worth it. Su Bai had always been on tenterhooks about the Zhou Xian nickname that was mysteriously thrown onto his head. He did not dare to take it seriously. After all, Immortal Bai's poems and swords, Immortal Su's poems, Immortal Yu's talismans, and Immortal Zheng's chess pieces were truly ethereal and unparalleled in the world. Su Bai did not understand why he had the word immortal in his name. Li Baoping led the horse to the riverside. Just as he was about to pick up the blade-strengthening gourd to drink wine, he quickly put it down. Li Baoping blinked his eyes. The teacher's teacher had arrived. The old scholar still used the camouflage technique. He laughed softly and said, "Little treasure bottle, don't make a fuss. I have a great reputation here. If someone discovers my whereabouts, it will be easy for me to not be able to leave." Thinking back to the past, it was difficult to refuse such kindness. He came to the mellow scholar Madame Chen to teach. How many girls had lost their flower hairpin handkerchiefs because of him? How many teachers had quarreled until their necks turned red just for a seat? Li Baoping did not have to bow and salute, but for the first time he called out "Grandmaster" in his heart. Old Xiao was grinning from ear to ear. He liked Little Treasure Bottle very much. She was not like Mao Xiaodong, who had more rules than the teacher. The old scholar smiled casually and asked, "Little Treasure Bottle, what book have you been reading recently?" Li Baoping replied, "I've been reading a Buddhist scripture. The opening chapter is about Dahui Bodhisattva asking Gautama 108 questions." If it were other Confucian texts, the old scholar would have a headache after hearing it. However, the old scholar smiled knowingly. He was pleasantly surprised by his casual question. He stroked his beard and nodded, "Little Treasure Bottle, you have picked a good book. It's a good scripture and a good Buddhist doctrine." Gautama Buddha still felt that he had asked too few questions. He asked even more questions, asking almost everything in the world. One of Gautama Buddha's intentions was to get rid of the doctrine of relativity. This is actually a different approach to achieve the same result as the doctrine of the mean that we Confucians hold in high esteem. Among us scholars, the one who echoes this the most is probably the scholar lake sage that your youngest martial uncle had interacted with. In the early years, I specially arranged a course for your teacher and several of your martial uncles to answer the heavenly question. Later, at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, your martial uncles would deliberately use this to make your youngest martial uncle feel uncomfortable. Li Baoping nodded gently. In these years, Li Baoping had dabbled in both Buddhism and Confucianism. The ancestor of her Confucian texts, the sage of literature beside her, had also mentioned in detail about the creation of names to refer to facts in the Book of Righteousness. Of course, Li Baoping had devoted herself to studying more. In short, they were all magic weapons for quarreling. The more the better. However, the more books Li Baoping read, the more doubts she had. She could not even win a quarrel with herself. Therefore, she seemed to be more and more silent, but in fact it was because she was talking to herself and answering too many questions. Reading the sage's books will naturally lead to Zen. The old elementary scholar sighed. In the past, your teacher could not say such things to you. At that time, you were too young and had not read enough books, so it was easy to be distracted. For example, when sweeping the courtyard, one must be neat and tidy inside and outside. When locking the door, one must personally check. When a child hears such a saying, he thinks it is tiring. However, when it comes to the elderly, they feel that it is the truth. They feel that the incense will continue to burn, and that farming and studying will be passed down from generation to generation. The same person, the same principle will have a completely different feeling when listening to it when you are young and when you are old. Once you have read enough books, you will be able to combine them into a text. You will see the text and you will see the meaning of the text. As the old elementary scholar spoke, he took out a jade bracelet from his sleeve and spread it in the palm of his hand. He smiled and asked, "Did you see anything?" Li Baoping seemed to have understood something and nodded. Among the seals at the foot of the mountain, the square seal is the most precious. It is the same principle. Whether there is something or not is uncertain, there must be a myriad of laws. The reason why a jade bracelet was so precious and precious was precisely because it was necessary to give up a lot of things. In the end, one would only get the taste of leaving something blank for others to see. As for the seals, the oval seal was far less valuable than the square seal. The reason was because of reluctance. However, within this, there was the matter of the jade bracelet and square seal being related to the immortal seed. However, little Precious Bottle's thoughts had skipped to a faraway place, which relieved the old elementary scholar of a lot of his worries. The old elementary scholar suddenly turned his head and asked with a smile, "Subai, what do you think?" Behind him, a young man hurriedly appeared. He first bowed in apology, then straightened his back and bowed again. He respectfully replied, "I do not know." Subai was born in a small and remote country in the Central Plains. His ancestral home was Xiaoling. His ancestors and father were all ordinary teachers who guarded the Wishing Bridge. Although Subai had studied the books of the sages from a young age, it was inevitable that he was not familiar with the affairs of the common people. This time he had mustered up the courage to travel alone, and along the way he had made a lot of jokes. The old elementary scholar looked at the young man in the green robe. Fortunately, this young man was not a Confucian scholar and was an honest person. Otherwise, if he dared to steal from the sage of literature, the old elementary scholar would definitely jump up and spit in his face. The principles of heaven and earth were the most important. Age and seniority had to be set aside. The old elementary scholar was in a good mood. "Good boy, you are indeed worthy of being called Zhou Xian, the type who is infatuated with love. My sage of literature's lineage is indeed not lacking in good marriages. It's just that their family's martial arts are all focused on academic matters. How can the sage of right's lineage and the sage of literature's lineage compare? As for old Fu's lineage, forget about it." Li Baoping sighed. There was no other way. It seemed that she could only ask her big brother to help. If her big brother could do it, he would just throw Subai back to his hometown. The old elementary scholar quickly raised his palm and pressed it down twice, indicating that little Precious Bottle should not be in a hurry to use his trump card. With his grandmaster there, what was there to be afraid of? The old elementary scholar waved at Subai. When the young man walked over to the old elementary scholar's side, he bowed again and said, "I am Subai. Greetings to the sage of literature." The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. He asked, "Subai, have you heard of a world-renowned teacher called Mao Xiaodong?" Subai nodded and said, "When I was young, my teacher made a list of 16 books for me to read over and over again. One of the books was the exegesis work of the Cliff Academy's headmaster Mao. I read it carefully and learned a lot." Speaking of this, Subai was a little embarrassed. His teacher was only famous. After all, compared to a headmaster of the academy, the difference was like heaven and earth. After all, young people who came from small places had simple hearts. There was still a difference between the rich and the poor, between the top and the bottom of the mountain. Therefore, in Su Bai's view, the teacher who taught him, no matter how much he respected him, was not as knowledgeable as the sage of the academy. The old elementary scholar was a little happy. He did not reveal the secret to the young man. He only said to little precious bottle, "If I'm not wrong, Su Bai's teacher is the Lord Su of Zhaoling, a well-deserved Confucian scholar. However, although the teacher and student both have the surname Su, they do not have a family tree." Li Baoping understood in his heart. The Lord Su, who was crowned as the sage of calligraphy by the people, was not a Confucian temple worshipper. However, he was an old teacher that little Uncle Master admired a lot. The old elementary scholar smiled and said, "Your teacher has a good eye. He picked out 16 books for you to study. Among them was Mao Xiaodong's exegesis of Cui Dong. You can see the foundation of Cui Dong's knowledge and Mao Xiaodong's exegesis. That means you can see the power of spells." It was hard to imagine that Mao Xiaodong and Cui Dongshan, a junior brother who specialized in writing books to explain his senior brother's knowledge, would be at odds with each other in the Cliff Academy. The old elementary scholar asked, "Little precious bottle talked about the book. I heard that you read a lot of books. Have you read it?" Su Bai nodded and said, "I have, but I read more than I think. I can't figure it out." The old elementary scholar said casually, "If you decide to become a Buddha, it's like riding the wind with dust. What's so difficult about it?" Su Bai blurted out, "Once you start cultivating, it's like duckweed returning to the sea. There's no hesitation." The old elementary scholar nodded and said, "When you return to the central divine continent, you can take a walk. Go to the Li Ji Academy and ask Mao Xiaodong about the exegesis of calligraphy. It's not easy for a young man to travel. You can't just enjoy the scenery." Su Bai blushed and nodded vigorously. The old elementary scholar said to Su Bai telepathically, "My little precious bottle, as long as you're not blind, you'll like it. It'd be strange if you don't like it. It's just that the world is not peaceful now. The more young people want to cultivate harmony and peace, the more beautiful it is. It's just that you don't need to fight for time. Since you don't have a literary background now, there's no need to rush. When you go to the Li Ji Learning Palace, you can learn whatever you like. Whichever teacher you feel is more knowledgeable, you can learn from them what they are best at. There's no need to stick to the rules." Su Bai hesitated and asked, "Mr. Wenxing, is that teacher of mine the legendary Lord Su?" When he was learning in his early years, his teacher liked to impart knowledge by explaining words. Before he traveled, he recommended books to Su Bai and he preferred exegesis. But if it weren't for the Wenxing's words today, Su Bai would never have brought an old teacher from the countryside to the side of Lord Su. The old elementary scholar was helpless. Why were the young people nowadays so hard to fool? Each and every one of them was shrewd and cunning. They weren't as simple and honest as his last disciple. However, since Su Bai had guessed it himself, the old elementary scholar did not want to make things up. Furthermore, this matter was of great importance. Even if it was something that would spoil the mood, he still had to say it directly. Otherwise, according to the old elementary scholar's original plan, he would find someone to secretly escort Su Bai on his way to one of the academies in the Central Plains to seek protection. Although Su Bai was talented, the current world was dangerous and unusual. The clouds were treacherous and Su Bai lacked experience. Whether or not he was a young man of his own lineage, since he had met him, he had to protect him as much as possible. Especially that Lord Su. Because of the relationship between knowledge and the scholarly sage's name, he had become the target of all the king-level monsters in the wasteland. It wasn't difficult for the old elementary scholar to protect himself, but to say that an accident happened because of his disciple Su Bai wasn't good. Therefore, the old elementary scholar nodded and said, "It is indeed that Lord Su, the #1 scholar under the heavens. Therefore you have to be even more careful. The king-level monsters of the wasteland, and perhaps even the great ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, will make trouble for your teacher sooner or later. When I asked you to go to the Book of Rites Learning Academy, it wasn't just for you to study. Now that the monsters of the wasteland are plotting and scheming against you, they won't be polite at all. It's possible that some of them are targeting Su Bai and Lord Su. After hearing this, you can worry and think about it a little more. But don't be too afraid. Me, your teacher Lord Su, and Chinchunan are still here. After all, we old fellows are still here." Su Bai bowed in thanks. Su Bai had always been unwilling to visit the scholarly sages of the various academies as one of the 10 young candidates. He had always hoped to visit the scholarly sages as a disciple of the Confucian school. The former was too empty and unrealistic. Even to this day, Subai still didn't dare to believe it. However, he didn't think that his identity as a scholar was anything to be afraid of. His greatest wish in this life was to first pass the imperial examinations and then become an official who could bring good fortune to a region. As for learning the Tao, if he encountered any natural disasters in the future, he wouldn't have to go to the martial and civil temples or the Dragon King ancestral temple to pray for rain and heat. He also wouldn't have to beg the immortals to come down from the mountains to deal with floods. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and smiled. You must hit it off with Mao Xiaodong. When you go to the Book of Rites Learning Academy, be thick-skinned. Just talk about how you and the old elementary scholar enjoyed each other's company and how you regretted not meeting earlier. Embarrassed? When it comes to learning, as long as you are sincere, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Honestly, learning Mao Xiaodong's knowledge is the best way to apologize. Old elementary scholar, when I went to the Confucian temple for the first time, how did I get in? Just say that I learned the true teachings of the sage ancestor. Who would dare to stop me? After entering, quickly offer incense and worship the old man. Won't the sage ancestor also laugh? Subai became more and more reserved. After all, scholars were used to being refined. If it weren't for the rumor that Li Baoping came from Lizhu Cave, Subai would have thought that he met a fake sage ancestor. Subai bid farewell and left. The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. Subai didn't move. Li Baoping reminded him with her eyes not to push his luck. Subai hesitated for a long time before he gathered his courage and looked at her. He said softly, Li Baoping, if I've annoyed you, I sincerely apologize. Li Baoping still didn't say anything. The meaning in her eyes was obvious. Then you should change. Subai smiled brightly and cupped his fists to Li Baoping to bid farewell. Li Baoping sighed and returned the greeting with cupped fists. After Subai left, the old elementary scholar joked, Little Baoping, you don't have to worry too much. It's not easy to be liked by a young man like Zhou Xian. Li Baoping shook her head. I know that Subai is a good scholar. But there are some things that you can't do even though you know it's impossible. The old elementary scholar smiled. Little Baoping, you can continue to stroll. I have a few words with an old senior. Li Baoping bowed to bid farewell to her grandmaster. Many words were in her eyes. The old elementary scholar naturally saw them and accepted them. He handed the white jade bracelet to little Baoping. Li Baoping didn't stand on ceremony. She took the bracelet and wore it on her wrist. Then she continued to lead the horse. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and smiled. He was a person with good fortune in his old age. Li Baoping was the most proud of the sage ancestors' disciples. She already had the aura of a female teacher. As for the troubles in the future, the old elementary scholar only thought that, I have a direct disciple. I'll pass it on as a protector. Lin Shui relied on luck, ability, and his own heart to collect the 3 scrolls of the Cloud Gem book. He cultivated Daoist techniques and gradually reached a higher level. However, it didn't affect the fact that Lin Shui was still a disciple of the Confucian school. Li Huai wasn't considered a scholar in the eyes of many Qi cultivators. However, the sage ancestors' disciples didn't have a high understanding of being a scholar. After reading the sage ancestors' books and understanding a few principles, he never slacked off. If this wasn't a scholar, then what was? Dong Shuijing became a person who borrowed money. A gentleman who loved money earned it in a proper way. Which teacher wouldn't like such a disciple? Yulu and Xianxia were also very good. One's horizons were broadened while the other's magnanimity grew. They also had an answer to the thousands of survivors of the Lu dynasty. There were many big and small dead knots in the human world. They seemed to be tightened by time, but in reality that wasn't the case. For example, the lowly boatmen of Red Candle Town, or the Lu dynasty's convicts who were plagued with misfortune, could all be untied. There were many dead trees on both sides of the road. Once spring came, it might be a beautiful world where old trees blossomed. Jia Chuanjia, that little girl, had already been married for a long time. Her little baby would be a young man in a few years' time. Zhao Yao had achieved success in Formula Dao and had gone to the 5th world. Although he still couldn't quite let go of the knot in his heart, he was still a young man. The more stubborn he was on 1 or 2 matters and was willing to compete with him, the more promising he would be in the future. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had read enough and wasn't a two-legged bookshelf. An elder appeared out of thin air beside the old elementary scholar and smiled. Reading the sage ancestors' books will naturally lead to enlightenment. In a sentence, there were 3 schools of thought. Of the 3 schools of thought, the Confucian school was the first. The old elementary scholar smiled. It's just as if Lord Su wants such good words, I have a basket full of them. Just take them. The one who came was Su Bai's teacher, Lord Su of Xiaoming. Lord Su didn't say anything. Those who were familiar with the old elementary scholar's style would usually learn a silent meditation at the last minute. The old elementary scholar said seriously, "It's really hard to live in seclusion here for so many years." 6 beasts were besieging one person. The talisman Zhou Xian wanted to save Bai. Xiaochua was blocking the left and right while Lu Ji was chasing Lu Cha. The world was in chaos, but this was it. The real chaos was in the human world below the mountains of the 3 continents. Lord Su nodded. If not for the fact that the Ascendant Realm demons were too cautious after the wasteland broke through the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I could have taken down a city first. With the mountain search map you stole, I had a greater chance of success. I wouldn't dare to say that I could kill the 14 sovereigns, but I could still make them wary. It's a pity that the ones who came here were either Lu Cha or Xiaochua. That Jiaxing should have guessed that I was here. The so-called, taking down a city first, was naturally the true name recorded on the mountain search map. Lord Su used his natal mystique to explain words to the world and cut off the head of a demon. The price Su Jun had to pay to kill the Ascendant Realm would not be small. Even if he had an ancestral mountain searching map, Su Jun would risk his life and destroy 2 pages of the mountain searching map. He would still only be able to kill 2 Ascendant Realms below the sovereign stage. However, since he had been here for a long time, Lord Su had no intention of returning to his hometown of Xiaoming in the central divine continent. This was also the reason why Lord Su had left his hometown to travel and did not accept Meng Tong and Su Bai as his direct disciples. However, there was a crucial premise here. Both sides had to be in the world. After all, Lord Su of Xiaoming was not Bai Zhe. Therefore, Lord Su could only be stubborn and wait patiently for an Ascendant Realm demon to set foot in the South Whirlpool continent. With Qin Chunan overseeing the mountains and rivers of the continent and helping to suppress the demon, Lord Su's Dao would be reduced. The South Whirlpool continent seemed to have no battle to fight. Now it was being scolded by the Confucian Temple and Qin Chunan in the central divine continent. However, defending the South Whirlpool continent meant that the desolate world had to stretch out 2 long battlefronts. As for going to Tongye continent or Fuyao continent, this calligraphy sage Su Jun, who did not have a sacrificial temple, would probably be targeted by Wen Haizhou or even the Grand Ancestor of Yu Mountain before he could even open his mouth to reveal the great demon's true name. Even if the Holy Sage Master came to his rescue, it would not be worth it. The Holy Sage Master and the gray-robed elder near the Jiaolong Ravine were actually the first 2 to fight. The ruins in the square in front of the Confucian Temple and the whirlpool in the Jiaolong Ravine were proof. That was the true battle of the Dao between the 2 worlds. And a person who wantonly smashed jars and bottles would always have an easier time than a person who protected each and every one of those jars and bottles. As for Su Jun's claim of stealing the mountain map, the old scholar pretended not to hear it. In the South Whirlpool continent, Qin Chunan, who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders, was in the light. The Sword Suppression Tower, one of the 9 towers, was also in the light. The old abacus, Huayin, and the great sword deity, Lu Ji, who was at the bottom of the 10 in the central divine continent, were all clearly placed on the table. The cross-continent ferries between the central divine continent and the South Whirlpool continent had been transporting resources for more than 10 years. Besides, Su Jun and Xianxia were in the dark. Moreover, the Holy Sage was not the only one in the South Whirlpool continent. Su Jun was waiting to take action. There was also the great son of Moism who came alone. Each of them was in charge of one battlefront. The desolate world did not attack the South Whirlpool continent, but the vast world wanted to defend it. It seemed obvious who was superior, but that was not the case. Su Jun asked, "I know that the Sage of Rights is in the outer space. Where is the secondary sage?" The old scholar replied telepathically, "Take a shortcut." Su Jun shook his head. "It is difficult for the secondary sage to do it alone." The old scholar said, "Who said that he is the only one?" Su Jun said in realization, "No wonder he had to borrow characters from others. He also asked for a headmaster of the academy from the Confucian temple. Zhu is a good move. What a bold move. What a good reversal of mountains and rivers. One moon mountain, half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi left. Moreover, there was the 100,000 mountains between the two. Based on someone's calculations, the old blind man might be willing to change his original intention of not helping either side. For example, would the old blind man move the moon mountain to his home? This was only one of the possibilities. Cui Dong was really good at calculating people's hearts. Cui Shi's thoughts seemed to always be whimsical, but also seemed to be within reach every single time. 100 years ago, if Cui Dong said that he wanted to build a second Great Wall of Sword Qi in the vast world with the power of a country, who would not think that he was dreaming? Who would take it seriously? But now Cui Dong's dream had come true. And Cui Dong was the most unapproachable. It was not only because Xiu Hu was too smart that people found him unapproachable, but also because he never spoke a word of his thoughts and dreams to outsiders. Cui Dong had the 3 splendid events, and the brilliant cloud game under the city lord of White Emperor City was only one of them. Cui Dong had once defeated the founding ancestor of the school of Shu in a competition of arithmetic. But for some reason, the founding ancestor of the school of Shu, who was ranked at the bottom of the 100 schools of thought, was very happy even though he lost to an outsider on the fundamental path of the Great Tao. He said, "If I have 10, the world is enough." This was still an unsolved case to this day. Even the inner circle of the school of Shu did not know what 10 was. Before Cui Dong betrayed the lineage of the sage of literature, he gave up on the positions of Grand Chancellor and Vice-Hierarch of the Confucian Temple. Otherwise, he could have even fought for the position of Hierarch of the Confucian Temple 100 years later. Unfortunately, Cui Dong chose to walk the path of desolation. He became a stray dog and wandered the world alone. Then he went to the Aquarius continent and became the biggest joke in the world, the Dali imperial tutor. But this secret was not widely spread because it involved the inner workings of the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. It was only known at the peak of the mountain. But it was a pity that it was all in the past. However, in the end there were still some people who sincerely felt that if Xiu Hu was missing from the world, it would be a lot less fun. The old scholar suddenly asked, "What is the cleanest thing in the world?" Su Jun shook his head and said, "I don't know." Was it the first disciple who asked him about his teacher? The old scholar answered his own question, "It's morality." Su Jun nodded and said, "I agree." The old scholar said again, "So what if the flaw does not obscure the jade?" Su Jun smiled and said, "That's true." The old scholar stomped his foot and said, "Let's go." Su Jun bowed. The old scholar could only return the gesture. These old seniors and sages were always so polite to him. He was still at a disadvantage because he did not have the title of a scholar. The old elementary scholar told Qin Chunan to bring him across continents to the central divine continent. Then he told the big guy from Sui Shan to give him a hand. At the entrance of Sui Mountain, the old elementary scholar staggered and fell to the ground, falling flat on his face. The golden-armored deity sat on the steps and said with a smile, "Oh, a big gift. I'll take it as you've made up for the debt you owed to Sui Mountain." The old scholar stood up and shook his sleeves. He strode to the foot of the mountain and stood beside the mountain god of Sui Mountain. The height of the person standing was about the same as the person sitting. The old scholar looked up at the peak of Sui Mountain with a solemn expression. The tall and sturdy mountain god smiled and said, "What, do you have a favor to ask?" The old scholar rubbed his face and said, "Asking for help is like swallowing a 3-foot sword. It's difficult. Besides, asking for help is not my forte. It's even more difficult." The mountain god was gloating. If the holy master's request was useful, he would not be the holy master. The old scholar turned his head and asked, "When you saw the old man earlier, did you say, 'My humble abode brings light to your humble abode'?" The mountain god shook his head and said, "Not you, I did not say a word." The old scholar had a suspicious look on his face. Seeing the big guy's righteousness, he could only say regretfully, "You're still not enlightened. We've wasted so much time talking. If I were you, I would have set up a few tables at the peak and prepared tea. Then I would ask the old man if he needed me to chop off that guy's head. Then I would slap my chest and ask the old man if he needed me to say something. Even if I had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, I would not hesitate. If I could not chop him to death, I would bring my own head to see you." The mountain god's face darkened and said, "You really think the holy master can't hear your nonsense?" In the past, there were only the two of them and the old elementary scholar could spout whatever nonsense he wanted. But now that the Holy Master was seated at the peak of the mountain as the Lord of Sui Mountain, he did not dare to accompany the old elementary scholar in his nonsense. The Holy Master did not like to joke with people. The Sage of Rites was within the rules and there was no harm in occasionally joking. The quasi-sage was well known for being cautious. In fact, other than the old scholar, most of the founders of the orthodoxy were very serious. The old scholar jumped up and gave him a slap. "How dare you? How dare you look down on the Holy Master's supreme Tao?" The mountain god of Sui Mountain turned a deaf ear to him. It seemed that the old scholar's request today was not a small matter. In the past, even if his face was on the ground, he would still be able to pick it back if he wanted to. But today he was completely shameless. Praising others and praising himself did not delay. First he mentioned the hard work. Sure enough, the old scholar staggered and was dragged to the peak of the mountain. It seemed that the Holy Master could not listen to him anymore. The old man on the peak said, "Scholar, you are more likable when you are arguing with the three sections." The old scholar bowed and stood up. He said with a bitter face, "The Confucian temple did not give me more opportunities to show off my quarreling skills." In other words, it was not that the old scholar did not want to do anything for the Confucian temple, it was that the Confucian temple did not allow him to show off his talents. The Holy Master could not force him to do something against his will. He wanted him to be wronged but did not complain. The old man smiled and asked, "Are you here for Bai Yi?" The old scholar glanced in the direction of the Fuyao continent and sighed. "There is no need for me to beg." The Holy Master, who was sitting on the peak of Sui Mountain and flipping through books, was still confronting the gray-robed old man at the Flood Dragon Ravine. The old elementary scholar heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the old man was indeed the old man. In the vast world, the Jinjia continent and the Aquarius continent were still unaffected by the supernatural powers of the moon-bearing mountain ancestor. In outer space, the Sage of Rites was still fine for now. However, the remnants of the ancient gods who had traveled far away were still gathering. In history, the Sage of Rites once led the Confucian temple's hierarch, vice-hierarch, a group of Baek-o-Kaekyung building immortals including the second Daoist, the Grand Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu, Sun Huizhong of the Daoist temple, and a group of Buddhas from the Western Buddhist kingdom to travel far away. Unfortunately, the results were not great. The vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple also died in outer space. If it was not for the battle between the 3 and 4 sects, in the eyes of outsiders, Tui Dong, the first disciple of the Sage of Rites, would have been able to fill the gap. Unfortunately, the old scholar knew that Tui Dong's ambition did not lie there. 10,000 years ago, thousands of spells fell from the sky. Some were given by the ancient deities and some were defeated by the humans. Among the thousands of spells, the sword cultivators obtained the most lethal ones. There was no doubt that the sword cultivators obtained them. For the humans, the sword cultivators contributed the most and had the most merit. Therefore, the current great Tao of the human world favored the sword cultivators the most. However, it was suppressed by the great Tao of the heavens, which was why the bottleneck of the ascendant realm was the most difficult to break. However, in terms of the number of spells and spells they obtained as well as the number of self-enlightenment, sword cultivators who were focused on one thing could not compare. Among them, although the 3 patriarchs had different paths, they had already reached the peak 10,000 years ago. Therefore, the 3 patriarchs' ability to fight was enough to turn the world upside down. The old scholar was willing to ask and the Holy Master was more willing to tell him. Therefore, the old scholar knew that the patriarchs of the 3 patriarchs, including the Holy Master, had not really fought with their full strength since the moment they each attained the Tao of the heavens and earth. During the meeting by the river, Qin Qing, who used to be very good at swordsmanship and had a good temper, said, "Let's fight then." The reason why they did not fight in the end was the attitude of the patriarchs of the 3 patriarchs. In fact, the Daoist ancestor had already revealed the truth with a sentence. The enemy of the great Tao was already me. In the hearts of the humans, in the human world, in themselves. It was not the Tao nor the spells. The key to victory of the Baek-o-Kaekyung building was the otherworldly demon manifested by the Tao heart of the cultivator. It was the object of suppression of the Western Buddhist kingdom, and it was the obsession of the vengeful spirits that could not be understood. The vast world enlightened all living beings and the hearts of the people were good. It allowed the 100 schools of thought to rise in order to help the Confucian school, to help the world and the people's hearts fill in the gaps. Ultimately, it was because of me. For 10,000 years, the true enemy of the human race has always been ourselves. Even if another 10,000 years passed, it would still be the same. If we lose, it will be an unstoppable age of chaos. If we win, the world will continue to move upwards, and the hearts of the people will truly reach the heavens. All living beings are saints. All living beings have Buddha nature. Everyone will be at peace. Everyone will be at peace. In this life, the hearts of the people are good. The karmic hindrances of the past life and the future life, the hearts of the people of the Tao are high and deep. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where did I go? Generally speaking, I already have the answers. As for the Fuyao continent, by Ying 5 sacred mountains Yangji Yuansho Niu Dao and Qianyun, there were only 6 sovereign great demons. What was there to be afraid of? So what if Lu Cha was prepared to attack with all his might? So what if the Fuyao continent was the territory of the boorish world? It was nothing more than half of Bai Yi who didn't have the immortal sword Tai Bai, plus the great heavenly master of Longhu Mountain who also didn't have the immortal sword, plus Qin Chunan who was in half of the South Sa continent, plus the talisman Zhou Xian, plus venerable fiery dragon, plus Zheng Huaixin of Baidi City who was less scheming. Lastly, there was the god of wealth of the Lu clan from the Snow Mountain continent who liked to keep a low profile. There were only so many people. The old master smiled and said, "Isn't it easy to talk while standing?" The old scholar quickly sat down. "I swear to heaven and earth." Bai Zai suddenly appeared and reminded the holy master, "The Confucian temple should be wary of one high from the boorish world. He has already eaten the lotus nunnery master in Yaojia. This person is very ambitious. Once he has eaten his fill in the boorish world, it will be even more troublesome if he returns to his homeland to show off." The holy master smiled and nodded. Bai Zai didn't have a good impression of that Jiaxing. This Wen Hai was very meticulous. In fact, he didn't care about the 2 worlds anymore. Or rather, from the moment he crossed the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had already chosen to walk an old path that no one had walked for tens of thousands of years. It was as if he wanted to be a high and mighty god looking down on the world. The old scholar frowned and didn't say anything. Finally, he sighed and said, "He is determined to control the world by himself. He is the only one who can control the world. He has killed all humanity. He is even more divine than the gods. No, he is even worse than the ancient gods." The old scholar looked around and asked the holy master and Bai Zai in a low voice, "Can we agree?" Bai Zai was helpless. It was not right to nod but to shake his head. Could Bai Zai shake his head? He had already given away the mountain search map. He couldn't give away himself as well. Bai Zai changed the topic and said, "The Fuyao continent is draining the pond to catch fish." The sovereign great demon was madly absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, waiting for Bai Zai to run out of spiritual qi. The old scholar rolled up his sleeves. Bai Zai said, "Who are you putting on an act for?" Old scholar said angrily, look at this, it's so heartbreaking. Both of them are my most respected brother Bai, but look at brother Bai, he's also an invincible poet and a sword deity. First he split the Yellow River Grotto heaven with his sword, then he killed the Ascendant Realm monster from the Central Continent with his sword. Then he worked so hard to open up the 5th world with his sword, killing the Sovereign Realm monster Yao Jiao with his sword, and now he's fighting against 6 Sovereign Realm monsters alone. The old scholar said indifferently, "Damn it, I know all of this." The old scholar immediately shrank back and said with a smile, "Okay." 724. Yuan Shou stepped on a long sword that was a relic of the ancient times. The long rod in his hand spun unsteadily. His vigorous gang qi formed a big circle and spread out continuously. It shattered the rainbow-colored glaze rain that fell from the sky. Donned in golden armor, the sovereign stage great demon named Niu Dao stood motionless. He allowed the swift and fierce sword qi to hit his armor. He hated that the sword qi was too light and too little. It couldn't break through the cage on his body. Hence, when Bai Yi used his full strength for the first time, he received the sword. Xie Yun patted the blade's strengthening gourd on her waist and used her sword aura to clash with the sword aura. She held her cheeks with her fingers and squinted at the beautiful scenery. She muttered to herself. The wind and rain scattered the wind and the wind. The burly giant who sat on the golden cattail hassock exhaled gently and blew away the wind and rain sword aura. Yang Ji, who had a human head and a dragon body, slightly activated his natal supernatural power and gathered the raindrops around him. They eventually condensed into rainbow-colored glaze. However, they could not withstand the impact of the sword aura and shattered. They gathered again in an instant. After a few rounds of gathering and dispersing, a few puppet maids who were holding Pipa received the order and collected the raindrops that were mixed with sword aura into their strings. Most of the Pipa could not withstand the attack of the sword aura and turned into dust along with the puppets. However, there were still some Pipa that shone brilliantly. Slender sword aura followed the fine patterns on the wutong board and the palms. Finally, the strings of the Pipa revealed traces of pure sword will on the strings. Xianxia reached out and grabbed a Pipa. He looked at it and the strings of the Pipa moved. Unfortunately, the strings broke one by one. Xianxia and Yuan Shou, who was closest to him, shook their heads and indicated that Bai Ye's sword aura did not have any clues that could be used to deduce it. They had to find other opportunities. Xianxia, or rather all the sovereign stage great demons who participated in this siege, had to understand one thing. What kind of Dao did Bai Ye's 14th level merge with the vast world? Bai Ying had appeared on the battlefield as a white skeleton on the throne, whether it was the Great Wall of Sword Aura or the Golden Armor Continent. Today she had removed the withered bone throne and became a middle-aged man. It wore a dull robe, but it was the manifestation of the withered bone throne. Beside Bai Ying was an old sword attendant whose head had been watered with immortal wine to grow flesh and bones. He was more than 10 feet tall and was the true appearance of the Dragon Monarch in the past. However, he had lost the Dragon Monarch's intelligence and was named Dragonstream by Bai Ying. The long sword that the sword attendant was holding, Candlelight, was one of the remnant souls of the sword cultivator's clairvoyance. Bai Ying had spent a lot of effort to find it. After consuming countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, she finally refined it into an immortal weapon. The moon-supporting mountain actually knew about this long ago but pretended not to know. She stepped on the head of a dragon monarch and refined a wisp of the soul of clairvoyance. This time in the Golden Armor Continent, Bai Ying was one step ahead of the talisman Zhou Xian. She made a deal with the Ascendant Realm Wanyan Laojing in private. She refined the rotten Wanyan Laojing into an existence similar to a heroic spirit puppet. It was neither human nor ghost, neither god nor immortal. Great monster Bai Ying seemed to dare to do anything. The only benefit that Wanyan Laojing got was that he could avoid the impending heaven's doom and completely destroy his life as a top cultivator of the human tribe. Even if he had to live a life worse than death, Wanyan Laojing still had to live. If the great Dao really existed in the desolate world in the future, Wanyan Laojing might have a chance to rise again. It was not impossible for him to become the god of mountains and rivers. Bai Ying's mind was not on the heavy rain, but Bai Yi casually unsheathed his sword. He was one of the key figures in this siege. The reason why he was one of the key figures was that Bai Ying did not know that Mr. Zhou was the one who instructed the other great monsters. Dragonstream, the sword attendant with the face of the dragon monarch, swung his sword at the heavy rain above his head. It was as if he was opening a crack in the sky. On both sides of the sword light, the rain of sword aura seemed to flow into a thin river of time that appeared out of nowhere. Then it was washed away by the great Dao and disappeared without a trace. Bai Ying was still operating his natal supernatural power, using the sea of clouds to temporarily collect the spiritual aura of a continent. Bai Ying needed to absorb all the spiritual aura of heaven and earth in the formation of a continent. Even if he could not take all of it, he had to use the filthy evil spirit to mix up the spiritual aura. The vast sea of clouds under Bai Ying's feet was filled with white bones and evil spirit. Every time Bai swung his sword, the spiritual aura accumulated in the small world of the human body would be consumed. Generally speaking, the top cultivators who had ascended to the Ascendant Realm would rarely run out of spiritual aura when they fought with others, even if they were in a life-and-death situation. Back in the wildlands where the sovereigns were hidden, Liang had been like this. Even if he had been chased by several sovereigns, if there had been even the slightest sign that he had been trapped, he would not have hesitated to shatter it with his sword. His sword had never been careless. This was the most crucial method of escaping. Flying on a sword allowed him to travel thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Liang was not afraid of being bombarded by magical techniques. He could take on a few divine abilities and magical techniques without any problems. His only fear was that he would be accidentally trapped and then exhaust his spiritual qi. As long as the small world of the human body of a cultivator was always the same as the big world, it meant that the human body and the heaven and earth were connected. For the top cultivators, as long as there was a source of living water, it was extremely difficult to be killed. Generally, in a fight between Ascendant Realm cultivators, each of them would use their supernatural powers. The time and the place were all variables. Victory or defeat was actually a common thing. Whether there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, in fact, there was only one way to say whether one could kill the other party. Therefore, whether it was the King Stage Great Monsters in the Desolate Land, the 10 of the Central Region, or the Howren 10, whether they could occupy the King Stage or be ranked among the 10, it depended on whether they could really kill an Ascendant Realm cultivator or at least beat another Ascendant Realm cultivator until he could not fight back. For example, the fire dragon Immortal once blocked the entrance of the Luxia pit for several months. The old Immortal could send an Immortal flying with a slap. As for the talisman Zhou Xian in the ruins of the Xianxia continent battlefield, he easily killed a Jade Realm demon cultivator without using any spells. In fact, in the eyes of the top cultivators, it was not worth mentioning. If it were not for the fact that there were too many rules in the Howren realm, there would be a lot of such not worth mentioning. Therefore, the Ascendant Realm cultivators in the Desolate Land often judged the situation and took the initiative to choose to rely on stronger cultivators, or simply left the place where the King Stage Great Monsters lived in seclusion. For example, the guard dog by the old blind man's side was once an Ascendant Realm cultivator who was known for his ferocious fighting. What happened to him? He went to the Great Wall of Sword Aura and kindly helped the old blind man to find a few magic weapons, but he was despised by the old blind man. After he was kicked away, he simply lay on the ground and did not dare to get up. After entering the Ascendant Realm, one's status was high and detached from worldly affairs. Every time the sun and moon passed by one's shoulders, the mountains and rivers were always in one's hands. They were even praised by Qi cultivators as having attained immortality and were immortal with the heaven and earth. Of course, this was an exaggeration on the mountain. If one wanted to be immortal with the heaven and earth, the Ascendant Realm cultivators were not qualified to say so. Wanyan Laojing could only sit and wait for death. The closer one was to the peak, the fewer paths there were. So much so that the cultivators who reached the peak in the end only had one way to go, which was to break through the next realm. They needed some kind of heaven and earth unification for each of the 14 realms. However, regarding this matter, the number of 14 realm cultivators could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, if one really entered this realm, everyone would be secretive and would not speak about it. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to giving away half of one's life. The old scholar's unification of the 3 continents in the Howren realm. What happened to him? The fate of the mountains and rivers of the 3 continents was carefully and precisely cut out by Wen Hai and refined into a robe for Xiao Tue to wear. Bai also gently held the celestial sword Tai Bai in front of him and flicked his finger. The long sword vibrated and a ray of bright sword light was like an autumn pond, clear and deep. The sword aura and water vapor together formed the shape of a dragon's pond, flying away unpredictably. The sun and moon were in the autumn pond, white light surrounded by thunder. The moon looked at the water at night. The sword aura was like mist and smoke. The scene was unpredictable. The moon of Amei, the moon of Suozhou, the moon of Luxia, the moon of the Immortal's feet, the moon of Linglong on the crystal curtain, the moon of Tianshan in the vast sea of clouds. Bai also visited the Immortals with his friends in the past and had seen countless moons in the human world. In the end, it seemed that Bai was the Immortal himself. The bright moons hung in the sky as if there were 6 more lights out of thin air. They were of different sizes and heights, just right above the heads of the 6 sovereign realm monsters. The bright moons and moonlight instantly converged into a line. The sword light went straight down. Yuan Shou frowned slightly. This kind of swordsmanship was frighteningly fancy. It was indeed the 14 realm. The image in the cultivator's heart was close to the truth of the great Tao. Fortunately, Bai was not a swordsman. Yuan Shou suddenly became 1,000 feet tall and hit the sword light with his staff. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was turbulent. It was unknown whether it was the moonlight or the sword light, but it shattered like thousands of flying swords. The sea of clouds under Yuan Shou's feet crashed into a huge hole. The Immortal in golden armor still did not move. He took the sword and allowed the sword light to pierce through his head. The golden armor on his body trembled and shattered even more. Xianxia used his dragon body and huge tail to sweep away the sword light. Instantly, his flesh was badly mutilated and a huge wound appeared on his real body. However, Xianxia did not feel it at all. The shocking wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yuan Shou stepped on the longsword Kun Zhen, with a long history, and pointed his staff at Bai, who was high up in the sky. He laughed loudly. Bai, do you only know these fancy tricks? It's far less impressive than the previous 3 sword strikes of the dazzling armor. Or are you saying that after 3 sword strikes, you are already injured? Why test the cultivation of the 6 of us? Anyways, you are going to die. Why not learn from Dong Sanging and be more direct and try to exchange lives with me? Anyways, Bai would definitely try to exchange lives with one of them. Of course, it was not that Yuan Shou didn't mind Bai Yi landing his sword on him, but the moment Bai Yi used his full strength, be it 3 swords or 5 swords, who knew who he wanted to kill? Anyways, he couldn't guess. Yuan Shou's ferocious nature was a little sincere. He wanted to see what Bai Yi would do before he reached the end of the road. Would he cherish his life and purposely delay to wait for the talisman Zhou Xian to save him? Or perhaps his thoughts were even greater and he had placed his hopes on the Saint Ancestor being able to free himself from the battle between the Daoists of the 2 worlds and save him. If that was the case, the moon-supporting mountain Grand Ancestor would definitely cause the Treasure Bottle Continent's old Dragon City battlefield or the remaining northern land of the Gold Armor Continent to be destroyed. Bai Yi was too lazy to speak to Yuan Shou. His finger casually brushed across the body of the sword, and tens of thousands of golden words instantly appeared in the area. They were densely packed together. Bai Yi smiled. Go. A sword light flashed like a sword cultivator taking out a life-flying sword. He took the lead to fight Yuan Shou, similar to an Ascendant Realm sword. The other 5 King Realm monsters all had to take a sword. None of them were doing nothing. Before meeting Bai Yi, it was okay that they had so many plans. Now they all had to think about their own plans. Good move, I will use my rod to smash your flying sword. Yuan Shou laughed out loud, holding the rod with both hands. He leaned sideways and smashed onto the sword light that drew an arc. The strength of that rod was really strong. Under the sword, there wasn't a single cloud within 100 miles. The great monster Niu Dao, whose body was covered in a golden light, dared to raise his neck even when facing Bai Yi. At this moment he frowned slightly. Bai Yi found the flaw in his Dao so quickly? He didn't let the sword light break through his armor. Instead, he revealed a huge Dharma form and reached out to grab the sword light. After clenching his fist, golden light poured out from between his fingers like a waterfall in the sky. At the same time, Niu Dao used a special ability to move mountains and seas in his small world. He directly changed the dozens of cave abodes where his life item was placed. The turbulent spiritual qi in his body changed its course like a flood and finally changed to a lake where he was stationed. The handsome great monster Qian smiled. He formed a sword seal with 2 fingers and pointed lightly, Go to. Previously he used sword qi to fight sword qi. Now he used sword light to fight sword light. Dozens of miles away, the 2 sword lights collided like flying swords. On Bai Ying's side, the sword attendant was still in charge of receiving the sword. Fortunately, the sword in Long Jian's hand was a real immortal weapon. Because it was refined from the soul, it had its own mysteries. Bai Ying didn't need to do it personally. In terms of fighting, Bai Ying had always been very secretive. In the desolate world where the strong were respected, he had always been regarded as one of the weakest of the 14 sovereigns. Bai Ying almost didn't even have a record of fighting with Ascendant Realm demons. Most of the time he controlled the skeleton army and crushed through the border. Occasionally there would be a difficult opponent. He just let Long Jian use his sword. Moreover, Bai Ying's withered bone execution field had many strong people under his command. The Lotus Nunnery Master, who was not in the training field and landed in the human world, and Yang Ji, who was far away from the swaying river, would be regarded as weak if they encountered other sovereigns. Yuan Shou hit the second sword light with his rod. For a moment his clothes fluttered and his 2 sleeves fluttered in the wind. Yuan Shou's body swayed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and said, Bai Yi, if you have the ability, give me another 17 or 18 sword lights. I want to see if you have more sword lights. Hey, you really came? As you wish. More words, more swords. Sword lights went straight to Yuan Shou. He took special care of this sovereign realm great demon. Yuan Shou suddenly burst into laughter. From the moment the staff shattered the sword light, to the moment the staff deflected the sword light, and then to the moment the staff flicked the sword light, It was a perilous situation. Every sword light that pierced through the sky would split the heaven and earth, like a paper cutter that could easily cut through a piece of snow-white paper. Yuan Shou held the rod with both hands, showing his fierceness. His eyes were red, and there was a golden light flickering in each of his pupils. Although he used his rod to smash the sword, Yuan Shou still stared at Bai Yi, who was holding the sword with one hand. As far as his vision could see, there were several Bai Yi who were holding swords in a radius of 1,000 miles. Among them, there was a relatively clear figure of Bai Yi. He could even vaguely see the trajectory of the sword. This was one of Yuan Shou's innate supernatural powers, insight into heaven's secrets and foresight. The demon race was famous for the toughness of their real bodies. Yuan Shou's face was smashed by countless sword qi, but it could recover in an instant. As for the robe on his body, it was the same. As a sovereign realm great demon, if he did not wear an immortal weapon-ranked robe, how could he have the face to run rampant in the world? On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the sovereign realm great demon did not fight many times. Those who fought with all their strength could be counted with one's fingers. Most of them followed the orders of the Jiazi tent and were responsible for supervising the demon race army's attack on the city. The gray-robed elder wanted them to focus on the vast world. Lu Cha's sword was only for Alliance. Unless the grand ancestor of Yu Mountain personally suppressed him with Alliance's fighting style, who was not afraid of being surrounded and beaten, it was unknown how many military tents would be destroyed by Alliance. In the later stages of the battle, Yao Jia attacked the city lord of one of the 5 cities and 12 buildings of the Baek Okekyung building because he was greedy for merit. He deliberately targeted the Daoist saint who was at the end of his rope. However, he angered the latter, who did not hesitate to die, and asked Lu Ji to strike. Lu Ji did not let him down. She almost completely cut open Yao Jia's meticulously crafted golden throne. Yao Jia crazily destroyed mountains and temples in the Fuyao continent and wantonly collected fragments of the golden body to make up for the foundation of the great Tao. Yang Ji said to Bai Ying telepathically, "Bai Ying, why aren't you attacking with all your strength?" Bai Ying smiled and replied, "Aren't we also hiding and only parrying and not fighting back?" Yang Ji asked, "Do you need half an hour to absorb all the spiritual energy in this continent? Do you need my help? If Bai Ying also gives up his pride, it will be very troublesome." Bai Ying nodded and said, "I'm more than happy to." In fact, if Bai Ying really fought with him for the spiritual energy, it would indeed be very troublesome. However, Bai Ying was the one who was in trouble, not the 6 sovereigns. In this hunt, Bai Ying led the way and used the stupidest method to deal with a 14th realm cultivator. If Bai Ying used his sword to fight the enemy while opening the doors of the cave abodes to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how troublesome would it be? Zhou did not explain at that time. He only told him to try his best to stop Bai Ying when he was fighting for the spiritual energy, lest Bai Ying saw through the truth. No matter what, being trapped in this situation was a huge problem for Bai Ying. Either he was too calm and waited for the spiritual energy to be exhausted before dying in battle, or he was too impatient and caused trouble early and died early. At present, it seemed that Bai Ying was either too arrogant or he had already sensed that something was wrong. Neither of them affected the overall situation. Yang Ji wore an emperor's crown and a black dragon robe. She looked down at a painting of mountains and rivers thousands of miles in the sky. There were only 2 colors, black and white. It was very different from the real mountains and rivers of the mortal world. Yang Ji went around the 5 peaks and mountain ranges. All the rivers and lakes in her line of sight suddenly boiled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was then drawn into the water and condensed into water. First, there was Bai Ying controlling the sea of clouds to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, she used her evil aura to mess up the atmosphere of heaven and earth. Then there was Yang Ji controlling the rivers and swallowing the spiritual energy like a whale. It was obvious that they wanted to work together to forcefully turn the Fuyao continent into a land of decline that qi cultivators hated the most. Che Yun took advantage of the time when Bai Ying's sword shone on the head of the Yuan Shou. He had nothing to do. Seeing Yang Ji's action, Che Yun put 2 fingers together and gently pressed against the blade's strengthening gourd at her waist. She smiled and said, "Since I have nothing to do, I'll help a little." From now on, the immortal wine on the mountain would be the only wine that contained the most spiritual energy. Che Yun, who had changed her name to Jiogui, felt that she could not bear to drink it. When she arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she changed her name to Qinghua. She personally saw the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi shattering like porcelain. When she arrived at the vast world, she changed her name to Jiuge. Other than liking to collect all kinds of immortal wine, she was also good at skinning female cultivators to sew their faces. The Rain Dragon sect near the Inverted Mountain, the Yuji Mound in the Tongye continent, and the Yuju sect in the Kongli Mountain at the Ancestral Mountain. The journey to the vast world was not in vain. At that moment, the only one who was not idle was probably the old man who was holding the staff with both hands. There were too many sword gleams, one after another. He really did not dare to be idle. The so-called understated ordinary sword gleams were also the natal flying swords of the Ascendant Realm sword cultivators. Some sword gleams were swept down by Yuan Shou's staff and fell to a certain mountain under the sea of clouds. The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked, raising it to the ground. Some sword gleams were smashed into the great river by the staff. Not to mention the huge waves that were 1,000 feet high, a huge lake was created on the spot. The river slanted and poured into it, causing the water level of the river downstream to suddenly drop by more than 10 feet. Yuan Shou scolded angrily, "Are you done yet?" Half of it was because he was targeted and was extremely sullen. He did not dare to get close to Bai, but he also could not get away. The other sovereigns saw him as a joke in vain, as if they were watching a monkey show. The other half of it was because Yuan Shou truly felt sorry for the damage to the magic robe on his body. If this continued, it would not be as simple as damaging his appearance. Instead, it would drop by a level. The magic robe was refined from a total of 12 dragon veins and mountain roots from all over the wilderness. However, Bai had unleashed too many sword gleams. Without exception, they all arrived in the blink of an eye. Even if Yuan Shou's staff could shatter or repel the sword gleams, the shattered sword gleams were still too dense. This caused the magic robe that could be sewn together to become more and more tattered, with countless holes of various sizes. Jie Yun used the blade's strengthening gourd to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She smiled and said, "Great staff technique, Elder Ancestor Yuan. After this battle, your name will definitely spread far and wide. You only destroyed Bai with 17 sword gleams. This is more praiseworthy than destroying a continent's ancestral master hull. That's 18 sword gleams." Yuan Shou held the staff with both hands. His palms were badly mutilated. First, he used the staff to deflect the sword gleams. Then he swept the staff horizontally and broke the sword gleams. The sword gleams were split into two. This was the terrifying part of Bai's sword gleams. As long as they were not fragmented enough, any one of the sword gleams could endlessly entangle Yuan Shou. There was no way for him to evade. Yuan Shou roared angrily. The old man's face turned into that of an ape. He controlled his sword to shrink mountains and rivers and moved hundreds of miles away, shattering the two sword gleams one by one. Previously, Yuan Shou was slacking off. He was slightly weaker when he used the staff. As a result, he accumulated 3 sword gleams that approached him at the same time. As a result, his neck was directly torn open and his head was almost separated from his body. Although it was not a big deal even if his head was chopped off by the sword gleams, it would not hurt much of his Dao foundation. After all, in terms of the toughness of his real body, Yuan Shou was firmly ranked at the forefront among the 14 sovereigns. Therefore, he could just move the mountain and move the head back. He could even chop it off and be smashed by the sword gleams. Yuan Shou could still grow a new head immediately. However, in this way the injury would be real. It was definitely not something that could be compensated by eating dozens of Yang Ji's people woman. Yuan Shou's staff shattered the sword gleams. There were no fancy moves. It was a boring move. It was nothing more than a straightforward move. Therefore, Bai's 18 sword gleams could not be seen. However, if a Qi cultivator were to observe the battle at the side, his Dao heart would probably be shattered on the spot. Every time Bai's sword gleams splashed and scattered, it and the Gang Qi of Yuan Shou's staff each contained a Dao meaning. If a cultivator wanted to watch the battle to sharpen his Dao heart, it would be no different from becoming enemies with both of them. Jie Yun was extremely understanding. Before Yuan Shou opened his mouth to scold him, he had already helped Yuan Shou to scold him. He jokingly scolded him, "Damn sissy, shut up." Yuan Shou spat out a mouthful of blood. It was no wonder that he could teach a junior apprentice brother, Fei Ran, who was as famous as the young secluded official and the sword immortal attendant. Fei Ran was the leader of the 100-sword immortals of the moon-supporting mountain. It was said that Xie Yun had accepted him as a disciple on behalf of her master. The great demon Niu Dao said dully, "Who's going first? Don't drag it out. What's the point?" Actually, from the appearance of the 6 sovereign great demons, to Bai Yi unsheathing his sword to shatter the glass barrier, to the 18 sword gleams slashing towards Yuan Shou, it was not enough for a mortal teacher to drink a few mouthfuls of wine at the table. The burly giant sitting cross-legged on the golden futon, the great demon Wu Yu, had 3 heads and 6 arms. After he stood up, all 6 of his arms held a divine weapon at the same time. He smiled and said, "After witnessing Mr. Bai's poetry sword aura, I'll use my martial prowess as an Ascendant Realm cultivator to experience Mr. Bai's unparalleled sharpness." Qi Cultivator Ascendant Realm. Pure martial prowess, 10th Realm, divine arrival. After Wu Yu stood up, not only did he hold his weapon, the futon that was originally piled up with countless golden books instantly turned into 11 golden talisman. They were attached to the ankles of his legs, the glabella of his 3 heads and the 6 arms. Bai Ye's 2 fingers pinched a sparkling white bone pearl. He used it to accurately measure the remaining spiritual energy of the continent. He smiled and said to the burly giant, "It's still better to be more careful. After all, what Bai Yi wields is an immortal sword from the Deshiendu Temple. Actually, Wu Yu, you don't have to do this. It won't be too late to make a move in half an hour." Wu Yu shook his head and did not listen to Bai Ying's suggestion. His body became the height of a mortal and his 6 arms each held 2 blades. One was a straight blade and the other was a horse-chopping sword. He also had 2 swords, a hammer and an axe. The Confucian scholar who had once been the most disappointed in the world was now the most proud scholar in the world. His etiquette could not be said to be light. Not only had he mobilized 6 great thrones to surround Bai Yi in one go, he had even set up 3 layers of restrictions for the Fuyao continent. The outermost layer was the flow of energy of the mountains and rivers of the continent. It enveloped the entire Fuyao continent and completely cut off the possibility of the spiritual energy of the Fuyao continent being connected to the world. This was similar to the 3 enclosures and 4 divisions formation of the Tong Yi continent in the past, and the 24 solar terms formation of the Aquarius continent today. This caused this battlefield, which had a huge disparity in numbers, to always be on the side of the sovereigns of the wasteland. The huge continent's territory was only a battlefield for 7 sovereigns. The heavenly glass barrier that Bai Yi broke with his sword was Zhou cutting off a part of the river of time as the second heaven and earth. Between the 2, there was another heavenly phenomenon, mountain and earth formation. It was formed from the 5 mountains and hundreds of rivers of the various countries in the Fuyao continent. It was located under the sea of clouds and it was like a painting of mountains and rivers. Zhou dragged the mountain and earth formation into the sky above the Fuyao continent. The mountains were scattered all over the place and the rivers weaved a net. This separated the heaven and earth of the Fuyao continent into 2. It was as if one of the greatest merits of the Sage of Rites, the heaven and earth formation, had appeared in the world. Zhou did not hesitate to kill the 14th realm Bai Yi. When Bai Yi saw Wu Yu stand up, he only shook his head and did not comment. In an instant, 6 sovereigns landed beside Bai Yi. They gradually lined up with 3 on each side. However, each of the sovereigns held a sword in their hands. "You used 3 heavens and earth to trap me, Bai Yi, but I also used the heaven and earth in my heart to trap the enemy. In the past, I was in high spirits and wandered the world with my close friends. Everywhere I looked, I saw mountains and rivers. Everything and everyone was a heaven and earth in my eyes." Wu Yu bent his back slightly and stomped heavily. He did not use the earth-shrinking mountain river ability. Instead, he charged forward. Every time he stepped on the void, there would be ripples in the heavens and earth. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within 100 miles would be stirred up. He chopped off the head of Wu Yu, who was holding the sword. After it shattered and dissipated, it condensed and appeared elsewhere. The 6 sovereigns who had manifested from Bai Ye's heart surrounded Wu Yu and attacked him. Wu Yu was blocked and temporarily could not fight with Bai Ye's true body. With 3 heads and 6 arms, his body was as fast as lightning and unpredictable. He shattered those Dharma manifestations with one strike and killed the 6 Dharma manifestations. Wu Yu also wanted to see how long Bai Ye's heart manifestations could last. He also wanted to confirm whether Bai Yi needed to consume spiritual energy. Qie Yun could not help but laugh. She gently rubbed the blade's strengthening gourd with her thumb. Bai Yi was a true sword immortal. She admired him and longed for him from the bottom of her heart. Qie Yun's blade's strengthening gourd had an extremely long seal at the bottom. He was willing to receive 3 million celestial coins, to befriend all the beauties and famous scholars, and to drink 1,000 caddies of wine with all the sword immortals in the world. If Bai Yi died today, then for the next 10,000 years, there would probably be no one who looked like Bai Yi. As for Wu Yu, it was not strange. The demon race had an innate advantage in the martial path. However, it was easy to enter the martial path and it was faster to climb higher. Only reaching the top was harder for the demon race than for the human race. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This was because compared to the human race, the demon race's martial path had less invisible great Tao pressure. At the same time, there were both pros and cons. They lacked training. The number of martial artists in the 10 realms in the savage world was not as high as in the vast world. Actually, the martial path today was half of the path to becoming a god in the early years. The gods had set up many restrictions on the human race. Their hearts fluctuated, their thoughts were chaotic, and their souls were unstable. This was only one of them. Their innate physiques were weak because they were destined to be unable to avoid the river of time from the start. The river of time continuously washed the physical body, causing the human race's lifespan to be short. This was a huge restriction. There were many gods in the ancient heavenly court. The human race ants under their feet, regardless of whether it was their appearance or their innate physiques, were set to be the closest to the gods. However, they were still too weak. This caused a portion of the gods who were used to the supply of incense to become more and more dissatisfied. Even if they deliberately allowed those ants to gather together, the human race's population exceeded 1 million for the first time. The gods then descended upon the human race. In the blink of an eye, the earth shattered, mountains and rivers were destroyed, and everyone died. This couldn't be compared to the fights between the gods or the killing of the larger demons. Therefore, the martial path that the gods took the initiative to give to the human race to strengthen their physiques came to the human race earlier than spells and supernatural powers. The earliest golden body realm was the bottleneck, the end of the road. However, the human race had many talents. The first ancestor of the military school became the first existence in the human race to break through the golden body realm. After that, he was like a hot knife through butter. He climbed higher without stopping. There were many people following behind him. After being discovered by the gods, almost all the humans who broke through the bottleneck of the golden body realm were killed. Then only this person was able to escape the gods' inspection under the protection of a supreme god. He personally named the 3 stages of the martial path realm: vigorous spirit, pure spirit, and divine arrival. However, in the end, for some reason, his martial path achievement stopped there. From then on, it was the end of the martial path. During this period, some gods saw this person as half a comrade. Some gods looked on coldly and coveted more incense in the human race. When the human race's martial path reached a higher level, their incense would be purer and more valuable. Therefore, the military school had the merit of the great Tao in the human race. This caused the military school cultivators in the future to be similar to the martial arts grandmasters with martial arts fate. Compared to other Qi cultivators, they ignored the gains and losses of the human race's merit and karma. In the end, the military school cultivators were the furthest away from the river of time. As for pure martial arts and military school cultivators, there was a great relationship between them. Since the human race was destined to be unable to avoid the river of time, they could only drink. This was the most helpless choice of the human race back then. However, as time passed, the heaven and earth were born. Qi cultivators who were different from the gods appeared. In addition, a supreme god favored the human race and taught them swordsmanship from the heaven to the human race. In addition, the human race continued to climb higher, causing more and more spells and supernatural powers to fall into the human race. The river of time became one of the biggest accidents that caused the collapse of the gods and the division of the heavenly court. Yuan Shou asked Bai Ying telepathically, "Did you find any clues from that little bit of soul observation?" Bai Ying smiled and said, "There's a small hope of tracing back to the source. I'm just afraid that Bai is doing it on purpose." Yuan Shou was a little frustrated. "This is not good, not good. Bai is just a Confucian scholar, not a sword cultivator. His true body is far inferior to ours. If we gang up and kill him, do you think he won't reveal that he's a level 14 Dao integration cultivator? You're familiar with Wu Yu. You can greet him. He'll attack him. I'll find an opportunity to hit Bai with a rod. His brains will splatter everywhere. Let's see what else he can do. Bai Ying held back her laughter and said, We've talked for half an hour. What's the hurry? Bai isn't in a hurry, so there's no need for us to be in a hurry. Yuan Shou, who was naturally irritable, was about to continue speaking when he sighed. This Bai really doesn't know what's good for him. He allowed Bai Ying and Yang Ji to steal the spirit energy without stopping or snatching it. He just has to go against me. This time 18 sword lights hovered around Yuan Shou. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the sword chi was dense. The tips of the swords were all pointed at the old man. Among the sword lights there were golden words. Bai's poems were invincible. His poems were used as flying swords. The 18 sword lights were far more powerful than before. They were as big as mountains lying between the heavens and the earth. When Yuan Shou saw this strange phenomenon, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt extremely satisfied. He actually tore off his robe and kept it in his sleeves. Then he put on one of the most ancient deity armors, the mountain ghost. Does Bai really think that I'm a pushover? Yuan Shou's joints crackled like thunder. He put away his long sword, the Kun Zhen. He no longer controlled the sword. Holding the rod in one hand, he stabbed the void beside his feet and revealed his true body that had yet to reach the peak. The mountain ghost on Yuan Shou's body, the colorful robe that he wore at the Great Wall of Sword Qi on credit, and the west peak that Qin Pingon lent to Wei Xian. These 7 sets of armors were once worn by ancient high-level deities. Therefore, in ancient times, whenever the deities went on a hunting trip, they would shine like comets in the sky. The sweet dew armors made by the militarists in the later generations were all imitations. It was not because the craftsmanship was not good enough. In fact, the sweet dew armors of the later generations were not inferior to the craftsmanship of the deities. Especially the golden crow armors and the warp and weft armors, which were of a higher grade than the ancient times. The only shortcoming was the innate disadvantage of the materials. In ancient times, the punishments of the heavenly court were extremely cruel. The dragon-slaying platform was only one of them. The deities who were in charge of the punishment had even more shocking methods to deal with the deities who were convicted. The deities of the mountains and rivers, Lord Xingwang and the heroic spirit of the civil and martial temple in the later generations were first conferred righteousness and then molded into a golden body. In fact, compared to the deities of the ancient deities, their golden bodies were much weaker. Once they lost the incense, their golden bodies would be on the verge of collapse. On the other hand, the deities of the ancient deities were superior. The incense in the human world was very important. It could help the deities refine their golden bodies, but it was not necessary. Without the incense, they would still be immortal until the great tribulation that was compatible with the innate fate. If they could pass it, they would be promoted. Their corpses would turn into stars. It was silent for eternity. Bai also glanced at the fake mountains and rivers that Bai drew on the scroll and then looked at the great monster Yangji. Previously, the bright moon turned into a line and asked the 6 sovereigns. There was the Dao meaning of the sword light that cut down the flood dragon. Therefore, the flood dragon's Yangji was the most fearful. The other sovereigns could block the sword easily. Bai also looked at the vast river that was full of Reiki and smiled. I'm not proficient in the Dao of water. I've only broken the water Dao and cut through the heavenly abode with my sword. Bai also had a thought. The rivers left the riverbed and eventually turned into huge swords that were suspended in the air. The swords rose in the human world. The swords slashed towards the sky and targeted Yangji, who was one of the most proficient in the Dao of water. Yangji snorted coldly. The swords of the rivers were 100 miles away from her. They broke into pieces on the spot and returned to the human world. Bai hasn't really used his sword yet. Bai also turned to look at Bai Ying. He heard that this great monster was good at controlling the skeleton army. Bai also silently recited the 5 words mantra in his heart. Dao, heaven, earth, general and law. You can only see Bai in a book. You can't see the light horse chasing the white clouds with a sword. Bai also knew a little about the art of war. Everyone knew that. Bai also muttered, even after so many years, I still feel that it's not as smooth as the heaven and earth law. The great monster of withered bones, Bai Ying, smiled slightly and finally took out his natal item. A huge banner stood behind him. The skeleton army majestically charged towards the heroic spirit army that was galloping on horseback. Then in an instant, whether it was the sovereign great monster that had attacked or not, they all sensed a subtle sign. Bai also slashed open the golden-armored deity's armor with his sword. He slashed his armor and body into two. Behind Bai, Qianyun was in the same situation. He suffered a sword strike. However, compared to the golden-armored deity, Qianyun seemed to only have a slender sword mark that went down from her glabella. Qianyun seemed to have suffered a sword strike, but she was still unwilling to part with her skin. In reality, Bai had finally used his sword. Qianyun believed that she could not avoid it. She directly tore her body apart to avoid Bai's sword. Moreover, she was distracted by two sword strikes. What if Bai also focused on one sword strike? Even after the sword strike, Qianyun was not in a hurry to close her body. The sword aura of the immortal sword was too shocking. If Qianyun directly merged her body into one, she would be entangled with the sword aura. The gains did not make up for the losses. Qianyun sighed in her heart. In this vast world there seemed to be another immortal sword. It was in the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu in the Central Plains. It was rumored that the ancient fire god, like the water god, had many summer palaces. His territory was boundless. One of the fire god's many divine thrones was in Mars. It was also rumored that Mars had an attendant who was proficient in forging. He used Mars as a furnace to extract fire essence's charcoal. He used the river of time to misfire. He held stars in his hand as round hammers. When they were broken, he would throw them away and replace them with another one. In the end, he forged a few long swords for several supreme gods of the ancient heavenly court. It was as if all the elegance in the world had been taken up by the vast world. Qianyun sighed again and again. It should not be like this. 10,000 years ago, after the riverside meeting, there were actually two secret meetings. One was a discussion of the Tao between the ancestors of the three sections. The other was an internal dispute of the demon race. The Grand Ancestor and Bai Zhe went their separate ways. For the next 10,000 years, the wilderness was divided and divided. There were endless disputes. Among the native cultivators of the vast world, apart from the ritual sage, the secondary sage and the literature sage who had merged with the three continents, there was also Bai Yi. Now there was also the sword cultivator alliance. As for Bai Zhe, the old Daoist from the temple, and the chicken soup monk, they were all outsiders of the vast world. The Baekokeikyung building had 5 cities and 12 buildings. Among them, the 3 sect masters who took turns to control the Baekokeikyung building were all publicly recognized as being at the 14th realm. Could it be that the only 14th realm cultivator in the wilderness was an outsider, an old blind man? Then the world waited for 10,000 years only to have Xiao Chua, who had betrayed the Great Wall of Sorchi. Why would the imperial concubine Fei address Yuxi as young master? Then who was the old master? Senior brother Qianyun and junior brother Fei ran. Qianyun accepted a disciple on behalf of his master. As a result, there was an additional junior brother Fei ran in the sect. Then who was their master? Was he still alive? The mountain search map that Bai Zhe gave to the old scholar did not list out all the demons of the same generation. The old scholar did not have any complaints about this. Did he really think that Bai Zhe, who only called him young master by the ritual sage, had a good temper? Before Bai Zhe participated in the riverside meeting and ascended to the heavens, his battle achievements were even greater than that of the moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor. When the sword cultivators broke off, Bai Zhe also personally killed countless sword cultivators. After Bai Yi truly drew his sword, he slashed again and again without any elegance. 725. Slashing again and again at level 14 was already an eye-opener for the talisman Zhou Xian. Especially when Bai Yi killed 6 sovereigns without missing a single strike, Zhou Xian was even more impressed. The sword chi was vast and majestic. There were some things that only Bai Yi could do, and it made people feel that he still had energy to spare. He chopped the 6 sovereigns like vegetables. If Bai Ying was not at the peak, at least Zhou Xian would not dare to say that he could definitely kill any of the sovereigns. Therefore there was only one reason. Bai Ye's sword was too unreasonable. However, when Zhou Xian heard that Lu Cha was also coming to Fuyao continent, and it was exactly as he had predicted, he laughed bitterly. Not only was there a 7th sovereign, it was Lu Cha without a doubt. A sovereign great demon who could call Alliance brother and exchange swords with each other was indeed the most suitable trump card. In the vast world, every great cultivator who was already at the peak of a mountain and was only a step away from ascending to the heavens received a mountain bulletin. Every bulletin they received was usually very important. It was completely different from the bulletin that ordinary immortal masters used to pass the time in their free time. Zhou Xian quickly collected his emotions and reminded Bai Yi telepathically, "The spiritual energy here is strange. However, since I am here, you can rest assured and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles. Do not touch anything further. If you are contaminated, there will be endless troubles." When Zhou Xian came, he used his specialty, the talisman, to forcefully break through 3 layers of heaven and earth restrictions. It was not easy for him to reach Bai Ye's battlefield. As expected of the Central Plains divine continent. Not only did he break through the door, Zhou Xian also used tens of thousands of rare talisman to display the mysterious ability of supporting the mountainside. From the north-central region of the Golden Armor continent to the south, and then crossing the sea to Fuyao continent, Zhou Xian did not spend much time. However, opening the door took Zhou Xian a full 45 minutes. From this, one could see the determination of the wilderness to kill Bai Yi. One had to know that when it came to the art of opening a mountain, if the talisman Zhou Xian claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. The native Daoists of the vast world were divided into the talisman and danding branches. As for the talisman branch, in addition to the Daoist sect outside of the Beko Keikyang building, there were 3 altars in total. The talisman Zhou Xian occupied one of them. Zhou Xian was able to snatch the word talisman from the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu. Such a feat was almost comparable to the North continent snatching the word north from the Snow Mountain continent. There was even a saying that he liked to nap in the sleeves of his Ascendant Realm friends such as Venerable Fiery Venerable and Venerable Venerable Fiery Venerable and Venerable Venerable and Venerable Xuandu and Venerable Venerable Immortal. And the Ascendant was the Ascendant he. Every time he crossed the continent he would give him a ride. When the Venerable Fiery Venerable blocked the entrance of the Lushui pit, he could not do anything about the palace of the ancient water deity that had been refined by the fat woman. He once used a talisman sword to send a message to Zhou Xian, asking him to quickly open the door so that they could discuss how to split the loot. Zhou Xian used a talisman dragon to reply to the Lushui pit. In the secret letter he claimed that he was in a life and death retreat. His life was hanging by a thread every day. When the talisman dragon was outside the Lushui pit, it had exhausted its spiritual energy and revealed its true form. It was a green bamboo cane with talisman drawings. After the Venerable Fiery Venerable left the Lushui pit with the bamboo cane, he calculated with his fingers and felt that something was wrong. The time did not match. Moreover, the life and death of the Ascendant Realm was extremely dangerous. He did not have the time to reply to the letter. Hence, the Venerable Fiery Venerable changed his mind and did not return to the North Continent. When he returned to the Central Continent, he found out that the Venerable Immortal was attending the Green Immortal Mountain Banquet at the Bamboo Sea Cave. This time Zhou Xian traveled alone to the Fuyao Continent. Not only did he use the talisman to open the 3 heavens and earth restriction, he also built 3 temporary doors. Of course, Zhou Xian wanted to ensure his freedom to come and go. He also wanted to find an opportunity to bring Bai Yi along. However, he did not expect that as soon as he arrived at the battlefield, all the talisman would shatter at the same time. The 3 doors collapsed instantly. Zhou Xian complained incessantly. Bai Yi smiled and said, "This is not like the talisman Zhou Xian. I appreciate your good intentions, but the matter of spiritual qi is not a problem." The Central Plains talisman Zhou Xian was famous for not being willing to fight to the death with others. As long as he fought, it would be a spar of Dao. This was because Zhou Xian would first ensure that he was in an invincible position. Then he would use other people's stones to improve his jade, and study the knowledge of the talisman. When he met people of similar levels of Dao, Zhou Xian almost never used overly domineering offensive spells. If there was no difference between life and death, he would not harm the harmony. If the person's Dao was not good enough and died, how could he harm the harmony with Zhou Xian? Zhou Xian also did not know that Bai Yi was a level 14 Dao fusing mystic. He could only nod his head. This short old man who was the sole talisman of the world was currently floating in the air. He was just 100 miles away from Bai Yi. The old Daoist's hands were forming seals. Near his hands, it was as if the sun, moon and stars were moving in an orderly manner. If he was too close to Bai Yi, it would inevitably delay Bai Ye's sword. Bai Yi was fighting 1 against 6 and 1 sword against 6 sovereigns. In this kind of battle on the mountain peak, the difference of a millimeter was the difference between heaven and earth. Zhou Xian could not possibly cross the continent to rush here, even if he caused Bai Yi to be distracted. However, if the distance was too far, Zhou Xian did not feel that he was some old immortal with great Dao skills who could help. Under the white-haired old man's feet, a black and white Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram appeared. The old man's body was still, but the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram under his feet slowly rotated. Occasionally, a little bit of fire would light up, and with a sizzling sound, it would turn into wisps of undetectable green smoke. It was obvious that Wen Hai had used a meticulous and secretive method to tamper with the spiritual qi of the mountains and rivers of this continent. It just happened to come into contact with the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram of the talisman Zhou Xian, which was why he was caught. Yin and yang of heaven and earth, all things in the world, life and death, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram manifested and transformed. Of course, it was more flawless than the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Once this diagram appeared, it was no longer a small trick like Zhou Xian's. It was a more powerful ability than the mountainside support ability. It would not delay Bai Yi from wielding Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram to slay demons. It would also make Bai Yi take a few steps back, and he would be able to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth at ease. When Bai Yi drew his sword, he still had the energy to talk to Zhou Xian. It's not too late to leave now. Bai Yi held Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram in one hand, and the scabbard in the other behind him. Zhou Xian glanced at the scabbard and then looked up at the sky. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since I'm already here, I'll act according to the circumstances. If I don't show off a few hands, I won't be satisfied. Don't be distracted. Just take care of me." Talisman Zhou Xian's ability to protect himself is not bad. Actually, Zhou Xian could have left just now, but the old man hesitated slightly, and the 3 talismans' doors shattered very quickly. He missed the only chance to slip through the door and escape. Of course, the prerequisite was that Bai Yi also gave him his sword to escort him. If not, the 6 king-level demons would definitely not allow Talisman Zhou Xian to come and go as he pleased. If Bai Yi didn't use his sword to escort him, the Talisman Zhou Xian, who was famous for being calculating, would suffer more losses. He might even drop in realm. Zhou Xian twirled his beard and squinted his eyes. He continued to observe the battlefield, and he planned to use his heart to find the foundation of the 6 king-level demons. Bai Yi didn't stop attacking. Every time he raised his sword, there would be a sword light that shone through millions of miles. Even Zhou Xian's mind shook a little. What a good sword to break 10,000 laws. Bai Yi wasn't a sword cultivator, and he didn't have his life source flying sword. However, Zhou Xian thought about it. The heavens were full of taboo, and such a scholar Bai was enough to be outstanding for eternity. Bai Yi attacked with his sword and slashed Yuan Shou, who had revealed his true form. The staff in the old ape's hand was slashed by the extremely resplendent sword light. Sparks splattered everywhere as if a fire division's divine general was tempering a sword embryo. The sparks scattered, burning rivers, mountains and rivers. Yuan Shou's massive body slid back a few hundred miles. He roared angrily and stomped on the void. There was a thunderous sound and ripples spread out from where he stomped. Even the river of time had some splashes. Yuan Shou slammed his staff from afar, and the force was so great that the staff bent in an arc. Bai Yi attacked again, and wantonly shattered the astral winds that came from the staff. It even caused tornadoes to appear between heaven and earth. Yuan Shou gently let go of his hand and clenched his staff tightly. The staff and the sword light clashed and there was a buzzing sound. Just the lingering vibrations and ripples from the staff were enough to shatter any magic treasure in the world. Yuan Shou lowered his head and saw that his palm was full of bones. Although the bones grew back in the blink of an eye, it was still very vexing. Yuan Shou was famous in the desolate world for being good at killing. There were countless killings in the past 10,000 years, and he had never been so aggrieved. Yuan Shou was still unable to get close to Bai Yi. The great demon Yang Ji controlled one of her natal items, the Dragon Palace water residence. In an instant she traveled thousands of miles. Wherever she passed, water surged and countless illusory water immortals and water spirits appeared. They were like mighty guardian spirits. Using this item, Yang Ji was the closest to Bai Yi. She took out another natal item and it suddenly descended from the sky and pressed down on Bai Yi. Zhou Xian frowned and looked up. This old woman's wealth was not small. She was indeed the pinnacle of the desolate world. He did not lack good things. The object that Yang Ji took out was the jade that was first abolished by the Baekokyekyung building for thousands of years. There were seals on all four sides, showing four dazzling colors of red, green, white and yellow. Among them, the leading side was inscribed with the words, "The first lunar month has just ended," and the other words were, "The sharpness of the sword shall not be used, chasing the spirit and the ghost to the Kuei dragon to control the water, and a small thing lies in the great way." It was not only an ancient relic, but also a six-fold Dharma seal that had been refined by Yang Ji. The heavenly pattern was blue sky, and the earth pattern at the bottom of the Dharma seal was netherworld. As soon as this seal appeared, heavenly might surged. The white jade dermic seal spun as it descended. It had the momentum of an immortal breaking through the heavenly tribulation. In particular, one of the sides of the white jade seal, "Blades and swords shall not pass," was innately superior to sword cultivators and swords. The seal shone brightly, and with a flash of spiritual light, the ancient seal turned into time and dissipated in all directions. Not only was Bai's attack unable to cut through the Dharma seal even absorbed some of its sword chi, causing the Dharma seal to descend with even greater momentum. Bai did not get too entangled with the Dharma seal, allowing it to rapidly descend. When they were less than 30,000 feet apart, Bai thrust his sword a second time at Yang Ji. The sword slashed at Yang Ji's imperial crown, which had a human head and a flood dragon body. 12 Temesawara flowers hung down from the crown, and the pearls and jade curtains at the front were all cut apart by Bai's sword, allowing Yang Ji to reach out and grab the falling pearls and strings. With a thought, Yang Ji's natal item was restored to its original state. However, in order to make up for the damage done to Bai's sword, the fairies clinging to the seams of his dragon robe were all handsome, and it was difficult to tell whether they were male or female. All of them possessed the pure fate of water, but in order to mend the damage done to the crown, they were instantly reduced to ashes in the hundreds. The great monster Yang Ji had presided over the waters of the Yeluo for several thousand years. In this period of time he had meticulously refined 300 servants, all of them elegant and dignified. In total, Yang Ji had refined 1,800 of them. Their clothes were magnificent, their colors dazzling, their figures graceful, their waists slender with jade ornaments, their pearls breaking through the formation. In addition, there were 16,000 Yeluo officials and maids, all of them sewing and weaving the dragon robes and the imperial crown. Yang Ji did not wish to be too far away from his natal item, nor did he feel that he could really kill Bai. Even though the mountainous Dharma seal was only several thousand feet away from the mustard seed-sized sword Bai. In the end, he could only put away the Dharma seal and place it in his natal acupuncture point to be nurtured. Bai Ye's previous sword strike had left a crack in the seal's script at the bottom of the six-man seal. However, this seal could innately refine sword chi. Not only could it repair the crack in the seal, Yang Ji could also take the opportunity to deduce where Bai Ye's Dao integration was. Bai chuckled. Monsters are adept at manipulating the workings of the heavens. Be careful that your soul sinks to Bai Mingdu. Zhou Xian stroked his beard and chuckled. Bai's words were too wonderful for words. Yang Ji's expression changed slightly. He reached out to press against his temple and then grabbed the Dharma seal. His wrist trembled slightly and with great difficulty he managed to stabilize the natal item. She opened her hand and saw that the side of the Dharma seal inscribed on the saber and sword chi was already in tatters. Bai's remaining sword chi had damaged the foundation of this ancient seal. This meant that from now on she would lose one of her natal items. She would no longer be able to rely on this ancient Dharma seal to suppress the natal flying swords of sword immortals. Fortunately, the other 5 sides were still intact. Yang Ji's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with hatred. He was also somewhat regretful. He really should not have asked Bai to ask the sword. No matter what path he took, he should not have been so careless. Zhou Xian seemed to have understood something. Every time Bai attacked, he seemed to deliberately not pursue the goal of killing sovereigns with a few strikes. This was very difficult to chew on. Could it be that he wanted to kill 6 sovereigns with a single strike? Did he want to cause many of the sovereigns to fall from their peak to become ordinary Ascendant Realm monsters? Zhou Xian looked around. In every corner of the world, there were actually talismans that Zhou Xian quietly cast out to support the world. It could not only accurately observe the operation of the heavens and earth, but also slightly resist the momentum of the world that was gradually falling and rising. Of course, Zhou Xian would not just stand here to watch Bai's sword attack. The 3 heaven and earth restriction formations had been gradually closing in step by step like a fishing net. In addition to the fact that the spiritual energy of the world was getting thinner and thinner, the heavens and earth that were beneficial to the sovereign realm monsters would also become more and more condensed. According to Zhou Xian's calculation, once the 3 overlapping nets eventually shrank to 1,000 miles, even the river of time would appear. In the long run, Bai would really be dead. The proudest person in the world was walking on a path of no return with a sword. Without waiting for Bai to ask, Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Just attack, I'm not in the way." Bai nodded gently. The hand holding the sword gently shook its wrist, and a sword light as bright as autumn suddenly appeared. With Bai's green robe as the center, a huge mirror appeared out of thin air between the heavens and earth. It was formed by a line of sword light. It was as if Bai had cut off the heavens and earth, returning a sword to Li Wenhai from afar. However, this sword light should have cut the old Daoist behind Bai in half, but when the sword light passed through the Taiji diagram, it was continuously bent and folded. In the end, the sword light completely bypassed the talisman Zhou Xian. The old man's move was actually shocking enough. After all, Zhou Xian was standing on the formation. He stood still and caused Bai's sword to miss. Zhou Xian stroked his beard and smiled. Bai's sword was very powerful and very elegant. It was a coincidence that he had accidentally avoided the sword. As long as he could leave the Fuyao continent alive, there was no need to talk about such a secret. He could just go to a certain shameless sword cultivator sect that hung Bai's portrait in the ancestral hall, have a few cups of tea and have a small chat. He clearly had nothing to do with Bai, but he still had the nerve to hang Bai's portrait. If he wanted to become an immortal master of the ancestral hall, he had to make that sword cultivator circle the mountain on his sword and recite Bai's 300 poems in one go. Would he believe it? As for the 6 huge sovereigns, their true bodies and dharma projections were all cut into 2. The true bodies of the 3 great demons that were unfortunately cut by the sword light returned to their original forms. They had all lost some of their vitality. Because they used their natal items to block, the sword light still could not shake the foundation of their great Tao. Yuan Shou picked up a head that had fallen down and moved it back to his neck. After a few thousand feet, a dragon tail rose into the air and merged with the upper body. The legs of the 3-headed 6-armed great demon ox blade were chopped off at the knees. He was willing to give up. As for the other 3 great demons' dharma projections, they recovered even faster. Xie Yun stood on the shoulder of her dharma projection. The golden light of her dharma projections scattered in all directions. With a slight thought, Xie Yun's golden body was reconstructed. Among the 6 sovereigns, Xie Yun was the most lazy one. At this moment, she still had the leisure to size up the uninvited guest, the talisman Zhou Xian. In particular, the natal wine gourd at the old man's waist made Xie Yun envious. Zhou Xian clicked his tongue in wonder. These sovereign demons could really fight and withstand. They were all unreasonably arrogant. They were all fighting head-on. Bai Yi also cut down their true bodies and dharma projections with a single sword strike. If it were an ascendant realm cultivator who ruled the world, he would definitely not dare to fight head-on like this. In terms of physical toughness, human cultivators really could not compare to the beasts of the wilderness. If it were an ordinary ascendant realm great demon in the wilderness, regardless of whether it was their true body or dharma projection, they would have obediently recuperated after suffering such a sword strike. How could they be like Yuan Shou and Yang Ji, who were getting braver as they fought? However, the old man could not help but sigh in his heart. The Great Wall of Sword Qi had stood for 10,000 years. There was a battle almost every 100 years. How many attacks had it suffered? It was just that Qin Qingdou's temper was indeed unreasonable. Rumor had it that in the past, when the Dao ancestor rode an ox to pass through, Qin Qingdou did not even look at him. He slapped a certain sovereign demon back to the bottom of the ancient well, and Qin Qingdou also turned a blind eye. Later, the second Dao ancestor finally left the Bekokekyung building and went to the world to capture an ascendant realm. It was said that Qin Qingdou almost made an exception and left the city with his sword. Only then did the second Dao ancestor leave behind the largest mountain seal in the world, the inverted mountain. Those who could make the second Dao ancestor hold back his anger and not cut people down were Qin Qingdou and the old scholar. The truth had already become an unsolved case. Perhaps future generations would not be able to find the answer even if they turned over the old almanac. It was the same. Just like what many talisman Zhou Xian did in the past, It was also one of the many unsolved mysteries in the world today. Which great cultivator who stood at the peak of a mountain did not leave behind a series of mountains and rivers and traces of climbing on the path of cultivation? For example, to this day there was still a mountain of a small country in the Wuxia continent. Zhou Xian used a talisman to hold it several feet high in the air for as long as 600 years. The talisman still shone brightly, without any signs of spiritual energy dissipating or any signs of broken talismans. It was said that at that time the mountain lord of that place was unreasonable and unruly. He accidentally angered Zhou Xian, who was traveling to the territory under his jurisdiction, and was punished by Zhou Xian. After Zhou Xian took out the talisman, he returned to the central divine continent. However, he spread the word that as long as the mountain lord did not come to the mountain gate and kowtow to him, the mountain would not be able to take root. In fact, the mountain lord of that small country had already found Zhou Xian once. But Zhou Xian deliberately left the mountain and waited bitterly at the mountain gate for several years to no avail. He could only return empty-handed. Even if a mountain lord of a country had fewer restrictions than a mountain god or a land, it was extremely difficult to even leave the borders of a country, let alone travel across continents. Especially when crossing continents, one had to wade through thousands of miles of water. It was said that the mountain lord went through untold hardships, borrowed or begged, and used countless mountains and rivers to finally reach the mountain gate of the talisman Zhou Xian. In the end, he learned that the immortal master had traveled far away and did not know when he would return. It was fine if immortals played around in the mortal world or if their Dao hearts were unpredictable. In short, the talisman Zhou Xian purposely did not meet the mountain lord. The mountain lord endured for several years and was the guardian of the mountain gate for several years before he kowtowed and left. From the beginning to the end, he did not bump his head into the mountain gate's memorial arch with hatred. This mountain lord could be considered to be magnanimous. There were also mountain cultivators who did not get along with the Daoist talisman sect and thus did not get along with Zhou Xian. They felt that Zhou Xian was too unreasonable as he relied on his cultivation level to wantonly bully the mountain ruler of a small country. Since the talisman Zhou Xian was the best in the world, why not go to Sui Mountain and try? What kind of ability was it to show off against a mountain lord of a small country from another continent? As for why the mountain was supported by a talisman and hung in the air for 600 years, why was the mountain lord's golden body still stable even though the mountain's roots were clearly cut off? The people who were watching the show did not care about these trivial matters. As for the mountain lord who trembled in fear for the past 600 years, he changed his domineering style and diligently stabilized the fate of the mountains and rivers under his jurisdiction. He did not dare to slack off for a single day, which made him seem even more boring. There were many things in the world. Perhaps he would not really kill people, but what he killed one by one was the temperament of those young people. Bai Yi was like Zhou Xian as if he could predict the future. He smiled and said, "This plan is true, and it is also true that it is difficult to kill a sovereign. I need to rely on my sword to find a way to break the death substitution technique." The immortal sword Tai Bai was unparalleled in its sharpness, but if it did not land on the real thing, it would be meaningless no matter how many times Bai Yi attacked. At the very least, at least one of the demon sovereigns had an undying body. For example, before coming to the righteous realm, they had already received permission from the Grand Patriarch of Moon-Bearing Mountain or Wen Hai to secretly fuse with the wildlands. Or a certain magical robe or armor that had not been used was connected to the mountains and rivers of the wasteland. No matter which possibility it was, even if Bai Yi could kill a sovereign with one sword, he could only shatter the mountains and rivers somewhere in the wasteland. Therefore, that Yuan Shou seemed to be seeking death, but the so-called life substitution was all intentional. This was the most troublesome part. The battle of techniques on the mountain was already treacherous and unpredictable enough. The battle on the mountain peak would naturally be even more unimaginable. Zhou Xian was extremely worried. These sovereign beasts were already so difficult to kill, but there was actually a death substitution technique that was even more mysterious than Zhou Xian. Was it that damn Jia Xing's disgusting method again? Zhou Xian glanced at Qie Yun, whose face was sewn together by a woman, and asked with a smile, "One-on-one?" Qie Yun hurriedly smiled and waved her hand. "Talisman Zhou Xian, a murderous immortal. He doesn't dare to fight one-on-one. He only dares to collect corpses." Zhou Xian truly regretted coming here. If he had known that Bai Ye's sword was so shocking, he would not have come here blindly. He could not help, and it would be difficult for him to leave. Why did he have to come here? It was rare for him to let his emotions affect his decisions. In the end, he was in an awkward situation that did not have any heroic spirit at all. Zhou Xian could not help but ask, "What should we do?" Bai Yi smiled and said, "Just use your sword." As the restrictions on the continent became heavier, the world became smaller and smaller. Bai Yi was still oblivious. In the next moment, Zhou Xian let out a long sigh. In the past, I always felt that there was no problem for Bai Yi to be ranked first among the 10 people of Middle-earth. However, the talisman Zhou Xian should not be too far away from Bai Yi. I never thought that after meeting him today I would realize that I was wrong. He deliberately ignored the Confucian school's 3 sages of the Confucian temple. Perhaps the people on the mountain had different opinions about the ranking of the 10 people of Middle-earth. However, there was almost no objection to the talisman Zhou Xian being ranked in the top 5 or at least 6th. Even the city lord of White Emperor City and the female martial god Pei Wan were ranked up and down. Every time they were ranked, there would be endless arguments. No one knew how much money they earned from the Mountain and Mountain Gazette. As for the 10 people of Hauran who were more controversial, there was no certainty. For example, the sects of the Sword Cultivation Mountain often liked to list Alliance in his left and right. This was especially so for the North Continent. Other than the 3 sages of the first sage, the Sage of Rights and the second sage and their own venerable fiery dragon, the remaining 6 people were all sword immortals. Bai Yi was not a sword cultivator, but with Tai Bai Yi he was considered one of them. He was ranked 4th and could not be any lower. The great heavenly master of Mount Longhu was also included. After all, he was also a sword cultivator and could be considered one of them. Other than that, Alliance of the second sage's lineage and the sage of literature's lineage. One of them had never lost a battle on the mountain, while the other's swordsmanship was the best in the world. As for Zhou Xian of Middle-earth, he could barely be considered as a sword cultivator. The old sword immortal, Zhou Xian, was once so embarrassed that he almost rode his sword across continents to the North Continent to curse and kill people. It was said that the elder ancestor of the Hui family had spent a lot of money on the Mountain and Mountain Gazette. It was not that the talisman Zhou Xian was belittling himself. It was just that Bai Yi's swordsmanship was too extraordinary. For example, at this very moment Bai Yi used his heart to divide the heaven and earth into 6. A small boat cut through the clouds of the White Emperor. The Yuanshu was puzzled. He looked around and did not know why he was standing on a cliff. Bai Yi wielded his sword. His clothes were as white as snow. He stood on the small boat and slashed the Yuanshu with his sword. West Dang Taibai had a bird path that could sweep across the peak of Mount Imei. Bai Yi wielded his sword and walked out of the peak of the moon. The waterfall flowed down 3,000 feet and turned into a sword. The sword gleam slashed down the 5 peaks. All the birds flew away. The lone cloud was idle. There was a pavilion. The green-robed swordsman slashed the great demon in the water. The wind blew for 10,000 miles. The autumn geese flew far away. Leaning on the railing, the sword gleam chased after the deity in golden armor. In the ruins of a battlefield, the iron armor was shattered. Bones were piled up. Bai Yi slashed the white jade with his sword. Other than that, it was the place where the talisman Zhou Xian was. It was still the original heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. He was still 100 miles away from Bai Yi. Speaking of which, it was strange. Today's meeting was the first time Zhou Xian and Bai Yi had a close encounter. Before this, both of them had only passed by each other twice. They did not even exchange half a word. When Bai Yi won the statement that he was most proud of, not long after, the mountain and sword were sealed. Bai Yi closed his door and declined visitors for too many years. He was on a lonely island outside the sea. There were some great cultivators in history who did not believe in heresy. They wanted to find out how a scholar who was not a sword cultivator could control an unruly celestial sword. However, they did not end well. They were the luckiest if they could not find the restriction. Those who found it often did not see Bai Yi. They only saw the sword gleam and then returned to their hometown to recuperate. Zhou Xian smiled and asked, "The celestial sword Tai Bai really has a sword spirit that can transform into a human?" Bai Yi nodded and said, "Yes. However, Tai Bai does not want to show up." Zhou Xian laughed and said, "This solves a huge doubt in my heart." There had always been a rumor about the 4 celestial swords that were famous all over the world. Each of them contained a sword spirit that could condense into a human form using the way of the sword. The sword spirit's combat power was equivalent to an ascendant realm sword cultivator. Therefore, having a celestial sword was equivalent to having an ascendant realm sword attendant who shared the great Tao. However, even Zhou Xian had never seen the human form of the four sword spirits. His old friend, Venerable Fiery Dragon, who was a great celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, only told Zhou Xian that he had seen the sword spirit twice. However, the appearance was uncertain. The second time, it was the appearance of a female sword attendant who carried a scabbard on her back. Zhou Xian was doubtful about it. After all, Venerable Fiery Dragon was a liar. He would always lie to those who were closest to him. Just like a few years ago, Venerable Fiery Dragon was rejected in the Celestial Master residence. After that, he traveled to Middle-earth and brought along a young Daoist who was his direct disciple Zhang Shanfeng. The master and disciple did not climb the mountain. Venerable Fiery Dragon only asked Zhou Xian to go down the mountain to entertain the guest. He said that his disciple was timid. It was unknown whether the child was brave or stupid. After knowing that his name was Zhou Xian, he still looked sincere. He almost said that Zhou Xian was unlucky to have the same name as the talisman Zhou Xian. Therefore, when he cultivated on the mountain, he would definitely be laughed at by others. The three celestial swords, including Tai Bai, were famous. The appearance of each celestial sword would be earth-shattering. For example, Bai Ye's sword slashed the grotto heaven and the water of the Yellow River came from the sky. Another example was Daoist No. 2, who wielded a sword, challenged the entire Deshiendu temple and personally killed a genius from the Qingming world. Another example would be the current Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu. He was the youngest Daoist in history to inherit the position of Grand Celestial Master. He left the mountain at the tender age of 20 with a sword and traveled the mortal world for 100 years. He set foot in the lands of the vast 6 continents and slew 11 demons of the upper 5 realms. That was why there was a popular saying, "Wherever there are demons in the human world, there will be celestial masters of Mount Longhu." Only the 4th celestial sword had not been seen for 10,000 years. It was said that one of the 9 sword-suppressing towers, the sword-suppressing tower of the South Saw continent, was built to suppress this sword spirit. There were also some who said that it was the dragon slayer who appeared out of nowhere 3,000 years ago. At that time he was holding a long sword. After slaying the dragon, he casually threw the sword into the sea. There were rumors at the peak of Howren Mountain that there was a 5th celestial sword, but its whereabouts were even more unknown. The celestial sword Tai Bai, that the Deshiendu temple lent to Bai Yi, was actually called Tai Bai. When it fell into Bai Ye's hands, the latter's reputation surpassed the former's. The celestial sword of Mount Longhu's celestial master was called 10,000 Arts. The celestial sword of the Baek Okekyung building's 2nd sect master, who was known as the Invincible One, was called Daoist scripture. Bai Yi turned and asked with a smile, "Are you really not leaving? This is your last chance. Once your Yin soul disappears and the natal gourd is left here, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep an ascendant realm cultivator." Bai Ye's 6 heart worlds couldn't trap the 6 demons for too long. Zhou Xian was worried. He couldn't help much, but he definitely wouldn't be more of a hindrance. Besides, if he stayed here, Bai Yi would have an extra chance of survival. In fact, he did use his Yin soul to travel to the Fuyao continent. His true body was hidden elsewhere, but he brought all his belongings with him, including the wine gourd. Bai Yi raised the scabbard in his hand and said, "Old Immortal Yu, please help me return this to the Deshiendu temple. I heard that one of the regrets of the talisman Zhou Xian was that he couldn't travel to the Qingming world. Bai Yi had some merit on him, but it was useless. Zhou Xian could use it to ascend and travel between the 2 worlds. As for the Tai Bai sword in Bai Ye's hand, it really couldn't be returned to its original owner. Please help me say sorry to Daoist Sunday." As long as Zhou Xian kept the Tai Bai scabbard, Bai Yi would use all his strength to kill the 6 sovereigns. No matter what, he had to open a path for Zhou Xian. He believed that with Zhou Xian's talisman methods, it wouldn't be difficult for Zhou Xian to leave even if the sovereigns tried their best to stop him. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xian shook his head and said, "It's not good enough to travel as a Yin soul and come here with half your life. If you retreat at the last minute and run away, won't you lose all your celestial aura?" Zhou Xian made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He laughed and said, "If you want to return the scabbard, return it yourself. I'll meet with Bai Ying first. This guy might be the key to the death substitution technique. You can attack with your sword later. As usual, I won't get in the way." An ascendant realm peak who had the potential to merge with the heavens and earth was willing to give up his Yin soul and the most fundamental life item. If this wasn't good enough, it would be the biggest joke in the world. The talisman Zhou Xian had a celestial aura. The white-haired, purple-clothed, barefoot old man stepped on the Tai Chi diagram. His figure flashed and he took advantage of the moment when Bai Ye's heart image mountain river was smashed into the sky by Bai Ying to enter the door through a gap. The old man showed a dharma form. His sleeves fluttered and the talisman floated out continuously like the flying snow in the sky. First he pushed Bai Ying and the Dao opening sword servant back to the battlefield ruins. Then he used half of the talisman to stabilize Bai Ye's heart image world and turned it into his own talisman array world. The remaining half of the talisman came in all kinds and strange shapes. On the ground, armored horses gathered and charged forward. In the sky, heavenly maidens scattered flowers. Other than that, there were hundreds of golden armored puppets that charged forward with a thunderous momentum. Jade palaces, pavilions and lofts were all transformed by the talisman in white. Together with different spells and offensive treasures, they fell like rain in the mortal world. One of the unsolved mysteries of the world was the talisman Zhou Xian. How many pieces of talisman did he refine? Hundreds of thousands? Millions. At the same time, no matter how Bai Ying shrank, she was always in the 8 trigrams array's death door. Even if you were in the 3 great arrays of the Fuyao continent, first there was Bai Ye's heart image world, then there was the talisman world, then there was the Tai Chi diagram. Bai Ying's mood was solemn. It was this talisman Zhou Xian. If it were any of the other 10 from the Central Plains, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Bai Ying didn't want to reveal her background. She could only learn from the talisman Zhou Xian and win with numbers. She used all her abilities and fought with numbers. Zhou Xian had more talisman Zhou Xian, so Bai Ying turned her robe back into a skeleton throne. She controlled the army of Yin spirits and fought with the densely packed talisman puppets on the battlefield. Actually, the entire heaven and earth where both sides were at was a battlefield. Although Zhou Xian was only holding back one of Bai Ying's sovereigns, Bai Yi still felt a lot more relaxed. Firstly, Bai Ying was most likely Jia Sheng's key backup plan. Furthermore, Bai Yi had never relied on others in her life, regardless of whether she was a sword immortal or a poetry immortal. Therefore, this was the first time Bai Yi fought side by side with someone. Other than Bai Ying, the other 5 sovereigns had already escaped. They showed their 10,000 feet tall avatars at the same time. The last of the spiritual energy crazily gathered in 5 places. In the heaven and earth, the abundant spiritual energy of the continent had dried up just like that. It was either used by the 6 sovereigns to control their natal items or swallowed by Bai Ying's Sea of Clouds, Yangji Dragon Robe and Qium Blade's Strengthening Gourd. The 5 sword formations landed on the ground, once again trapping the 5 sovereign-level experts who were lying on their backs. Bai Ye's poetry was invincible. Bai Ye's spiritual energy would only be exhausted when the poems in her heart were finished. Before that, her poetry was invincible. Her sword was even more invincible. Bai Yi was a true sword immortal. How many sword cultivators had she killed? Qingming Tian. Baek Okekyung Building's 5 cities, 12 floors and the world's #1 temple. There were immortals riding whales back to the city, or riding yellow cranes across the sky. There were old immortals on the high platforms who forgot their place. There were Dao patterns rippling outside the building. There were ancient immortals in the city who gathered the 5 mountains crown on their heads. There were also jade materials that were most suitable for cultivation under the Qingming Tian. In a trance, the Yin spirit roamed the Baek Okekyung building at night and went to the 5 cities and 12 floors. The immortals would either bestow Qingming jade archives or immortality techniques. Now, Daoist No. 2 was overseeing the Baek Okekyung building. The 3rd supreme leader, Lu Qin, was in charge of going to the heavens beyond to deal with the endless otherworldly demons. However, Lu Qin often sneaked back to the Baek Okekyung building. Daoist No. 2 could not be bothered to say anything. Since the honored master did not say anything, it was useless for him, the senior brother, to say anything. Actually, it was only when the eldest senior brother was around that his junior brother, Lu Qin, was slightly more well-behaved. Moreover, it was rare for him to be so well-behaved. It was not because Lu Qin thought that the rules were good, but because he respected his senior brother. Today, Lu Qin returned from the heavens beyond to the highest point of the Baek Okekyung building. A mustard seed-sized otherworldly demon was imprisoned between his fingers. He glanced at the unsheathed immortal sword on his senior brother's back and laughed. "Are you going to carry the sword and travel the world?" What about the Baekokkyung building? The honored master has not come here for a long time. I can't make an exception just because of you. It's more appropriate for the eldest senior brother to return to the Baekokkyung building in the future. Daoist number 2 was tall and had a middle-aged face. He ignored Lu Chen's provocation and asked with a frown. Bei was also dedicated to the Dao in his early years. Why didn't you do anything? The sword behind Daoist number 2 vibrated slightly, as if it was resonating with the immortal sword Tai Bai, which was a world away. Lu Chen leaned on the railing and laughed. I don't want a boring immortal to appear in the Baekokkyung building. I don't want my hometown to lose one of its proudest immortals. Are you satisfied with junior brother's answer? Daoist number 2 did not say anything else. Lu Chen was silent for a moment and suddenly scolded jokingly, this Daoist son is really indecent. I'll go scold him at the entrance of the Dexiandu temple later. Previously, Daoist son of the Dexiandu temple appeared outside the Baekokkyung building for the first time. He did not look at the highest point and only looked at one of the tall walls of the Baekokkyung building before leaving after saying that. Oh, so there's a true immortal in the Baekokkyung building too. Vast heavens, Middle Earth, divine continent. Celestial master abode of Mount Longhu. A young Daoist with a face as clear as jade stood on a star-plucking platform, calculating in his heart. He wore the most eye-catching Daoist robe of the celestial master abode, which was surrounded by yellow-purple qi. He was the famous Yue minister, the yellow-purple noble. A young Daoist with a sword on his back appeared on the star-plucking platform. The young Daoist turned around and bowed. The young Daoist actually had one hand behind his back as he faced the grand celestial master of Mount Longhu. He only used one hand to form a sword seal to return the greeting. Fifth Heavens, Ascension City. Ningyao reached out and pressed her forehead. Aquarius continent. On the golden arched bridge, a tall woman sat on the railing with a sword across her knees. She gently twirled her hair. Servant sword spirit? Of course not. The sword spirit was something she had refined. To be precise, the sword spirit had always been her, but she had never been a sword spirit. She didn't want anyone to know about this. Even old Yang, who had been the first to leave the battlefield, couldn't guess the truth. Qi Jingchun was a gentleman and didn't want to deduce too much on this matter, so he didn't know either. Only the young Lu Shilu had guessed some clues after she dragged him here. But it still couldn't be considered the truth. That was why Lu Shilu had the suspicion that the sword servant was dead. When she first went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qinqing was very clear about her identity. It was just that this matter was very important and he didn't know what this senior was thinking. Therefore he pretended to be a little ignorant and cooperated with her to deceive Qin Pingon. Even if she told him to stay away, Qin Qingdu could only pinch his nose and walk away. If she was just one of the 4 sword spirits, she wouldn't be worthy of Qin Qingdu calling her senior. 10,000 years ago, one of the 5 supreme gods of the celestial court, the sword wielder, had a killing power that surpassed the outer heavens. She conquered the world, and the corpses of the gods and earth demons were piled up into a mountain under her sword. Even the many blessed lands and grotto heavens, including the lotus flower blessed land, were shattered by her sword. Later on, the fire god ordered the bewilderment emissary to work with the water god to gather the essence of heaven and earth. The 4 swords that were forged were imitations of this god's sword. Later on, the world's sword arts fell into the mortal world. After it was divided into 4 lineages, they spread out. Other than Qin Qingdu's lineage in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was also the Celestial Master Residence's lineage in Mount Longhu, the Daoist Sword Immortal lineage in the Great Mystic Temple, and the Lotus Flower Buddhist Kingdom. Among them, the damaged immortal sword that Qin Qingdu brought to the Great Wall of Sword Qi couldn't be used anymore. Therefore, for 10,000 years, it had been waiting for its owner to appear. Finally, after 10,000 years of waiting, Qin Qingdu finally gave it to Ningyao. Or rather, the sword spirit took the initiative to choose Ningyao. This was also the reason why Ningyao could be so outstanding in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and in the Path of Sword Dao. Therefore, when Ningyao traveled to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, she opened the heavenly eye at the heart of her brows and used this sword. At that time she opened her eyes to take a look. She wanted to see who would inherit this lineage of sword arts that she personally imparted to Qin Qingdu in the mortal world. During the discussion by the river, the old scholar took out the scroll of the River of Time. She was the existence that stood alone at the furthest distance. As for why she was willing to impart sword arts to the human race and why she was willing to stand on the same side as the human race, only the heavens knew. In any case, in her eyes, the gods of the past were all ants. Therefore, 3,000 years ago, the dragon-slaying battle that created the Black Pearl Grotto heaven was still as laughable as playing house in her eyes. Because she wasn't a sword spirit. In the heavens, she was the sword master. 726. Daoist number 2 wore a Daoist robe, carried an immortal sword on his back, and wore a fish-tailed crown on his head. His junior apprentice brother Zhou Xian, who was leaning on the railing, had a lotus crown on his head, and a sparrow perched on his shoulder. In the past he was the leader of the Baek-ok-kyung building and the first disciple of the Daoist ancestor. He wore a rui crown and a peach talisman. The reason why he could take in a disciple on behalf of his master was because he was the closest to the Daoist ancestor. At this moment, the immortal sword on Daoist number 2's back was vibrating non-stop. Rays of light flowed out of the scabbard, and golden seals manifested by the great Tao appeared one by one. However, after the golden words left the scabbard, they were immediately restrained by Daoist number 2's majestic Tao. The contents of the Daoist scriptures and treasured words could only be within a short distance. They were indeterminate. They couldn't leave the riverbed. Occasionally, a fish would jump out of the water, but it was only for a moment before it fell back into the water. Zhou Xian joked, "Senior apprentice brother, your murderous aura is so strong. Be careful not to provoke the Xiandu temple to activate their sword formation and ask for a sword in the Baek-ok-kyung building. Our Daoist son has tolerated you for a long time. Luckily, I found a junior apprentice brother for you. Otherwise, the matter of gathering 500 spiritual officials would probably be delayed for many years at the Fifth World. It would take at most 300 years and at least 100 years. It wouldn't be good." Daoist number 2 did not comment on this. The grudge between the Baek-ok-kyung building and the Xiandu temple was an old topic that was not interesting. As for the 500 spiritual officials returning to the immortal ranks, it was only a matter of time. By then, in the next 200 years, he would command the 500 spiritual officials to attack beyond the heavens. The otherworldly demons would be greatly weakened, and the 500 spiritual officials would be more worthy of their name. The three branches of the Baek-ok-kyung building actually had different opinions about the otherworldly demons that seemed impossible to kill. The second branch of the Daoist sect was very simple. They focused on killing. Other than going to the outer space to kill the extraterrestrial demons so that some of the extraterrestrial demons would not be nourished and strengthened, Daoist's second brother would have to personally wield his sword and rule the world in the future. He would command 500 spiritual officials and spend 500 years to kill the inner demons of the Qi cultivators. He wanted to make those countless extraterrestrial demons become like water without a source or a tree without roots. In the end, the extraterrestrial demons would be forced to merge into three. By then, he and his 3 senior and junior brothers would each defeat one of them and the world would be at peace. This was even more magnificent than someone who had slain all the true dragons in the world. As for the junior brother with the Daoist name of Xianxia, Daoist number 2 had an average impression of him. The only thing that made Daoist's second brother think highly of Xianxia was that in the new world, Xianxia dared to take the initiative to do things. He was willing to do things that even the last disciple of the Daoist ancestor could not be a protective talisman. Now that Xianxia was there, he had caused the Baek-ok-kyung building to become a lonely mountain of Taoism in the Fifth World. The Baek-ok-kyung building had more or less formed a confrontation with the other sections. It was precisely because of this that Daoist's second brother felt that it was not bad. The second chief of the Baek-ok-kyung building, who was known to be invincible, only laughed coldly and said, "I have been wanting to chop off the head of the sovereign ox blade for a long time." Back then, the honored master had deliberately spared his life and used a golden armor manifested from the purple golden lotus of the Daoist seed to capture him, forcing him to rely on cultivation to accumulate a little spiritual light and remove the golden armor on his own. By then, the honored master might have become a mighty lord in the desolate world. From then on, he had practiced Tao for 10,000 years and was almost immortal. He did not expect him to not cherish his good fortune and resort to underhanded means. He wanted to use Bai Ye's sword to break open the Daoist armor, which was a waste of God's gift. How could such a stupid person have the guts to be a guest of the Baek-ok-kyung building? Regardless of Daoist's second brother's temper, in a certain sense, he was indeed more in line with the secular sense of respect for the master than his 2 senior brothers. I advise senior brother not to get involved in the affairs of the world. Languid Lu Chen said, the first ancestor of the military school was so invincible back then. Didn't he still end up with his corpse divided into 5? Didn't he still die in the hands of the ants in his eyes? Other than his corpse being something to be fought over, after the first ancestor of the military school was dismembered, he integrated his soul into the martial arts fate of the world, paving a path for the pure martial artists of the future to ascend to the heavens. This was also the reason why the heavens had never purposely drawn the martial arts fate to stay or leave. The first ancestor of the military school had both ascended to the heavens and divided the human race. His merits and demerits did not offset each other. His merits and demerits were still great merits, and his mistakes were still punished for 10,000 years. As for the 5 chi cultivators who had their corpses divided, their realms were actually not high in the ancient battlefield back then. Someone had taken the head first and the other 4 had their own gains. It was called a joint kill on a page of the ancient history. A little Daoist child rose into the air from the verdant city, one of the 5 cities of the Baekokeikyung building. He hovered far above the sea of clouds and bowed to the sky. The little Daoist child did not dare to act rashly and ascended without permission. As one of the 5 cities of the Baekokeikyung building, the verdant city was located at the northernmost side. According to Daoist son of the Deshiendu temple, the name of the verdant city came from a saying that the Jade Emperor Li Zizhen was really crisp. It was similar to how the Daoist ancestor planted a calabash vine that turned into 7 blades strengthening calabashes. Of course, the Daoist of the verdant city would not admit to this and would regard it as nonsense. However, within the orthodoxy of the Baekokeikyung building, the verdant city did indeed have another name for the Jade Emperor city. Under the jurisdiction of the verdant city were 72 lands. Among them there were one of the 10 big grotto heavens, 2 of the 36 small grotto heavens, 3 of the 72 blessed lands and 6 of the dynasties. As for the Daoist temples on and below the mountains, there were countless of them. Every 60 years, on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, the lord of the verdant city would bring out a chariot to inspect the merits and demerits of the Daoist officials of the dynasties under the heavens. He would also assess the ghosts and deities of the mountains and rivers. Wherever the chariot passed by, it would be within the scope of assessment and inspection. Could even be beyond the jurisdiction of a single city. Therefore, the verdant city was one of the 12 buildings of the Baekokeikyung building's 5 cities. Its position was not high, but it held great power. The reason why the city had such a transcendent position was because the great sect master of the Baekokeikyung building had cultivated here for a very long time. Moreover, he would often preach the Tao to the world here. Whether it was the Daoist priests of the 3 branches of the Baekokeikyung building, the Daoist officials of the mortal world, the spirits of the mountains and lakes, or the ghosts and spirits of the netherworld, they could all enter the city to seek enlightenment. Therefore, the verdant city was regarded as the Baekokeikyung building's best place to forge good karma with the world. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand, calling for Yunxing to come quickly. There was no need to be so polite. Only then did the little Daoist boy come to the highest point of the Baekokeikyung building. After settling down in the corridor, he bowed to the 2 sect masters again, not daring to violate the rules at all. In fact, there were not many rules for cultivating in the Baekokeikyung building. When the great sect master was in charge of the Baekokeikyung building, or rather the entire Qingming world, he had truly achieved non-interference governance. Even the great Xuandu temple and the Sui Chu palace, which were important places of Taoism, were sincerely convinced by him. Even Lu Chen, the youngest disciple of the Daoist ancestor in the past, was in charge of the Baekokeikyung building. It was just that there were more quarrels, more chaos and more killings in the world. The heavenly drum was played in 8 places in the world, almost every year without stopping. The Baekokeikyung building and Lu Chen did not care too much about it. Only when the second sect master was in charge of the Baekokeikyung building, the rules were more serious. The second sect master glanced at the Daoist temple above the little Daoist boy's head and laughed coldly. The fishtail crown on the inverted hanging mountain was probably ordered by the elder ancestor of the Jiang family of the Purple Chi Tower to let the little fellow and his lineage be obedient. Now that he had returned to the Baekokeikyung building, Jiang Yunxing changed to the standard Daoist crown of Verdant City, the Rui crown. If it was not for his senior brother, the little Daoist boy would have changed to the lotus crown of his junior brother Lu Chen's lineage. Then the second sect master would not have been so easy to talk to. The Baekokkyung building and the entire Qingming world were clear about one thing. The fact that the second sect master did not say anything while watching coldly from the sidelines was in itself the greatest way to talk to him. Yunxing, when are you going to become the city lord of Verdant City? Uncle Master has even prepared a congratulatory gift. As a martial nephew, I can't let Uncle Master wait for too long. It's easy to get teary eyes. Lu Chen pressed his face against the railing and turned around with a smile. I have a good relationship with your Grandmaster and Honored Master. Even if they don't come to the City Lord ceremony, it's perfectly justifiable for Uncle Master to do it. Moreover, Uncle Master is known for having the least rules. A ceremony that would take a few days would take less than a joss stick's worth of time. The little Daoist boy still kept his mouth shut. He only bowed respectfully again, expressing his gratitude to Uncle Master Lu Chen and apologizing to the second sect master beside him. Back then, when he was young and ignorant, he went behind his family's back and joined the lineage of the Baekokkyung building's great chief. It was actually a huge taboo. Most importantly, the great chief was suppressing the extraterrestrial demon in the Outland and was unaware of it. It was purely his junior Uncle Master who secretly dragged him to Verdant City to worship. For this reason, the family did not hesitate to migrate him directly to the Haoran world. Moreover, it was the inverted hanging mountain. He was also required to wear a fishtail crown all year round. Otherwise, he would be banished from the family's ancestral hall or just stay in the Haoran world. The little Daoist boy's name was Jiang Yunxing. In the inverted hanging mountain, he and the sword-hugging man, Zhang Lu, had been neighbors and Dorgots for many years. Jiang Yunxing, who had the potential to become the city lord of Verdant City, leaned against the ox-tying pole in the inverted hanging mountain all year round. He liked to sit on the praying mat and watch scholars and beauties as well as the romance of the pugilistic world. He was the most approachable one among the Daoist sects in the inverted hanging mountain. Many young children liked to play there and let the little Daoist boy perform Dao techniques to help them ride on the clouds. Jiang Yunxing's family's patriarch was one of the 12 buildings in the 5 cities of the Baekokkyung building, the owner of the Purple Qi building. He was in the Ascendant realm. The Purple Qi building was surrounded by mist and clouds. Purple Qi lingered around and there was sword aura gushing into the air. It was known as the floating sun and moon Purple Qi pile, home in the hands of the Immortals. In addition, this building was located in the most eastern part of the Baekokkyung building. It was ranked as the highest among the Immortals. It was already the highest among the clouds and was the first to welcome the sun and moonlight. Most of the female immortals who cultivated in this building were originally surnamed Jiang or were bestowed with the surname Jiang. They usually had a hibiscus crown and a water hairpin. They also had the reputation of being a spring official. The Jiang family of the Baekokkyung building and the Jiang family of the Tongyi continent were in similar situations. Verdant City and Divine Firmament City were neighbors. The city lords were from the lineage of the great chief of the Baekokkyung building. The latter was the Daoist saint who guarded the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The Great Lord of Heaven who guarded the main peak of the inverted hanging mountain was the direct disciple of the second Daoist brother. He was in charge of guarding the world's largest mountain seal that was hanging upside down in the vast world. Jiang Yunxing was born in the Purple Qi Tower, and this tower was undoubtedly the second generation of Daoists. However, when Jiang Yunxing was young, under the instigation of the third supreme leader, Lu Chen, as the direct descendant of the Purple Qi Tower's Jiang clan, he switched over to the lineage of the head supreme leader. According to the family genealogy, Jiang Yunxing was a few generations below the Purple Qi Tower's Laozu. However, according to the Qingming Heavens Dao lineage, he was of the same generation as the Laozu in the White Jade capital. Therefore, as long as he did not meet the patriarch in the Purple Qi building, he would greet him and address him as fellow apprentice brothers. However, it was a different matter when he returned to the Purple Qi building. The Heavenly Lord of the North Continent, Xianxia, and the sect master of the Shin Ao sect of the Aquarius Continent, Heavenly Lord Qizhen. Actually, there was also the old Heavenly Lord of Mount Taiping from the Tongyi Continent and the Mountain Lord Song Mao. They belonged to Lu Chen's lineage, the second Daoist brother's lineage, and the Great Chief's lineage. Among them, the Divine Grandeur sect's Daoist lineage was relatively more complicated. Although the female Daoist wore a fishtail crown on her head, she was related to the other 2 lineages. She was related to the 5 cities and 12 buildings of the Baekokkyung building, which was a world away. Of course, there was He Xiaoyang, who founded a sect in the North Continent, and the Daoist who lived in seclusion in the White Frost dynasty under the alias of Chao Rong in the Aquarius continent. They were all direct disciples of Lu Chen's lineage. These Daoist sects that originated from the three lineages of the Beko Keikyang building were on par with the celestial master residents of the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the vast world, and the talisman Zhou Xian, who was the stabilizing force of the One Mountain Five sects. In the vast world there were 3 sects and hundreds of sections. The great Tao was different, and the human heart was not as simple as the division between good and evil. The second Daoist brother asked, "Back then in the Pearl Cave, why did you choose Qin Pingon to be your last disciple?" He heard that one of his junior apprentice brother's direct disciples, the sect leader of the Cooling sect He Xiaoyang, was involved with Qin Pingon. In fact, looking at how this mischievous junior brother of his had finally gotten serious for once, as long as Qin Pingon was willing to bargain, Lu Qin could even raise his seniority by another level. This was something that could be discussed. Lu Qin smiled and said, "Qin Pingon was near the Flood Dragon Ravine." He had already pointed out the mystery with one sentence. "I had my eyes on Qin Pingon, who had the potential to become my disciple and had abandoned his original path. It was not because of Qin Pingon himself. How could I, Lu Qin, view him? Otherwise, what could a Qin Pingon do to me? It seemed like I gave him many choices, but in reality he had no choice. Isn't life like this?" Qin Pingon was not the only one who was in such a predicament. Lu Qin continued, "It's the same logic. The reason why that unreasonable ancient existence chose Qin Pingon was not because of Qin Pingon's own will. What could an ignorant youth know back then? In reality it was because of what Qi Jingchun wanted. However, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. It gradually became very impressive. In the end, from Qi Jingchun's little hope, it became Qin Pingon's entire life. However, I don't know what Dao Qi Jingchun asked Master when he traveled to the Little Lotus Cave. I had asked Master before, but Master did not tell me in detail. Thinking back to those years, the youth with straw sandals from the Clay Bottle Alley who first stepped on the bluestone roads of Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley, the kiln apprentice who had to subconsciously wipe his hands before taking out an envelope outside the school. At that time, the youth would never have imagined that his future would be like today's. He would have walked through so many mountains and rivers step by step, and witnessed so many magnificent scenes and life and death separations with his own eyes. Dao number 2 asked, "Cui Dong seems to have changed his trump card to deal with the wasteland. Otherwise, Cui Dong would be able to use the chaotic times to free himself from many restraints." Lu Qin laughed. He wouldn't dare. Once he used it, it would be even more treacherous than deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Moreover, things happened in a hurry. Time waits for no man. There's nothing in the world that can be discussed properly. Lu Qin sighed. Cui Dong defeated the founding ancestor of the school of Taoism in his early years, causing the latter to recognize his own 10. Most of the cultivators at the peak of the world today do not know where the knowledge lies. Great knowledge. If the age of Dharma decline that everyone fears really comes one day and no one is destined to be able to stop it, then even if there are no more school of Taoism cultivators in the world, no more cultivators, everyone will still be at the foot of the mountain. Lu Qin. When the time comes, only the knowledge left behind by the school of Taoism can be relied on to gain the most Tao. Perhaps the thing that made Cui Dong worried, for example, the human race disappearing because of this and becoming the old subordinates of the new heavenly quartz deities, are all very likely. Cui Dong seems to have always believed that that day would come. Thus, even if the Aquarius continent was in a perilous situation, Cui Dong still did not dare to truly ally with the school of Moism. Thus, the school of Moism, who was inevitably disappointed, felt that he was cheated by Xiao Hu and turned to the South Pasua continent to help Qin Chunan. But the school of Moism is still the school of Moism. They still did not hesitate to bet all their wealth on the Aquarius continent. Furthermore, the school of Moism's business was indeed profitable. The school of Moism and Shang clan are indeed more daring than the school of agriculture and Yao clan. Dao number 2 thought of something. That Lu clan disciple, how do you plan to deal with him? The lotus blossom blessed land in the Tong Yi continent of the vast world was divided into 4 parts by the old Abbey Dean's skill of drawing and painting. 3 of the lotus blossom blessed land followed the old Abbey Dean and ascended to the green underworld. Lu Tai sat on one of the blessed land and successfully ascended out of the blessed land, and started to stand out in the Qingming heavens. He had a good relationship with the young female Taoist nun in the retained person realm, and they were not Dao companions but Dao companions. Lu Chen said helplessly, "Why, you want to take in a closed-door disciple? Aren't you afraid that Zhou Zi will get what he wants?" Lu Chen was not willing to meet this disciple who changed his name to Lu Chuan, who was born with a rare yin-yang fish physique, and was worthy of being called a divine seed. The later generations did not know much about the divine seed, and did not know that the divine seed was the true Dao seed. Actually, it was not that one could be called a divine seed just because their cultivation talent was good. At most they were just cultivators. Jiang Yunxing was dumbfounded. Back then at the inverted mountain, this little Daoist boy sent Lu Tai flying out of the Xianxia with a slap. Lu Tai now had a deep relationship with that stinking cow's nose. If he became the direct disciple of the second sect master, and took charge of one of the 12 buildings of the 5 cities, with Lu Tai's narrow-mindedness, wouldn't he fight with him for hundreds or thousands of years? In the Beko Keikyung building, his sect master had not appeared for a long time, and the 2 uncle masters took turns to take charge of it for 100 years, causing the entire Qingming heavens to be filled with fighting and killing. If it was not for the opening of the 5th world, Jiang Yunxing would have felt that his originally peaceful hometown had become a vast world where the inverted mountain was located. Now the inverted mountain had become a Shan word seal that could be hung on one's waist, and could even be refined into a natal item. It was said that the second sect master had asked someone to give it to the little uncle master, Shan Qing. Jiang Yunxing was actually curious about the little uncle master that he had never met, but in the next 90 years, they were destined not to meet. The second sect master said, "I never cared about these things. Let him calculate the heavens and earth. I walked my own path." Lu Chen shook his head. Zhou Zi's way of thinking is very peculiar. From the very beginning he had seen the current world as the age of Dharma's end and deduced it. Practitioners can only sit and wait for the age of Dharma's end to arrive, but Zhou Zi had already started scheming long ago, and even neglected the founding masters of the 3 sections. His disappearance did not mean that he was blinded by a single leaf, but he turned a blind eye. Therefore in the vast world, it is indeed normal for one person to suppress the entire Lu family. In the Pearl Grotto heaven, Lu Qian and Zhou Zi did not meet face to face. One was setting up a stall while the other was still setting up a stall. They each had their own destiny. Both parties seemed to mind their own business, but in reality, they were named the same as the natal flying swords of Zhou Zi's direct disciple and Lu Chen's descendant. The casual conversation between the 2 senior and junior brothers only pitted the little Daoist child of Verdant City. The 2 uncle masters kept talking about the age of Dharma's end. Jiang Yunxing was shaken to the core and his Dao heart was unstable. Lu Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Yunxing, back then your patriarch split open the sea of clouds with his fist and smashed towards the Pearl Grotto heaven. How impressive. It's a pity that you were far away at the inverted hanging mountain, and your Dao was lacking so you didn't see it with your own eyes. It's alright, I have a painting of the River of Time here that I have kept for many years. I'll give it to you. Take it to the Purple Clouds Tower and frame it properly. Your patriarch will definitely be happy, and he will no longer support you as the city lord of Verdant City in secret. He will only do it openly." The little Daoist child looked down as if he did not hear anything. The second sect master frowned and said, "Alright, don't beat around the bush to plead for mercy for the little brat. I don't have any thoughts about Jiang Yunxing and Verdant City. If you have any thoughts about the city lord's position, you can fight for it with your own abilities. I don't mind if Jiang Yunxing becomes the city lord. Verdant City has always been seen as eldest senior brother's territory. I don't have any opinions about who guards the door. The only thing I have an opinion about is that whoever guards the door badly will leave a mess for senior brother." Lu Chen shook his head. "Senior brother, oh senior brother, you and I are at such a high place. If we casually shake our sleeves, frown or yawn, the immortals below will have to carefully ponder over our thoughts for half a day. Fight? How can Jiang Yunxing fight?" Today he finally mustered up the courage to catch up with his 2 uncle masters. In the end the second sect master did not even look at him. How do you think the 5 cities and 12 towers will view Jiang Yunxing? At the end of the day, senior brother, you are just a casual person. Coincidentally, Jiang Yunxing can't control the great Dao even if he risks his life. Of course, senior brother doesn't have to care. If you feel that the great Dao is natural, then everything will return to one. The second sect master could not stand Lu Chen's attitude. It was not as natural as his master's, nor as straightforward as his senior brother's. He was a little impatient and said directly, "Do you want Shan Qing to take over Verdant City or Jiang Yunxing to take over?" Jiang Yunxing sighed. "Alright, the third sect master is talking nonsense over there, implicating me." He really did not know if the third sect master was helping him or harming him. If the second sect master was not here, he would have started scolding him. Actually, Jiang Yunxing really did not care about the ownership of Verdant City. He had braced himself to come today because it was rare to see Uncle Master Lu. It would be better if Verdant City belonged to the newest Uncle Master. He would not be forced to do something beyond his ability. Because once he succeeded as the city lord of Verdant City, he would be very busy and there would be many disputes. Jiang Yunxing had stayed in the inverted mountain for a long time and was used to living a carefree life. If he had something to do, he would cultivate, and if he had nothing to do, he would flip through books. Moreover, with Jiang Yunxing's level and reputation, he did not have the qualifications to stand out and take charge of Verdant City, which was known as the Little Baek Okekyung building. Lu Chen chuckled and patted the little Daoist boy's head. "Go back." The little Daoist boy hurriedly bowed and left. He rode the wind and returned to Verdant City. The second sect master said telepathically, "You just casually placed an otherworldly demon in Jiang Yunxing's heart of Dao?" Lu Chen smiled. "I was bored." The second sect master reminded him, "You should return to the heavens beyond heaven." Lu Chen was only pretending to be stupid. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "Senior brother, have you ever thought that there would be a day when someone would ask you for a sword fight?" The second sect master said, "It's not something that happens often." Even if it was known as an invincible person, there were still people in this world who would ask for a sword fight with the second sect master of the Baek building. Lu Chen smiled. "I'm talking about the kind of sword fight that requires you to use all your strength." Alliance? Or is it Qin Pingon who ascended here? The second sect master asked. "How long do we have to wait? Besides, we don't even know if we can get it." Lu Chen raised both his hands and tapped his lotus crown with 2 fingers. He said innocently, "You said it yourself, senior brother." "I didn't say it." The second sect master smiled. "You're really bored." Lu Chen leaned on the railing. "I'm looking forward to Qin Pingon's travels in this world. Who knows, when he sets up a fortune-telling stall, he'll be even more familiar with it than I am." The second sect master said, "He'll have to have the physique of a martial artist from the 10th level. With the support of the spiritual energy of an ascended level cultivator, he'll be able to wield a sword and barely be a sword attendant." Lu Chen said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. He'll just have to reach the 14th level. He won't be a sword attendant but a sword master of sword masters. Of course he'll have to live well." The second sect master laughed. "I'm looking forward to it. I've cultivated for 8,000 years. If I miss the ancient battlefield, I won't be able to win." 727. Celestial Master Residence, Mount Longhu, the star-picking platform. After the little Daoist boy with a sword on his back appeared, another woman who had deliberately covered her face and figure with water clouds and mist performed a Buddha's blessing at the bottom of the stairs. Then, after receiving the Heavenly Master's order, she slowly ascended the stairs. When she stepped on the stairs, the camouflage automatically disappeared, revealing her true appearance. Although she was wearing a feather dress and a female crown, she was naturally charming and graceful. There was a red mole between her eyebrows. She was not only the most powerful celestial fox in the world but also several worlds. She had been the guardian of Mount Longhu for 1,000 years. In Mount Longhu she was called Lianzhen. In the early years, when the Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu left the mountain to travel, she secretly followed the young Daoist boy and pretended to be a village girl. The Grand Celestial Master deliberately did not expose her identity and allowed her to follow him from afar. He even tacitly allowed her to observe his cultivation. After that, the young Celestial Master wandered the world and killed demons along the way. For 60 years, she relied on the protection of the Grand Celestial Master's merits to avoid several heavenly tribulations. In the end, she willingly followed the Grand Celestial Master to Mount Longhu to cultivate. In return, the Grand Celestial Master personally sealed her with a seal to help her withstand the heavenly tribulations. When she ascended the platform, she seemed to be able to pick the stars and the moon with a stretch of her hand. After Lianzhen ascended the platform, she immediately stopped and did not approach the young Grand Celestial Master. The main reason was that she was naturally in awe of the little Daoist boy with a sword on his back. The sword cultivator was the first of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain, especially the sword immortal who could decapitate the head with a flying sword. One sword could break 10,000 laws. Whether it was killing enemies or slaying demons, it was not something made up by the legends and unofficial records. The little Daoist boy was the human form of the immortal sword, 10,000 arts. Lianzhen was suppressed by the restriction of the star-picking platform and revealed half of her true body. 10 huge snow-white tails crawled on the ground and hung all the way down the platform, almost covering the entire path. The young Daoist boy turned his head and smiled at the celestial fox. Lianzhen hurriedly returned the greeting and made a Daoist bow. Under the star-picking platform, she considered herself to be the great heavenly master's maidservant. After ascending the platform, beside the most unreasonable sword spirit Wu Lei, Lianzhen could only reluctantly consider herself as a Daoist friend so as to avoid provoking the other party's displeasure. Lianzhen and Na Wu Lao almost never spoke. The two sides actually did not have many chances to meet face to face. The Grand Heaven Master had always addressed them as fellow Daoists and treated them as equals. He had never treated them as servants or maids. Lianzhen knew why the Grand Heavenly Master and Wu Lei wanted to meet here today. They wanted to climb high and look at the Fuyao continent, which was located in the southwest of the vast world. However, the Fuyao continent was now part of the wildlands, and not even the Daoist magics of the Grand Heaven Master's Daoist magics would be able to see everything clearly. The Grand Heavenly Master continued, "I plan to make a trip to the Tongya continent with the seal. You stay here and guard the mountain gate." Wu Lei was as expressionless as before. His voice was cold and clear. "The present situation of the world is indeed worthy of you taking risks. However, you must not die at the hands of that Zhou. Otherwise, do you want me to come and behead you?" Lianzhen was worried sick at heart. She wanted to persuade her master, but she did not have the guts to tell her master what to do in such an important matter. Just as her master had said in the past, the human world was always mysterious and pressured everywhere. For cultivators, the higher their Daoist magics were, the fewer paths they walked on, and the stronger the winds on the mountains and in the sky. Every time there was no choice, every time the heart could not help itself, there was a possibility of death. The wind would always be blown away by the rain and the wind, and be as lonely as the river of time. As for the little Daoist child's cold expression and words, Lianzhen was already used to it. Although the sword spirit was a servant in name, his great Tao was extremely pure. There was almost no distinction between good and evil like the later generations. The young Daoist reached out and lightly lifted an item. A green bamboo flute appeared at his waist. The inscription was taken from the opening of the 8 characters of the ancient Feng word Inkstone. A large piece of qi, its name is Wind. The current Grand Heaven Master of Mount Longhu Zhou Xian, one of the 10 in the Central Plains, ranked above the talisman Zhou Xian. Even among the 10 who argued endlessly, he would definitely have a place among them. The 5 Thunders technique had the supreme praise of being the head of all techniques. The Grand Heaven Masters of Mount Longhu's past generations were fully deserving of being the world's #1 in thunder techniques. One sword to break all techniques. However, one of the 4 immortal swords, 10,000 techniques, was in the possession of Zhou Tianlai. Not only was Zhou Tianlai the oldest Heaven Master of Mount Longhu's history, his current level of mastery in Tao was second only to the founding master who had traveled far beyond the heavens and never returned. Moreover, Zhou Tianlai was regarded as one of the few who had the highest chance of reaching the 14th realm. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The number of times a cultivator who had an immortal sword used his sword was far less than an ordinary sword cultivator on the mountain. Some busybodies had calculated the number of times the 3 immortal swords appeared. After Bai borrowed the immortal sword Tai Bai from the Daoist son of the Daoist temple, the number of times he used the sword should not exceed 10. The Bakokekyung building in the Qingming world was truly invincible. In his long cultivation career, there were only a handful of people who had died at most. Furthermore, when facing those who were already considered to be at the peak of the mountain, there was no need to bring the Daoist scripture. The most recent one was at the Daoist temple. The second Daoist wore a Daoist robe and fought with the Daoist temple of the Daoist sword Immortal lineage's ancestral court. As for the battle with the Alliance who had ascended to the heavens beyond the heavens, both sides were bare-handed. One did not have a sword while the other did not use his immortal sword. As for the Grand Heaven Master of Mount Longhu on the star-picking platform, compared to the previous two, the number of times he used his sword was considered more. It was roughly 3 to 5 times in each realm after leaving the mountain to travel. As for the fourth immortal sword, the number of peak cultivators who knew about it could be counted on one's fingers. Zhou Xian had a sword spirit and was proficient in divination, so he was counted as one of them. Not only did he know that the immortal sword was called Innocence, he also knew that this sword was not in the sword suppression tower of the South Sa continent, nor was it the long sword used by the Dragon Slayer 3,000 years ago. It was left behind in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 10,000 years. As for the Dragon Slayer who had appeared out of nowhere and fallen like a comet, his identity and name were quite taboo. They only knew that he came from a high-grade blessed land that was still sealed for closed-door cultivation, but he had an unclear relationship with the first ancestor of the school of the military. No matter what, during the Dragon Slayer period he was still able to teach a disciple like White Emperor City's son Zhuzhong. This person's name could be considered to be immortalized in history. It could be said that this person would always occupy a large amount of space and ink in the complicated unofficial history of the future. Zhou Tianlai turned his head and smiled. Fellow Daoist Lian Zhen, there seems to be someone in the Tongye continent who is on the same path as you. Lian Zhen nodded slightly. She is on the same path as me but not of the same lineage. She is of the same lineage as Mr. Bai's green infant. This heavenly fox's voice was always soft and she did not dare to speak loudly. Indeed, fellow Daoist Wu Lei's sword intent was too shocking. As one of the 4 sword spirits, its killing power was equivalent to that of an ascendant realm sword cultivator from the ancient times. Moreover, it had an inhuman temperament. As for the true refinement realm, it had a natural suppression of the great path. The ancient gods were high up in the sky. Before the appearance of the human race, the ones that they crushed and killed the most were the numerous demons on the ground. Among them, only those true dragons were slightly valued by the gods. They were gathered under one of the 5 supreme gods of the heavenly court in the past. The master of the heavenly court. The sword-bearer. Their positions were similar to the criminal officers of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the future, or the law master of the ancestral hall on the mountain. The armor-bearer. Similar to the hidden officials of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they had insight into everything in the world. The fire god governed the eternal stars. The water god guarded the long river of time. In addition, there were 12 supreme gods who easily lifted the world and dragged the stars. Among them, there were 2 who were in charge of the ascension platform, responsible for guiding the earth immortals. With the body of the human race, they became the true spirits of the divine path, which was the so-called ranking of immortals in the future. First, there were sword techniques and supernatural powers in the human world. The human race continued to rise, and the number of beings who became gods through the ascension platform increased. Then there was a battle between water and fire. This was what Old Yang said to Ruan Xiu and Li Lu. Both of you are the most guilty. Then the sword-bearer was responsible for breaking the armor. It was rumored that both of them had fallen. According to common sense, this was indeed the case. This was also the reason why Old Yang had always regarded her as a sword spirit that had continued for 10,000 years. In addition, she deliberately lived in the world as a sword attendant. In the end, the patriarchs of the 3 sects and the patriarch of the military school worked together to reach the highest point of the sky and shattered the old heavenly court. Wu Tiang was a little hesitant, which was rare. Zhou Tianlai said, "Not all of them were recognized. It is indeed difficult to reach the 14th realm. The old scholars unifying heaven and earth relied on the merits of sages and the unifying heaven and earth, resonating with heaven and earth. The quasi-sage had relied on this to unify the central earth divine continent. A continent's mountains and rivers were half of the vast world. Bai Ye's 14th realm was the unifying great Tao, but it was the poem in Bai Ye's heart. It was simply amazing. In a sense, compared to unifying the unifying heaven and earth, it was even more difficult to learn. The only person in the future who was regarded by scholars as a great writer who was comparable to Bai Yi in terms of talent, a person who was known as the master of thousands of poems, had to sentimentally say, "When poetry reaches Bai Yi, it can be said to be the fortune of the human world. When poetry reaches me, it can be said to be a great misfortune." This person was so self-deprecating that he had to turn poetry into poetry. How could others in future generations dare to unify with poetry? The mellow scholar Chinchunan carried the sun and moon on his shoulders. His heart was bright. He wanted to unify with the sages and principles in his heart. The master of the Lotus Nunnery, who had died on the battlefield in the wasteland, cultivated the moon's spirit painstakingly. She wanted to enter the vast world and unify with the bright moons of more blessed lands. The fire dragon Zhenren was half a celestial master of the celestial master residence in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He was known by the Qi cultivators of the vast world as the three ultimate techniques of fire, water and thunder. It was not easy for him to unify. The talisman Zhou Xian wanted to unify. It was the half-real and half-fake Milky Way in the wine gourd. In the ancient times, there was the Lu Guan school of Taoism. They were good at observing the stars and Qi, hence the name Lu Guan. Zhou Xian had a deep understanding of this school of Taoism. Moreover, the Lu Guan school of Taoism and the fire dragon Zhenren had a deep connection with the great Tao. The fire dragon Zhenren and the talisman Zhou Xian became close friends not only because of their similar personalities. They also exchanged pointers and sharpened each other's skills. They also had the idea of unifying their great Tao and reaching the 14th realm together. Zhao Tianlai sighed softly. He waved his sleeves and opened the restrictions slightly. He did not want to give a certain someone an excuse to complain. The little Daoist boy could not help but roll his eyes. Lianzhen was the slowest to realize it. He was also the most helpless. Lianzhen asked softly, "Should I go and receive the guest?" The Grand Celestial Master was annoyed. "What guest? He's the host and I'm the guest." The three academies, Mount Sui in the Central Plains, Bay's Tower in Town, and the cottage built by Bai Yi in the Fifth Celestial Master. When did he not become the host? He acted more like the host than the host. He could not wait to use his identity as the host to receive the guest. In the forbidden area of the Celestial Master's residence on Mount Longhu, the restriction here was even stricter than the ancestral mountain of the talisman Zhou Xian. A sneaky old elementary scholar snuck in. Instead of going to the star-plucking platform, he called out to the master several times in his mind. Since the master did not respond, he took it as a yes. He went straight to the Grand Heavenly Master's private residence. He was too embarrassed to step through the door, so he stood outside the front hall and raised his head. There was a couplet praising the Grand Heavenly Master's celestial demeanor and moral integrity. The old elementary scholar clicked his tongue in wonder. He really didn't know who in the world could have such a wonderful brush. The Grand Celestial Master had a good eye. He was willing to take down the original couplet and replace it with this one. The couplet's tone was grand. The Honorable Daoist is virtuous and noble. I am in this mountain. The feather-clad minister sits still with his sword. The immortal wind contract is cool and refreshing. I don't know who knows. The demon-vanquishing heart belongs to the mortal world. All evil retreats. The yellow and purple noble lady hangs her seal in the wind. Her bones suppress the 5 peaks. Who doesn't cultivate, I cultivate. The horizontal scroll was oneness of heaven and man. If one entered and went to the front hall, it would be the place where the celestial fox cultivated. The back hall was where the Grand Celestial Master practiced his Tao seeking. Back in those days, the teacher and a few of his disciples were drinking wine at the corner of the wall, using his hand as a fan to disperse the smell of alcohol. They talked about the celestial fox in the residence of the Celestial Master. Some of them guessed that it had 9 or 10 tails, while others guessed that the celestial fox had the intention of becoming the Celestial Master's Taoist companion. In the end, they asked the teacher for an answer. At that time, the old elementary scholar was not well known, so he did not have the money to travel around the residence of the Celestial Master. Some of the sayings were taken from unofficial history books, and even the old elementary scholar himself was not sure if they were true or false. He did not dare to say that he was careless and did not want to talk nonsense with his disciples. He only said that the Celestial Master did not speak of strange powers and chaotic spirits, which greatly disappointed a young man. Later on, the old elementary scholar became famous and did not need to spend money to go out. He invited the sage of literature to give lectures and preach Taoism in various places. The old elementary scholar specially made a trip to Mount Longhu, but he did not take the immortal bamboo raft ferry. He chose to walk up the mountain with a green bamboo stick. At that time, Both sides of the divine path were lined with nobles and immortals from various temples and nunneries. Everyone was surprised and delighted. They were surprised because the sage of literature had never set foot in the immortal residences outside of the Confucian Academy. Therefore he had made an exception for Mount Longhu. Moreover, it was said that the sage of literature had taken the initiative to submit the document to the celestial master residence. Even a Daoist holy land like Mount Longhu couldn't help but be delighted. They were happy that the sage of literature had come to Mount Longhu and won the debate between the three sections. He had also done two shocking things in succession. The first was to go to the sky screen and stretch his neck to ask the second Taoist to hack here and there. The second was to invite the Buddhist and Daoist ancestors to take a seat after the debate. The old elementary scholar occupied the fourth position in the Confucian temple and won two debates in succession. Therefore, the sage of literature had unexpectedly come to Mount Longhu. Even the celestial master had to personally welcome him at the mountain gate. In the end, the old elementary scholar and the celestial master sat together in the front hall. The old elementary scholar treated the celestial master with sincerity and spoke from the bottom of his heart. However, he kept glancing at the hall and chuckling every time he took a sip of tea. The old elementary scholar was too embarrassed to cross the threshold and went to wander elsewhere. He treated Mount Longhu's ancestral mountain as if it were his own courtyard. After all, he was not a good guest if he was too polite to the host. The old elementary scholar could not help but look back at the couplets and the horizontal scroll. He had not wasted his time bringing the brush and paste up the mountain. He did not even have to trouble the celestial master to put them up. What was a guest? This was a distinguished guest. He went to the Hall of Virtue of Mount Longhu's ancestral hall, where the statues of the ancestral masters were hung. There were also 12 statues of heavenly lords. Apart from the 2 disciples of the first celestial master, the rest were all celestial masters of Mount Longhu. Inside the ancestral hall, there were 8 golden talisman dragons coiled around the pillars. According to legend, as long as an immortal helped to add a finishing touch, the dragons would rise from the clouds and go out to suppress any evil that entered the mountain. The old elementary scholar sighed. The founder of Mount Longhu was indeed a hero. Years ago, the Sage of Rites had led his people on a crusade against the remnants of the gods. Although the results were not great, the outer heavens were vast and unimaginable, and there were many restrictive spells. However, there had been many bitter battles. The first celestial master of Mount Longhu had perished on his way back. His death had led to Mount Longhu's loss of the title Talisman Leader. Of course, it could not be said that the talisman Zhou Xian had taken advantage of the precarious situation to fill in the gaps in the Great Tao. The old elementary scholar clasped his hands in front of the door, as if he were paying respects to the sage of Mount Longhu. There was a courtyard well known as the Demon Ceiling Well. Suspended above the well was an unpolished jade mirror. It was filled with all sorts of mischievous mountain spirits and water monsters, who had been suppressed by the celestial master's residence and brought back to the mountain. The courtyard was surrounded by a white jade fence, upon which were carved 9 strange beasts, including a snow-white flood dragon. This was the essence of lightning refined by the previous celestial master's residence. There was also a great hall that was never opened. On the door was a talisman, created by the celestial master's seal. It was rumored that countless evil spirits were suppressed inside. The celestial masters of each generation would be sealed twice in their lifetime, when they received the seal and when they received the seal. In the backyard of the celestial master's residence was a 1,000-year-old cassia tree, which was so tall that the old elementary scholar couldn't find a single pebble on the ground. This cassia tree was something that the celestial master had come across by chance when he was traveling the Aquarius continent with his sword in hand. Cassia wine brewed from cassia seeds was buried in the clouds and served to guests. It was the best wine on the mountain. As for the cross-continent trip, of course Zhou Tianxi had gone after the pink-robed man from the Valurium Pavilion. So what if he was the junior brother of White Emperor City's Jing Juzhong? Brother Tianxi would still kill him. The celestial master of Mount Longhu leaving the mountain with his sword on his back was a threat to White Emperor City from afar. Of course, Brother Huaixin didn't pay much attention to the friendship between fellow disciples. The old elementary scholar rarely admired the courage and insight of others, but this fellow who had changed his name to Lu Qiqing was quite good. He was the same kind of person as Lu Chen's chief disciple, the old boat master of Osmanthus Island. He had provoked the celestial master of Mount Longhu, endured the tortoise camel tablet of the talisman Zhou Xian, escaped from the Aquarius continent with great difficulty, and then provoked Little Qi and Little Ping, and as well as one of the leaders of the Tao, the water god Li Lu. What a good man, what a talent. The next time we meet I'll call Jing Juzhong brother first, and then Lu Qiqing brother Lu. That's fine. After all, White Emperor City had always had a good relationship with the sage of literature. But when the old elementary scholar thought about it, he couldn't help but feel sad. A good relationship with the Devil Dao. The Imperial Book Pavilion. It was the place where the sages of the Confucian temples of the Central Plains, and the plaques and couplets given by the major sects were kept, as well as the imperial edicts and letters of the emperors of various countries. There were countless golden books, jade archives and green manuscripts in the pavilion, which were rich in literary fate and abundant in imperial qi. In the words of the old elementary scholar, it was enough to make people turn their heads away after a single glance. It was too much to look at, too much to look at. The old elementary scholar suddenly looked a little embarrassed. A beautiful woman was in charge of guarding the forbidden area. She had a young face, but her seniority in the Celestial Master's residence was very high. She was in charge of the small world and she was in the immortal realm. She was keenly aware of the aura of the old elementary scholar, so she immediately appeared at the door and bowed. Instead of denouncing the old elementary scholar for trespassing, she asked softly in her mind, "Sage of literature, may I ask if Mr. Zhou is all right?" The old elementary scholar stomped his feet and said, "My disciple is blind." How could he bear to hurt Miss Xiao's direct disciple with his sword? Is it so difficult to bring that potential sword fairy back to Dragon Tiger Mountain and discuss with Miss Xiao? Regardless of the consequences, the old elementary scholar first scolded his disciple, then he calmed down and comforted her in a low voice. "That idiot is fine. I'm sorry to have made Miss Xiao worry." The female Taoist breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That direct disciple of mine, as a noble of yellow and purple, used Taoist magic without reason. If he fell into my hands, the punishment would be heavier." The old elementary scholar laughed and said, "I'll go by myself. I won't disturb Miss Xiao's peaceful cultivation." The female Taoist nodded slightly. The celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was her brother. In fact, most of the noble of yellow and purple in the celestial master's residence were not real cultivators. Therefore the matter of seniority was a little special. It was divided into the ancestral hall and the Taoist archives. What was more strange was that the latter had to accommodate the former, rather than the former making way for the latter. Therefore she and Zhao Tianxi were the same in terms of seniority, which was extremely rare in the celestial master's residence of Dragon Tiger Mountain. After the old elementary scholar left, he still felt a little bitter. If only he had been a little enlightened, his teacher would have benefited from Xiao and could barely be considered half of Zhao Tianxi's elder. Then wouldn't his junior brother be half of the same generation as the celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain? If Luopa Mountain and Dragon Tiger Mountain became half-in-laws, wouldn't Dragon Tiger Mountain be overjoyed? There was a flower garden. According to legend, it was a flower garden that was carefully cultivated by the flower master and the 12 divine masters when the previous celestial masters visited the blessed land of flowers. It was a gift to the celestial master's residence. There was a small thunder pool. It was located in a palm-sized inkstone pool with the third thunder pool inscribed at the bottom. This item seemed unremarkable, but it was actually said to be the third thunder pool. Its quality was second only to the sword cleansing pool in inverted hanging mountain and a thunder pool that was rumored to have been lost somewhere in the North Continent. It had always been placed on the celestial master's desk. Every year the celestial master's residence would hold a writing ceremony. If the celestial master was in seclusion or traveling, the celestial master's residence would hand it over to the celestial master's residence, who would dip the brush in ink and write a golden letter talisman. Other than the celestial master's own use, the rest would be given to the monarchs of the dynasty or immortals on the mountain. The Five Thunders spell talisman was used by the monarchs as a gift to the mountain temple and the water temple to suppress the fate of the mountains and rivers. It was also given by the ancestral hall to the direct disciples as a protective offensive treasure. Its effects were extremely remarkable, so it wasn't surprising that it was regarded as a supreme treasure. Not to mention the mountain array formation that involved many dragon veins and mountain peaks. Just the 200 immortal molting coffins of unknown origin and use on the cliff was a great deterrent. The 3 clouds of different heights outside the star-plucking platform each had their own secrets. In a sense, each of them was a manifestation of the great Tao. The Rain Master, the Thunder Master, and the Lightning Lord were in charge of one of the clouds. This was an immortal residence at the peak of the mountain, with a deep foundation that had been painstakingly built for thousands of years. In history, when Mount Longhu was at its peak, it had the 10 Daoist palaces and 81 Daoist temples. Other than that, there were also the 6 continents and 50 countries, including the 10 great dynasties of the Central Divine Continent. All of them spent huge amounts of wealth to build Daoist temples here, spreading Daoist techniques and sending the best cultivation seeds in the country to cultivate on the mountain. Therefore, at that time, Mount Longhu not only had the reputation of being the Daoist capital of the world, but it also nominally ruled over the 3 mountains' talisman and controlled all the Daoists in the world. The talisman and the cauldron were not separated. After all, they were all on Mount Longhu. The Daoist temple had a long history of 8,000 years. In terms of cliff carvings and inscriptions, Mount Longhu only lost to Mount Sui. In terms of wealth, Mount Longhu was indeed slightly better than his last disciple Mount Longhu. The problem was that Mount Longhu hid so many good things that they did not really need. They could not borrow them or move them away. In the end, it was because they did not visit often enough and did not accumulate enough incense. Fortunately, they were not around. Otherwise, the teacher would have something to say and the old scholar would have a reason to say. It was fine to be a student, but how could he be a senior? The great celestial master of Mount Longhu asked, "Have you seen enough?" The old scholar laughed out loud and stepped onto the stairs of the Xianxia stage. When he saw the beautiful picture of the 10 snow-white foxtails on the ground, he exclaimed loudly, "Miss Lianzhen is becoming more and more beautiful. How can the 10 sceneries of Mount Longhu be enough? This snow-white beauty of Xianxia Pavilion should be the 11th sceneries of Mount Longhu. No, the ranking is too low." Lianzhen hurriedly operated her supernatural powers and kept the 10 foxtails. He came to the bottom of the stairs and bowed. Like the female celestial who was in charge of the Imperial Book Pavilion, she respectfully addressed the old scholar as Master Wensheng. The old scholar smiled and waved his hand. "You are not an outsider. Why are you being so polite, Miss Lianzhen? You are making me anxious." Zhou Xian came to the first step and walked side by side with the old scholar. They slowly climbed up together. The little Daoist boy sat cross-legged on the edge of the Xianxia platform and looked at the sea of clouds, pretending that the old scholar was not there. The old scholar asked softly, "Why did you reject the proposal of Fire Dragon Jinren? Why didn't you let the little Daoist become the great celestial master with a different surname? Mount Longhu is at a disadvantage, but the residence of the celestial master is at a disadvantage. With Fire Dragon Jinren's temper, even if he resigned from his position, he would definitely protect Mount Longhu even more than before." Zhou Tianlai asked back, "If I were to die here or fall to the level of an immortal, a young great celestial master with a different surname whose realm is not high enough will have to stir up a lot of grudges on the mountain early. It's not a good thing for the master and disciple. Instead of being caught in the big picture, it would be better to let the young man walk on his own path. In this way, Fire Dragon Jinren would not have to feel guilty towards Mount Longhu. Just take it as a happy ending. In the world of Taoism, the peaks compete with each other, each with their own strengths. Zhou Tianlai had the same view towards the talisman Zhou Xian and Fire Dragon Jinren. Many of the nobles in the residence of the Celestial Master still could not accept the title of talisman. It was reasonable. However, if Zhou Tianlai as a Celestial Master wanted to stick to it, the orthodoxy of Mount Longhu was the real danger. It was not that they did not compete at all, but they competed for the greater Tao. Otherwise, if there were other high peaks on the ground, Mount Longhu would chop off the peak of the mountain with a sword, smash the tree with a seal, or use Zhou Xian's talisman to suppress the peak of the mountain, while Fire Dragon Jinren could move the mountain with a wave of his sleeve. In this way, the many orthodoxies in the world might as well acknowledge the 3 orthodoxies of Beko Keikyung building as their ancestors. The old scholar nodded vigorously. Yes. A hero does not talk about the pros and cons. He only knows what is right and wrong in his heart. The Tao is the Tao, we can't just talk about it while secretly sabotaging it. The old scholar's words were not important. Zhao Tianlai asked directly, "You're here for Bai Yi?" The old scholar didn't try to hide anything. If he tried to scheme against the Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu, it would only backfire on him. Therefore he went straight to the point. "I'm sure you can tell what I did at Sui Mountain. That disciple of mine is being held back by Xiao Chua too much. Lu Ji, who left the South Sa continent, can't defeat Lu Cha in the end. Therefore in the end only Bai Yi and Yu Xian will face the 7 sovereigns of the wildlands. Once Lu Cha uses his full strength, the mountains and rivers of the continent will change." Behind the two, Lian Zhen wanted to say something but stopped. The old scholar smiled bitterly. "I'm not saying that the Celestial Master has to risk his life. There's no such logic in this world. His mouth is crooked, his heart is crooked, and his righteousness is not true. I just hope that the Celestial Master will do his best. That's enough, very enough. For example, even if you can't save Bai Yi, you can at least save Yu Xian. With this, Mount Longhu will become the world's talisman. Especially within your Daoist talisman sect, there won't be so much quarreling over who the word talisman belongs. Quarreling will really kill people. Over the years, how many big and small messy debts have been caused by the people on the mountain and the people below it? Of course, I'm just giving you an example. How can the Celestial Master not make things difficult for you?" Zhao Tianlai did not hide anything, saying, "I plan to go to Tongye continent. I won't change my mind." The old scholar nodded. "Excellent. You're worthy of that banner. I believe that Mount Longhu's Daoist veins will really do as the inscriptions of Mount Longhu say, the longer the Daoist is my mountain, the more prosperous it will be." Zhao Tianlai laughed. "The old scholar is really busy." The old scholar bent over and sat next to the little Daoist boy, saying, Busy, but not so mediocre as to accomplish nothing. Even if you only accomplish one thing, it's already not bad." Zhao Tianlai sat cross-legged to the side. The little Daoist boy had already stood up, unwilling to sit with the old scholar. The old scholar asked, "Do you want to drink wine?" Zhao Tianlai said, "You're treating me?" The old scholar did not speak. Zhao Tianlai held the green bamboo flute in his hand and said, "You can drink a jar of osmanthus wine. Take it as my treat. I'll have to trouble you to put the rest back in their original places." The old scholar was waiting for these words. He raised his hand and a jar of wine immediately slid out from his sleeve. Of course, he was not greedy for the spiritual energy of the mountains, rivers, and vegetation, but he really craved the taste of the wine. The old scholar drank a mouthful of wine. "Actually, when Bai Ye's sword fell on a continent, I already knew what would happen to him. Now all I want is to make the worst situation a little better. For example, if Yu Xian could survive, it would be best if that talisman Yu Xian could survive. Or if Bai Yi could survive. Even if the vast world would have one less sword immortal to be proud of, even if Bai Yi was no longer in the vast world, as long as Bai Yi was still there, the old scholar himself would not have to drink another jar of heartbreaking wine. No matter where Bai Yi was, it would always be Bai Yi. It was still the same Bai Yi who seemed to be teaching all the plum blossoms in the world." Zhao Tianlai played the bamboo flute. It was indeed a sound of nature. Yellow cranes circled the peaks of the mountains. Blue phoenixes soared above the sea of clouds. They were like green and yellow beads, rolling and adorning the white bead curtain. The old scholar sang poems and replied while drinking wine. Chiseling through the land of eternal romance, cultivating the golden glow of the everlasting body. Yellow clothes in the purple mansion were recorded in the heavens. Green peaches bloomed in the spring of the world. The 3 peaks and the rain made the dragon fly. Riding the wind to meet the 5 Thunder Lord. A stream of colored glaze and 10,000 piles of smoke. Immortals who ascend the mountain become immortals. The little Daoist boy shook his head and said, "Doggerel is not as good as heavenly flute music." He added, "It's far inferior. As expected of the sages of the Confucian temple. When it comes to poetry, lyrics, music, and kung fu, they lose to the literary heroes of the world." Lian Zhen leisurely performed a salute and then sat beside the great heavenly master. When Zhao Tianlai kept the bamboo flute, the old scholar had also finished a jar of osmanthus wine from the great heavenly master's residence. The old scholar could not bear to throw the wine jar into the sea of clouds. He kept it in his sleeve and said, "I don't want to be a god. I want to be the only god. The difference of one word makes a world of difference. That one high is very meticulous." He wants to use the simplest method of dividing the strong and the weak to end everything, isolating all living beings in the world. Therefore, your trip to the Tongyi continent this time will most likely be no less dangerous than by Ye's overseeing the Fuyao continent. You must be careful of that, Jia Sheng. Zhao Tianlai smiled and nodded. He had a young face and a simple Dao aura. The mountain breeze caressed his face. He was extraordinarily handsome. Lian Zhen asked curiously, Old Master Wenxing, can I ask about the Ascension platform? Old Xiao smiled and said, Why can't you ask about it? The ancient heavenly court is located in a distant galaxy. The so-called immortals can ride the wind, but they might not be able to reach it in their lifetime. In the past, when the gods came to the human world, except for a few who had supernatural powers and could ignore the river of time, most of them had to go to the Ascension platform. Therefore, the Ascension platform was not only used to guide the Earth immortals to ascend. Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was in charge of one of them because there were actually two. As for the other one, it was the moon-bearing mountain in the wilderness. However, it was no longer worthy of its name. Back then, Qin Qingdu, the dragon monarch, and Guanzhao did not challenge the moon-bearing mountain because of personal feelings. However, the old scholar did not say much about the rest of the inside story. Zhao Tianlai did not tell Yanzhen that a jar of osmanthus wine could not buy a few pages of the ancient almanac. Besides, as one of the 4 ancient sword spirits, fellow Daoist Wu Lei probably knew the truth even better than the Grand Heaven Master. Old Xiao stood up and smiled. Although I did not get what I wanted, it is all thanks to Miss Lianzhen's good fortune. Last time I drank a pot of good tea and today I drank a pot of good wine here. I am a guest. As an old scholar I am embarrassed, but I always pay attention to etiquette. Last time I gave a couplet and today I will give a seal to a young man from Mount Longhu who has been on the Dao path for many years. I hope that either Grand Heavenly Master or Miss Lianzhen can pass it to him in the future. Zhao Tianlai stood up. In the end we should keep the goodies within the family. Zhao Yao, who left Lizhu Grotto Heaven on an ox cart, was one of Qi Jingquan's direct disciples. After that he traveled the central divine continent and cultivated in a Daoist palace in Mount Longhu for a period of time. He was not considered an unofficial disciple, and his identity was still that of a Confucian scholar. In the end, Zhao Yao went to the 5th world. It seemed like there was someone he missed so much in that Ascension city. Because of some clues, according to the Daoist palace spiritual master's deduction, Zhao Yao had a close relationship with Bai. Zhao Tianlai held the flute with both hands and smiled without saying a word. Lianzhen knew that her master did not want to be involved in too many affairs of the mortal world, so she had to take over the white jade seal from the sage of literature. In fact, she and the young man Zhao Yao were not strangers. The old scholar laughed and said, It's not something that can't be seen. Miss Lianzhen, just look at the contents of the seal. Anyway, you're not in a hurry to hand it over to Zhao Yao. You'll need to keep it for about 90 years. Lianzhen did not stand on ceremony. She pinched the seal with 2 fingers and lifted it to take a look. 4-word seal. The lamp of heart never sleeps. Zhao Tianlai took a look and smiled knowingly. The spirit of Qiuhe, the people of Yunshui. The lamp of heart never sleeps, the Dao tree is everlasting. The old scholar laughed and said, Brother Tianlai, I've almost finished reading all the books of the mortal world for you. Zhao Tianlai actually had something good to say, which was praising the carving knife for its good handwriting. There was a hint of Buddhachi in the smoke and fire. But after the old scholar said that, he let it go. The old scholar asked tentatively, Could it be that you're trying to flatter him? I can change it. I can even take back my words. After Lianzhen put away the seal, she could not help but laugh. A scholar like the sage of literature was rare in the world. Zhao Tianlai asked, Where are you going to work next? The old scholar did not give up and continued to ask, Later I'll ask my last disciple to help you carve a seal. Just right, accidentally finished reading all the books of the mortal world. How about that? Do you like it? If you think it's too many words, leave too little space. No problem, you can just carve 4 words, read all the books of the mortal world. Zhao Tianlai still did not answer. The old elementary scholar's ability to find a way out of this embarrassing situation was also top-notch. He was already stroking his beard and smiling. Of the 2 disciples, one was found by Shaoqi and the other was found by me for my last disciple. Thus they are of the same seniority. The 2 children have just met, so of course I have to go and take a look. The old scholar secretly gave the great heavenly master a look. The great heavenly master had no choice but to use his supernatural powers to help the old scholar to go somewhere far away. The little Daoist boy asked, "Old scholar, why do you have to do this?" Zhou Xian smiled. "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Teachers will also be worried if their disciples are too outstanding. However, this kind of mental exhaustion is special. Ordinary people can't get it even if they want it." The little Daoist boy suddenly frowned. That old scholar did not return the wine. Zhou Xian smiled. "That's why I was careless." The old scholar landed very far away and crashed straight into a river. After the old scholar swam ashore, he sighed for some reason and flew away again. He found little treasure bottle and Pei Qian, who were meeting at a dynasty's academy. The old scholar did not show up immediately. He just looked at the little girl who had grown up unknowingly and was now slim and elegant. He was their youngest uncle and master. He had carefully trekked through mountains and rivers and saved many people. Many. He had never taken the initiative to harm anyone. Not even one. There were thousands of mountains and rivers. The elegant young man was innocent. Some of the good things that the old scholar really cared about were not told to outsiders. He was afraid that others would know, but sometimes he was afraid that others would not know. The old scholar suddenly turned around and looked at the southwest direction of the vast world. The fifth world. Ascension City had just opened up a mountain that was extremely far away from Ascension City. However, it was still a city in its embryonic form. There were many sword cultivators in Ascension City. However, even after absorbing a considerable number of Fuyao continent's chi cultivators who were attached to Ascension City, they still did not have enough manpower outside of fighting. During this process, Deng Liang, who was a consecrator from the White Snow continent, had indeed contributed greatly. He had shouldered a large portion of the responsibility of roping in the cultivators of the Fuyao continent. His treatment of people was far better than that of the criminal officials and the hidden officials. Not only that, Deng Liang also helped to improve part of the structure of Ascension City's Quan residence. As for the Quan residence headed by Marquis Gao Yi, everyone in the city knew about their current situation. They were simply greedy to the point of insanity. The cultivators of Quan residence had arrived. The sky is 3 feet high and the earth is 10 feet thin. Not even a blade of grass grows. Quit while you're ahead. Deng Liang was also a sword cultivator from the hidden officers. Naturally, he had received some of the skills of the previous hidden officers. Therefore, Deng Liang was a proper guest of honor at the side of Quan Residence's cultivators who were clamoring and wantonly plundering the mountains and rivers. Due to the fact that this mountain, which had invisibly circled a vast territory, was almost located in the middle of the Ascension City and the southern part of the world. Therefore, there were several disputes with the cultivators of the Tongyi continent who were constantly pushing north and crazily occupying the mountain. This enclave that Ascension City carefully selected was truly worthy of being called a treasured land. Other than a 10,000-mile-long river, it could also create the power of the 5 mountains. The mountains and rivers were interdependent. If placed in Tongyi continent, it could be the place where a dynasty rose. The other 3 enclaves that were used to help Ascension City expand their territory were actually not as tyrannical as the one in the south. They were relatively closer to Ascension City that was located at the center of the world. After using a certain female great sword Immortal who temporarily led the hidden officers for a sword debate, she left behind a sentence: "The one who is bullying is your Tongyi continent." Qi Shou and Marquis Gao Yi, as the 2 leaders of the Quan residence, were also helpless. Moreover, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had an extremely bad impression of Tongyi continent. In the end, they acted according to the established rules of the Second Ancestral Hall meeting. At the highest point of the mountain, a stele was erected and a single Qi word was engraved. In addition, there was a stele in the east with sword, in the west with Chong, and in the north with city. The biggest surprise was at the boundary of the sword word stele. A young Daoist named Xianxia not only cut the stele with his sword, but also banished all the sword cultivators of Ascension City. In the ruins of the sword word, Ningyao rushed to the peak of the mountain on her sword. Then she rode her sword straight up and found Xianxia. When she arrived at the boundary of the blue netherworld realm, Ningyao asked for a sword without a second word. In the end, she cut down the mountain word stele that was once an inverted mountain. Not only that, Ningyao picked up the mountain word stele with her sword and moved it back to the peak of the sword word stele. Before she moved the word steal and left, she left behind another sentence with the pale-faced Shan Qing. The last disciple of the Dao ancestor who destroyed the sword, word tacitly agreed to this matter. Then he had no choice but to go into seclusion to recuperate. After this battle, there was no doubt that Ning Yao was the #1 person in the New World. On her way back to the sword word steal, Ning Yao received a message from Ascension City. In the southern boundary of the Qi word steal, she had a dispute with a large group of cultivators from the Tongyi continent. Due to the solemn atmosphere of the ancestral hall meeting, the hidden official's bloodline had mentioned how to deal with the outside world. It was inevitable that many sword cultivators were restrained and didn't dare to use their full strength to kill their opponents. Therefore Ning Yao could only fly her sword south and attack the outside world again. From then on, the entire Ascension City, including the sword cultivators who built the city in the south, understood that they didn't need to be too polite to the cultivators from the Tongyi continent. As long as they were in the right, they could anger these immortal masters of the Tongyi continent to death. Deng Liang was more far-sighted than Qi Shou and Gao Yeho. He took the initiative to drink with the two of them in private. The general idea was that if Ning Yao attacked, not only would it relieve their anger, it would also be more worth it. Because in this way, it would incur the hatred of all the cultivators from the Tongyi continent. However, it would also unknowingly pull the relationship between Ascension City and the cultivators from the Fuyao continent closer. It would make the latter feel more comfortable and gain points. They would have an additional natural closeness to Ascension City. This was the heart of the vast world. It could be used well. As for the immortal masters of the Tongyi continent, don't look at how each one of them was filled with righteous indignation. In the future, as long as there was an opening for the identity of Ascension City's outer sect immortal masters, the other party would only be more willing to throw money at them. After Ning Yao returned to Ascension City, she was in a bad mood. Today in the twilight, Ning Yao made a rare trip to the wine shop. In the past, she was the gatekeeper of Lizhu Grotto Heaven Town. Now she was the substitute shopkeeper of the wine shop. She was doing very well. There were a lot of drunkards and gamblers in the shop every day. Ning Yao held a wine bowl and looked at the signboard on the wall in the wine shop. Zheng Dafeng only smiled and greeted Ning Yao. Then he continued to lower his voice. With a wine bowl in his hand, he squatted by the side of the street and chatted with the group of customers. In detail, he talked about how he had a good dream that night and how the 24 hibiscus fairies in his dream were all outstanding beauties. In the end, he sighed with emotion. Which of us old men doesn't have a woman locked up in our hearts? What bachelor? In fact, there are no bachelors in the world. Especially after drinking the wine of my shop, you're not just a bachelor anymore. In fact, when Ning Yao appeared just now, the atmosphere in the wine shop suddenly changed. Only when Ning Yao entered the shop did she return to her normal self. There was no other way. Ning Yao's swordsmanship was getting better and better, and her prestige was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, Ascension City naturally treated her as the second boss of the Sword Immortal. Above the criminal officer, hidden officer, and Quan Fu, Ning Yao was still the only one. It was a matter of course. Fortunately, Ning Yao went to the shop. Otherwise, the wine would be too reserved. Some of the youths didn't quite understand the meaning behind Zheng Dafeng's words. They just laughed foolishly and asked shopkeeper Zheng for an explanation. Why did he lock up a woman? Was this the unique ability of the vast world? Could he learn it? Zheng Dafeng raised his wine bowl. Immediately, someone hurriedly filled it up. Zheng Dafeng drank a big bowl and then looked at a nearby table. It was the seat of a female sword cultivator from a wealthy family on Old Jade Hat Street. Nowadays, she often brought a few female sword cultivators here to drink and was very generous. When Zheng Dafeng glanced at the bench, the drunkard at the side followed his gaze and then nodded at the same time. No wonder the benches in the wine shop seemed to be getting narrower. Shopkeeper Zheng was indeed a learned person. When the woman turned her head, Zheng Dafeng immediately retracted his gaze and wiped his mouth gently. He turned to the youth and said, "Brother, your idea is despicable, despicable. What kind of spell is this?" The woman in the man's heart would be a pair of immortal couples who made vows of eternal love. And whether the woman was a fairy on the mountain or a woman at the foot of the mountain, she would always look like she was in her teens or 20s. Was it beautiful? Of course it was beautiful. Everyone suddenly understood. It really did make some sense. Zheng Dafeng scratched his head with one hand and filled the wine bowl with the other. Then he said, "Brothers, get up and leave." Jing Dafeng drank his wine with a smile on his face. Only occasionally when he lowered his head to drink, there was a subtle unspeakable look in his eyes. Without the wine he could see the person from afar. After drinking, Ning Yao took the initiative to find the second-in-command of the penal officer, the tailor Twisting Core. Perhaps it was taboo for any sword cultivator of the hidden officials to meet this person. Ning Yao was an exception. Twisting Core's residence was in a secluded alley. It was very simple. In the night, Ning Yao entered the house and sat down. She went straight to the point and said, "Senior Twisting Core, did he leave a letter here?" Twisting Core, who was wearing a loose robe, nodded. "He did leave a letter. But according to my agreement with Qin Pingon, I can't hand it to you for the time being. In fact, it's best that Miss Ning doesn't open this secret letter for the rest of your life." As she spoke, Twisting Core twirled a wick on the table. Ning Yao nodded. She only glanced at the strange lamp and didn't ask Twisting Core for the secret letter. Unexpectedly, Twisting Core took out the secret letter from her sleeve and said with a smile, "But I think it's better to open it early. Maybe it'll be a good omen." Ning Yao hesitated. Twisting Core put the secret letter on the table and said to herself, "I've kept my promise. I'll treasure this letter well." In fact, Qin Pingon had given 3 letters. Other than the one to Twisting Core, there was also one to the Tai Hui sword sect's Pianran Peak's direct disciple, the sword cultivator Hoary Head. At that time he had told the youth in private to only give this letter to his master when he was sad and would drink alone. In that letter, Qin Pingon only asked Lu Jinglong to help reason with the wedding dress ghost. Qin Pingon felt that Lu Jinglong would do a better job than him. The other letter was given to Wei Wenlong at Spring Bannerzhai. Actually, there were 2 letters in one envelope. They were both family letters. One was given to Zhou Xian and the other to Lu Xianyang. The letter from Luopa Mountain contained many details. One of them was for Chao Qinglang to be the next mountain lord and for him to take good care of Pei Qian. The secret letter in Ning Yao's hand was the first letter the young hidden official had written, but also the last one he had written. Ning Yao opened the envelope and saw the first sentence. Ning Yao immediately turned around. Twisting Core sighed faintly. She didn't know what nonsense the young hidden official had written in the letter to make a girl like Ning Yao avoid it. Twisting Core silently got up and took the lamp with her, leaving Ning Yao alone in the room. Ning Yao still turned around and read the first sentence of the secret letter again. "Ning Yao, don't worry. I've been thinking about you even in the last moment of my life." After that, Ning Yao would read some of the contents less often and some of the words more often. "I'm sorry. It's clear that the situation is like this, but I have to act willfully. My life is like when I was young. I went up the mountain to pick herbs by the stream. It's just that I crossed the stream back then and was fortunate enough to meet you. I didn't do it this time and made you sad. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to look for you. But how could I not look for you? If I had 10,000 more chances, I would have looked for you 10,000 more times. There's no other way. Qin Pingon can't always be an orphan in Mud Bottle Alley. He can't always be an apprentice in the kiln who learns everything. He can't always be the mountain lord of Luopa Mountain in Dali's Longquan Commandery. Naturally, he can't always be a hidden official in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The only one who can do it is Qin Pingon, who likes Ning Yao. Actually, after I grew up, I didn't feel uncomfortable or suffer in these years, whether it's traveling or resting. It's inevitable that I'll be disappointed. I just hope for more. It's just that some words of truth always make you angry and embarrassed, so I can only say them one by one. You once asked me, is it that great to like someone? I've always wanted to tell you that Qin Pingon likes Ning Yao and Ning Yao likes Qin Pingon. Of course, it's the greatest thing in the world. For thousands of years, only the 2 of us like each other. Meeting Ning Yao was the happiest thing that happened to Qin Pingon after he turned 4. "Hello, Miss Ning. My father's surname is Qin Pingon. My mother's surname is Qin, so my name is Qin Pingon. Ning Yao, you must be safe and sound." Ning Yao kept the letter and closed her eyes in silence for a long time. Finally, she got up and walked to the door. She reached out her hand again and touched her forehead. Twisting Heart walked out of the room and asked telepathically, "Is this the reason why you can't break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm?" Ning Yao nodded. This immortal sword that had been nurtured for many years, naive, actually wanted Ning Yao to become a sword attendant. She, who was supposed to be the sword spirit, would become the sword master. Therefore, after ascending to the immortal realm, Ning Yao had almost imprisoned him twice in her heart. All these years, naive, was like a naughty girl always running away. Even Ning Yao found it hard to find her. As for the previous strange feeling, it was because the immortal sword Tai Bai, which was also a sword spirit, had a mysterious connection with naive. She believed that the other two immortal swords, Wanfa of Longhu Mountain and Daoist scripture of Beko Keikyang building, were similar to naive. Twisting Heart said, "Take it slow." Ning Yao was silent. Twisting Heart looked at Ning Yao and suddenly laughed. "You don't seem as sad as I thought." Ning Yao said, "Because I believe in him." The old scholar still only appeared in front of his family. He laughed and said, "The little girl has become a big girl." Pei Qian subconsciously clasped her fists. Then she felt that something was wrong. Seeing Sister Baoping clasp her fists, she immediately followed suit and bowed to Master Wensheng. Pei Qian had returned to the Central Divine Continent with Yu Zhuanfu not long ago. After hearing about this academy near the Yu family, she carried a bamboo box and traveled all the way here with her walking stick. As for the little mute man, he refused to move no matter what and stayed with Yu Zhuanfu's family as a mute. Pei Qian could only remind him not to forget to practice martial arts. The child still did not speak, neither agreeing nor rejecting. This academy was not among the 72 academies of Confucianism. If it was, Pei Qian would not have come. But Pei Qian did not expect to meet Sister Baoping. The old scholar waved at them and asked, "What's wrong? Quarreling with someone again?" Li Baoping nodded. The headmaster of the academy was one of the people who commented on what a mellow Confucian was. Not only that, but he also wrote many impassioned articles criticizing current affairs. He scolded the sages of his own family for this headmaster of the academy who came from the line of the quasi-sage and won him countless praises. However, it was said that some returning cultivators and scholars from the Fuyao continent and the South Sa continent wanted to argue with the headmaster, but they were all rejected. After a while, the headmaster wrote another article about how the world was deteriorating day by day and how worrying it was. Li Baoping argued with one of the headmaster's direct disciples. Li Baoping first agreed with the headmaster's good points. She said that the world and the Confucian temple of the Central Divine Continent definitely allowed people to speak their minds. However, when Li Baoping mentioned the first thing that needed to be discussed, such as the headmaster's sincere words, did the so-called truth have to be the truth? When scholars read about the headmaster of the academy, shouldn't they reflect on themselves and be a little more patient and listen to the young people who disagreed with them to see if they were right? Unexpectedly, the other party immediately left with a face full of sarcasm. Li Baoping sighed at that time. It was the same thing again. At that time, Pei Qian stood beside Li Baoping expressionlessly and cursed at the back of the figure. F***CKU. The headmaster's direct disciple was deaf and sharp. He immediately turned around and asked Pei Qian what he was saying and asked him to say it again if he dared. Therefore Pei Qian said, F***CKU. Probably because he did not want to be humiliated, the scholar laughed and turned to Li Baoping saying, "Look, these are the attitudes of people who disagreed with you. Is it worth my headmaster's attention?" The old scholar listened to Li Baoping's concise and detailed explanation and nodded with a smile. Baoping is reasonable and Pei Qian is scolding well. Both are good, both are good. In the line of the sage of literature, except for the last disciple, the direct disciples were all scolded. However, the old scholar could not stop praising the direct disciples. Pei Qian blushed slightly and scratched his head out of habit. He was originally worried that the sage of literature would scold him. It did not matter how much he was scolded, but it would not be good if he implicated his master. The old scholar asked them to wait for a while and went to find the headmaster of the academy who was scolding the sage and worrying about the country and the people. However, the headmaster did not recognize the old scholar at first. After arguing for a while, the direct disciple of the headmaster muttered, "Who do you think you are?" The old scholar immediately scolded back, "I'm the fourth." The mountain elder paused for a moment before realizing what was going on. He became even more scholarly and righteous as he questioned the old elementary scholar who was no longer the sage of literature. Was he going to use his status as a sage to shut him up? The old scholar did not bother to say anything more. He found Li Baoping and Pei Qian again and went to the Yu family together. That old man Yu was indeed a bad chess player. The old scholar suddenly raised his head. Throng. One sword was the first to leave the residence of the sage of Longhu Mountain and go straight to Fuyao continent. Then there was another sword that broke through the border of the vast heavens and the green underworld. There was a third sword that also broke through the fifth heavens and went to Fuyao continent. It broke through 3 layers of Fuyao continent's restrictions. Together with Bai Ye's sword, the 4 swords gathered in the vast heavens for the first time. Bai Yi Tai Bai. Beko Keikyung Building's second master Daoist scripture. Longhu Mountain's grand heavenly master 10,000 arts. Great Wall of Sword Qi, the fourth sword naivety. Beside a person the swords gathered.